Hey everyone, good morning. Good morning here from RSA conference. It is Wednesday, it's actually the third day of RSA because they did, where Monday used to be sort of a 0 day kind of thing, or that's the wrong word to use at a security conference,
It's awesome.
right? Monday was sort of a pre-conference day and things kind of kicked off on Tuesday. This year they did kick off on Monday, but there's no Friday. And so we have today and tomorrow, and that'll put a wrap on RSA 2022. I'm happy to be joined by George Gershow with me today. George is with Sumo Logic. George, welcome. Welcome to our Broadcast Alley
Alan,
studio here.
thank you so much for having me.
My
I really
pleasure.
appreciate being here.
It's a pleasure to have you here. So, George, look, our audience is no stranger to Sumo, but for people who maybe aren't sure, you know, crowd, not, we have security people, DevOps people, SREs, we have the whole gamut. Give them a little Sumo background and maybe a bit about what you do at Sumo.
Sure, absolutely. So to keep it short, Sumo Logic helps folks build and secure modern day applications that are built off of microservices and right in the cloud. Personally, I'm lucky enough to serve and support a team called Risk, which is real estate, IT, security, and compliance.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So let's dive in on the real estate.
Yeah,
What,
good.
what exactly we mean by that?
Yeah, so think about it as facilities.
Okay.
As people, go back to work and enter offices, we want to make sure they feel safe and secure doing so, and it's a software-driven business, so I'm lucky enough to have that team with me as well.
Very cool, man. Kind of land and facility. Very cool.
Yeah, with IT.
With IT, obviously. So George, I mean, this is it's definitely an back in person RSA this year, right? There's a lot of people. The exhibit floor stretches on as far as the eye can see. It seems right, bigger even than in years past.
Yeah.
Right? They used to separate the North Hall from the South Hall. Now it's all just one mass. But what do you think? How's RSA been for you this year?
It's really been fantastic, just going through the floor, seeing the new startups coming out.
There's a lot of them.
A lot of them, and a lot of them are really, really cool,
Yeah.
like it's just great to have that vibe again. Reminds me of my early days in this industry.
Doesn't it? I
Even
hear you.
The networking too, Alan, like just seeing people I haven't seen forever, hugging them. I don't care how that sounds, I'm a hugger,
Yeah, no,
shaking
you know
hands.
what? So if there's two messages from RSA this year from me. First of all, zero trust. I don't ever want to see zero trust
Ever.
again. They've overplayed the zero
Marketecture.
trust. Yeah, man, that's the word this year. But secondly, people.
Yeah.
People, it's about, especially like you and me, we've been in this industry a while. It's good to see our friends who we haven't seen in 2-3 years. I know, maybe you see them on Zoom, maybe you talk to them, maybe you interact with them on social media. It's not the same as giving them a hug.
It really
Right.
isn't. And for us in general, even like employees, people that work at Sumo, we've had 400 people get onboarded since the pandemic.
Agreed.
And I was like, oh my gosh, I've never met you in person. So just shaking
Yeah.
their hand or giving them a hug and welcoming them as humans is awesome.
Absolutely. So it's that people-to-people connection. And I think that, no matter what we do with virtual events and all the cool augmented reality and this feature and that feature, it just doesn't take the place of that people-to-people.
It just doesn't. You build those connections, and then even having, if I can say it, a beer, with
Yeah,
a colleague.
or something else. I mean, whatever. Look, it's California, man. It's legal.
I'm from Colorado, so
Yeah, you're in Colorado, exactly. But let's talk a little bit about Sumo activities here at RSA. You guys had a panel last night, a panel discussion you put on, right?
we did.
Tell us.
Yeah, so it was at the St. Regis African Museum, which was really, really cool.
Yeah.
We had the CISO JD Hansen of Code 42. We had a partner that also showed up, and then we had the CISO of MGM Studios there as
Oh,
well
that's
too.
nice.
It's nice, and we focused on what you've been saying, Alan, which was future of work, people, and then really around mental health. Security people have been on 24/7 forever. And then now everyone's kind of on 24/7. So how do we start alleviating some of that as leaders?
Yeah, I mean, so tonight, we have like maybe the 15th or 16th year I'm doing our security bloggers meetup that I started back in 2003. And they're well, with COVID, we've lost people, obviously, but we've also lost people in mental health issues these past couple of years because I think being on 24/7, but being isolated on 24/7
Agreed.
has taken its toll on some folks, and it sucks. I mean,
It
it
does.
hurts. It hurts. But I don't want to put a whole downer on the thing. Certainly being back in person. And here's another thing I'm hearing, George. I wonder what
Yeah.
you're hearing is people saying, hey, you know what? I'd like to go back to the office. Right? For a long time, we all heard, oh, this is great. No one's going to the office anymore. We're all going to work from home. And yeah, I think it's good to have that option to do sometimes. But there's something to be said about going to the office.
There really is. And so again, I'm lucky enough to have real estate. And what we're finding is when you have a purpose-driven event, like you can't go in an office and sit next to, like I can't sit next to you and you're doing a Zoom and I'm doing a Zoom.
Right, that's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
One of us has to go on mute anyway.
Totally.
I've tried it, but go ahead.
But, that experience, if you have just a get together or some kind of collaborative, creative meeting, people love it. And so, that's part of our strategy is to have everything very purpose driven. When folks come in and they get together, we cater lunches and everything else. And there's just nothing like it. Hybrid is
doubt.
the way to go.
I think we are looking at a hybrid future. And I'll tell you, I've also spent a lot of time talking to entrepreneurs and business owners, big and small. And, they think they could get, that it's better for them if they have people in the office. They're a little afraid to push it too hard because they don't want to force anyone to go,
Right.
great resign or whatever. But I think the consensus is building that going back to the office isn't a bad thing if we can. So we'll see where that goes.
Well, we'll see, but there also has to be commitment to it as well
Yeah.
from the employee because, like I'll tell you now, like being in charge of real estate, I'm not sure like how much square footage to have because if you're saying you're going to come back in, and then we need you to commit to that as well too. And
Well,
so
yeah.
it'll be interesting to see what it shows.
So
But you're
thi-
right, let's be
this-
gentle.
Yeah, this is this whole thing. Do you do hotel space, hotel office space, where I'm not going to assign you a desk or office permanently because you're only here 2-3 days a week.
Right.
And I can't, it's an expensive proposition to keep an office for you 7 days a week when you're only here 2. Or not. I mean, I can tell you what I've done personally here for Techstrong in our offices is we have a bunch of assigned office for people who come in most every day. And then we have a lot of floater offices, right? Where the out-of-towners who come in, the occasional people, have a place they can park.
Right.
And it's comfortable and it's good. So I do think that's a little bit of the future. You guys had some sort of survey or some research come out as well recently, right?
We did, and we focused a lot on compliance. Compliance is one of those things I think that most security people don't want to talk about. They don't want to hear about it. But let me tell you, it's really the biggest business driver possible. Most of my budget always sits in compliance, and I use that to feed security in a lot of ways and create that hygiene. But by merging our compliance folks with our security team and giving responsibility to both, it creates one happy family. Then
Yeah.
driving that culture across our company. It's a very important step, right?
There's no doubt about it. So give me some of the background if you can on this compliance thing.
Yeah.
Like how wide was the research and all that?
Sure. So let's start off with like what we fall under. This is going to be acronym soup coming at you, but
Go ahead.
ISO 27001, CSA star, PCI, which is a major differentiator for us, FedRAMP, we're HIPAA audited every year, and then we also have NYDFS as well too. And so having those regulations, what it shows is rigor. And we've been doing this, Alan, for 7 years for most of those regulations.
Wow.
So what we decided to do was get something out there that describes like our strategy, the importance, how it ties into security, and we're really proud of that.
Good.
It's a major investment for us. And then even more so being a SaaS-based company, our customers get that for free as part of the service. So think about it, if you're rolling out an on-prem type solution, you're held responsible for complying that infrastructure and the application. With someone like Sumo Logic, you get that as part of the service, which I think is a huge differentiator that we just don't talk about enough. So we're getting the word out there and we're being bold about it.
In some ways, I guess it's almost like the SaaS version of supply chain. You know what I'm saying? Where you want to know if I'm using this vendor for a solution, what, that he's got his or they've got theirs. Let's not be gendery here, right? They've got their ducks in a row when it comes to things like compliance and regulation. So it's
Hey,
an important thing.
Alan, couldn't agree with you more, and it's a great way to describe the supply chain, or also what the executive order from Biden is, which is the SBOM,
Right, yes,
the
boss.
software bill of materials. We've been doing this for a long time, and now it's becoming more important than ever because, as you've seen, ransomware, supply
Everybody's
chain
looking at
attacks.
it,
Oh
yeah.
my gosh! But I guess if you got zero trust, that doesn't happen. Right?
Well, yeah.
I had to throw that in.
I had to throw it in. Bing, bing. All right, first zero trust of the day, right there, man. George, we got a T-shirt for you on that.
Yay!
But, anyway, but you mentioned SBOMs. So we did our DevSecOps event all day yesterday over at
I heard about
Moscone
it.
South. Yep, and we had several people talk about SBOM. Primarily, we had a panel of Dr. Elazieri from Intel, we had a lady from NIST, another woman from Linux Foundation, and a
Awesome.
fella, I forgot what government agency, but we spoke a lot about SBOM. But my friend Chen-Si Wang, I don't know if you know Chen-Si.
I don't.
She's now the founder of Rain Capital.
Cool.
She used to be a forester. She's a professor at Carnegie Mellon. She's a PhD. She
I'm getting
got
a
her
crush
act
right now.
together.
So just keep on talking.
She's a rock star. Chen-Si brought up something about SBOMs that I never thought of before. It's an IT issue, an IP issue, intellectual property, because if I'm going to start giving you all of the ingredients, like a recipe, in my thing, right, in my product, I'm kind of giving you my IP, right? You now know the recipe. Why can't you cook it yourself?
Right.
And that's something I think that we're going to need to figure out about this whole SBOM thing.
I agree.
Which is, how do I give you the recipe without preventing you from just cutting me out of it?
I think it just depends on how far it goes, Alan,
Yeah.
because like I can give you the tools and the software and the open source that we're using to make the sausage.
But doesn't make you a sausage maker. Nope,
Exactly.
You're still just a sausage consumer.
That's exactly right. And so it's almost like even like, hey, look, I'm a huge fan of cloud, right? We write on AWS, but I'm not telling AWS absolutely everything about what we do, right?
Exactly.
So done a
Because,
telemetry.
yeah, they've done, not to bad mouth in AWS.
They have,
but
he's right.
they've done that before too, right?
Yes, they have.
And no, we'd like to talk to you strategically. And then 6 months later, they roll out your competition,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. But we do got to be
80%.
careful with it. I think she makes a great point.
Yep.
We're not going to take it that far. I'll tell you now, most vendors, we're just not going to give you that IP. It's not.
No, I think it's suicide, right? It's just counterproductive. Anyway, George, any final thoughts around RSA or what's happening with Sumo?
Yeah, so let's just start with RSA first. So one, I'm so appreciative to be here. I'm so thankful to do this with you
yeah.
and just see people. It's
Ditto,
been
man.
fantastic. I'm looking forward to coming back again. For those of you that haven't been, please come to RSA. It's wonderful. And then with Sumo Logic, I'm just very excited about the future. We've got some great solutions out there. We're rolling out our cloud SIM solution more and more every single day, and the future is just nothing but bright for us. So if you're looking for a job
Absolutely.
opportunity, let me know.
We're hiring, right? So that's a common theme here too, though.
Totally.
I've seen a lot of we're hiring stuff out.
Oh, I'm recruiting, Alan.
And yeah, always be recruiting, ABR. But I'm looking at this banner right out here, and for those who want to come to RSA next year, it's April 24th to the 27th. So a little bit, not quite February, but not June either. But an interesting thing I realized my team told me yesterday is the week before next year is actually KubeCon Europe.
Oh, wow.
So for some of us,
It's going to be tough.
yeah, we're gonna have to go to Amsterdam, come home from Amsterdam, and come out here. I mean, don't take up any. Don't
It's
cry for me,
Amsterdam.
Argentina. You know, but yeah,
Yeah, totally. I know exactly. I know it's so funny because I've been telling my 23-year-old daughter Madison, I'm like, do both.
you want to
Go
see
to
the world?
Coupon and
Don't
then come
do
out
it.
and do
Absolutely.
That's awesome.
Anyway, hey man, George,
Hey, thank
thanks
you,
for
Alan,
coming
so
in.
much. You're
All
awesome.
right. Hey,
Appreciate
we're
it.
going to be back live here at RSA, right here at Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. We're here all day. Check it out. We'll be right back.
That was great.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Mike Malone, who's CEO for Small Step Labs. They just raised $26 million to automate the management of certificates. Mike, welcome to the show.
Happy to be here. Thanks.
Explain, if you would, your approach to this issue, and explain also to me how it is. What year is this, 2022, and we're still trying to figure out how to manage certificates? What's wrong with us?
Good question. Well, I mean, yeah, certificates are some of the oldest security technologies on the internet. You know, the X509 standard dates back to pre-web. It was a telecommunications standard. I think they're broadly useful, and when you're talking about certificates in general, it's maybe a little bit too vague. So why are we still solving problems around that? I think because the rest of the world has changed and we're still using certificates for the same reason we're using passwords. Like, you know, they have their problems, but they also solve a problem in a diverse set of different scenarios. And I think what we're doing differently is we're bringing new capabilities around certificate management to address more modern needs in the sort of DevOps, cloud native, agile, CI/CD, heavily automated distributed system space.
So when we get to the point where a website or an app just doesn't suddenly keel over because somebody forgot to renew the certificate because it's all automated within the process of the DevOps workflow?
That is the goal. People don't manage certificates anymore. Computers manage them for themselves.
Well, that sounds pretty nice. What makes that possible? I mean, we've been at this forever, so what's changed?
Well, I think there's more of a desire now as systems have grown from small monolithic systems to these larger microservice systems, and practices like agile and stuff. Sort of things are moving more quickly, necessitates more use of certs. I think, there's some new protocols that are helpful. One of the most popular features of our open source toolchain, I guess I should mention, we are open core. So our core certificate management infrastructure is open source. And one of the most popular features of our open source and of our product is that we implement this protocol called ACME, ACME. That was developed originally, I think it's under IETF, but by Let's Encrypt. If you've heard of Let's Encrypt, they issue certificates for websites. So it's protocols like that and standardization efforts that are addressing the needs of these automation scenarios that are really helping.
Will the usage of certificates get more granular? Or are we going to start attaching them to smaller and smaller artifacts? Like we see microservices everywhere, and each of these things, it has an identity of its own. So does it get a certificate?
That's what we're seeing. Certificates have some properties that make them really amenable to identifying components of a distributed system. Once they're issued, they're peer-to-peer. There's no central authority that needs to be referenced sort of over the network in order to validate a certificate, which is nice. It's scalable, and it's efficient and low latency and all that good stuff. So yeah, as the industry moves towards zero trust, and shift left and like all of those things, and sort of with self-contained applications, those self-contained components need to be able to authenticate to one another. And with our tool chain, we see certificates as a very good way of doing that.
Will the cost of certificates then come down? Because I think one of the issues that people had over the years is there were certificate authorities, but they had different tiers of service. And as you went along, it got more expensive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they have come down and will continue to come down. One thing that we've done that's been a little bit tricky actually in our pricing model for our product is that we don't actually charge per certificate. We charge per endpoint, which is what we call just a thing that needs a certificate. The goal being you should pay us the same amount whether you're issuing one year certificate or 365 one-day certificates. Either way, you're sort of authenticating some entity for a duration of time, and that's the unit of value, and that's what we want to be charging you for.
Mm-hmm. As we go along, how does it occur to someone to integrate certificate management into the DevOps workflow? And I ask the question because there's so many gates and so many other things you got to add to that as it is. So what does it take to kind of get somebody to have this aha moment and say, we should add this to that process?
Well, in my
relax over here. Yeah. Hey everyone, we're back here live in the RSA conference with Moscone West on what they call Broadcast Alley. Our next guest, I'm really happy to introduce you to Casey Bison. Casey's with Blue Bracket. Hey Casey, welcome.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure to have you here. So Casey, in talking a little bit off camera, you mentioned this is your first RSA conference.
It is, absolutely. I come from the cloud world. I was part of the container revolution. Before that, I was engineering, building things at scale, went to containers because that's where that was a way where I learned how to scale things and deliver what we needed to do, and certainly deliver things, applications at scale. And what I saw was this really great diversity of pathways from developer to delivery. And that's what led me to security and here at my first RSA conference.
Excellent. I want to dig into that, but before we do, you're with Blue Bracket, as I mentioned.
Yeah.
Why don't we give folks at home, I'm sure a lot of them may not be familiar with Blue Bracket.
Right.
So talk to us. What's Blue Bracket about?
So Blue Bracket solves the other half of your code security problem. Most people are thinking about what the code does. Maybe it's a SQL injection sort of vulnerability, the sorts of things that you can find with SAST and DAST tools, but as a category, that represents about half the risk. Half the risk that you'll see in code. The other half of the risk in code, the other half of that risk is the secrets, the passwords, the keys that are in the code, the intelligence about what the code connects to that attackers are using to expand their attacks and move so quickly that we've seen over the past year. As a category, that's the other half. And when you follow that path, you look at who has access and how those code hosts are configured and your entire CI/CD chain is configured.
Yep.
And so what Blue Bracket does is we help you find out what's in your code, who has access, and where it's going.
Excellent, man. Good stuff. So Casey, look, you're at the right place because besides doing Security Boulevard, we're DevOps.com and we're Container Journal. So when it comes to cloud native and the whole CI/CD thing, this is our audience. Those are our people. What's interesting and I'm a little opposite of you. I've been in security for 25 years plus. And the whole reason I got into DevOps and then cloud native was because I thought this was the best thing that could happen to security. That we were finally going to be able to, as it's now called, shift left, move that security into the development process, not waiting till after we deploy to find out what was vulnerable or what was, not what dependencies we had, stuff like that. And it's taken, I'm doing this 7-8 years here at DevOps.com. It's taken that long, but now it's kind of commonplace where a guy like you comes up here and you're talking about, right? Hey, man, we're going to move security into that developer. It wasn't always a given.
No.
Right?
No. Yeah, so I obviously come from my background in cloud. It is, however, amazing as I'm here, and I think this is one of the largest global conferences for security ever. But
it is.
Everybody here, there's 1,000 to 10,000 developers back at their enterprises that outnumber every security person.
And will for the next
overwhelmingly
foreseeable future.
And so if we look at security in an adversarial relationship with the developers, we know
you're a loser.
Yeah.
That's the whole point why I did DevOps.com. We had to lose that adversary. Here's a lesson I learned, right? I've never met a developer who raised their hand and said, I don't care about developing crappy code, or I don't mind insecure code. I just want to get it done. Everybody has a pride in what they do. They want to develop good code.
Exactly.
Right?
But when you put developers in a situation where they have to turn business requirements into a product, they're going to have to optimize, and they're really good at self-optimizing for what those requirements are.
Well, there's a caveat that I've learned over the last 8 years. You can't expect them to optimize what they don't understand. And for many of them, security is just gibberish. No.
I will say this. When we talk about security in terms of abstract things that don't matter to them, yes, absolutely. When you talk about some of these risks that are really at the edge, there are a lot of developers who are like, come on, let's do the math, let's do this, approach this as engineers, and recognize that threat model is real, but it's not worth the cost to develop against. Those are some things that developers have to do because, again, they're responsible for turning business goals into sellable products, and they have to bring some reality to the security perspective. So if, from the security perspective, we think this is a real and serious and viable threat model, we've got to find a way to make sure that's clear and walk that through. I know, I've been lucky enough to meet two kinds of CISOs in my experience. There's the CISO who identifies the problems, they identify the solutions, maybe they involve some developers to evaluate potential vendors, and then they go by. And as a vendor, every vendor loves that CISO. But then there's the CISO who works with the developers, they do the tabletop exercises, and the developers understand that threat. They understand how that threat can be a risk to them, and they,
And to the
they
business.
game out the scenarios in which they're going to respond to it. And so those developers at that point, they're the ones who are identifying how to fix it, and they're the ones who are identifying the vendors and the solutions and doing all that evaluation. And security vendors will never speak to those CISOs because they don't have the developers are solving those problems and may not be talking to security vendors.
So I'm going to disagree and agree.
Go
with
for
you.
it.
I think there are a lot of companies, a lot of security vendors that don't understand that dynamic. The smarter and better ones, more successful ones, are understanding that dynamic, and their valuations show it. Here's the other interesting thing. You could have security, quote unquote, security vendors making solutions for developers to develop more secure code or better secure code. And the developers buy into it, it's a good tool for them. But generally speaking, the developer can't, he needs the security team's approval to use that tool. Is that an approved security tool for the developer, number one? And number two, and probably more important, is who's paying for it,
Yeah.
right? Where budget comes from.
You know, that is a huge transformation that we've seen. You know,
Yep.
if you go back to the start of the cloud revolution, let's say 2010, right? And this is the time.
For me, it was 2005, but
You're
go ahead.
right, you're right. You know what? I named 2010 because in a lot of ways, that moment when we saw 100 million user cloud apps, cloud-born apps with 3 developers bringing applications to 100 million users, that's when people realized if we don't pay attention to cloud, we lose, right? And it's also when you see, so enterprises moved to the cloud, they not only adopted cloud, they adopted code workflows, CI/CD workflows that really are that DevOps transformation. So yeah, the future is already here, not evenly distributed. So absolutely, DevOps has been around forever. There have been organizations that have been doing it well. Now it's in that place where it is irreversible, and we can definitely see that. And part of this is that people are understanding that developers need tools, and some of those tools cost money. You know, in the same category here, there's, I think there's a real, we need to pay attention to what quality code is, because it's very, very hard for people to measure quality code, but developers want to develop quality code, and every developer takes pride in their work. I know that developers want to have reasonable work hours and they want to be able to go home, but they take pride in the work they do. And so one of the proxies, and it's a really imperfect measure, but one of the proxies for quality code is test coverage. And so we see developer teams are increasingly paying for services that measure and report test coverage. And one of the reasons for this is it helps them push back against their business leadership. It helps them structure their time so that when business leadership says we got to deliver these things on this schedule, they can say, well, we also have to meet these quality requirements. And that proxy, imperfect as it is in terms of test coverage, is really good because it gives developers this opportunity to push back on the business side, but it also gives those developers to have an opportunity to have conversations with each other about what quality is. And we find that when we approach security the same way, when we give developers those metrics, and we give them that automatic reviews in their pull requests, it puts those developers in a better position to discuss what security is. Get the easy stuff out of the way first. Nobody wants a pull request review that's all about style, because those are bad reviews. But when you do some of these things automatically, give that feedback so that nobody has to face the other person about that. That positions everybody to have a better conversation about security. The architecture. Is the architecture of the code the right architecture to solve the problem securely?
So personally, I call that making security synonymous with quality. Right? It shouldn't, quality means it's secure. It can't be quality if it's not secure, number one. Number two, I think what you outlined there too is also a big part of kind of the SRE thing, which is, moving away from SLAs to SLOs, right? And working with the developers on those SLOs so that they understand what constitutes quality, what's acceptable quality, what's high quality. I will tell you, as I sit here, right, and I've been in the IT game 30 years, security 25 years, the biggest change, one of the biggest, I've seen a lot of changes, but one of the biggest changes I've seen is in testing. It used to be when when you were doing your roadmap, right, your 6-month release cycle, it used to suck because we developed for, let's say, a month and a half. Then we'd have to have a month and a half of testing because it was that hard. Then we'd fix what the testing found and then do testing again. And generally, in your 6-month cycle, that didn't leave a lot of time for that second round of testing. So that used to get compromised. And we'd say, okay, what's the minimum amount of testing we could do? Because we got a release date to hit. The advent of CI/CD, of continuous, the advent of automated testing, right? GitOps, some of the other things we're seeing now, game changer, right? Testing is no longer the Cinderella of the stepsisters, right? It gets done. And more we're seeing security being as part of that test suite, as part of the testing process.
I'm going to take it even further. So, I mean, as much as everything else you described, what you really described was this agile process, right? That has driven the adoption of CI/CD.
Yep.
And we've seen, there's some really great research on the cloud side about how one of the strongest indicators for company growth is the rate of release. Companies that are releasing
the
faster are growing.
Dora
Yeah, exactly.
stats.
The Dora metrics. And so over 10 years of research on this stuff, we've seen rate of release is correlated in a causal relationship to growth.
Yep.
And so the question that from a security side we have to answer is, how do we integrate with that? And the only way to do that is not to shift left to the developer and say, now the developer has to do this and this. No, we have to shift left all the way to the business side and set business requirements in the for security.
that sets the tone. Absolutely. Yeah. Hey man, this is a great conversation. I hope I didn't go too far from what you were looking for, but it was a good chat. Good chat.
Pleasure, yeah.
Hey, where can people get information on Blue Bracket?
Bluebracket.com. Join us online, read about what we do, but most importantly, sign up for a free account. Protect your code now.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
Bluebracket.com. We're here live at RSA conference on Broadcast Alley. I was going to say Digital Alley, but we'll be right back with some more. We're here. It's Wednesday, RSA week. Stay tuned. Hey everyone, we're back here at Broadcast Alley RSA conference. It's Wednesday. We're in Moscone West. We are live. It's almost 9:30 here West Coast time. It's probably lunchtime if you're watching this back in the East Coast. Late afternoon if you're home in Europe. Wherever you are, thanks for joining in. Our next guest is someone I actually had the pleasure of meeting yesterday at our DevSecOps event, DevOps Connect here at RSA, and then at the after party afterwards, we had a chance to talk a little bit. But let me introduce you to Chris Scharf. Chris is with HackerOne. Chris, man, welcome.
Hey, thank you so much. It's great to be here, great to be speaking with everybody around the world, and
Yeah?
really looking forward to talking with you.
Absolutely. So, Chris, I want to do two things, get them out of the way. Number one, let's talk a little bit about HackerOne.
Okay.
You know, I first became familiar with HackerOne because your CEO, Martin Mickens, is someone, obviously, I've been in tech a long time. He's a name we followed, you know, MySQL, all of these
Right.
things. But beyond Martin Mickens being involved, I didn't know a lot about HackerOne. And I'm sure there are people out here who don't know a lot about HackerOne. So share with us a little.
Yeah, so HackerOne actually has, I think, a pretty innovative approach to security. We're really about crowdsourcing in the community. So there's so much talent out there, so many security researchers. Some of these are 16-year-old kids who have way better
Sure.
hacking skills than I do.
Yep.
You know,
They do.
and industry professionals. And so we have this community of researchers. We work with hacker education, capture the flag type programs. And then we layer on top of that vulnerability disclosure programs. So see something, say something, a way to safely report vulnerabilities that you find, along with bug bounty programs, which I think people have maybe heard about a little
Yes.
bit, but may not know about.
Sure.
But a way for companies to get those researchers to report vulnerabilities, reward the researchers for their time and effort, along with pen testing and code review and a number of other kind of security related functions.
So, I mean, to me, it's really about sort of, it's not unionizing, because that's a political word. But let's use crowdsourcing
Yeah.
instead. You know, kind of crowdsourcing the if we could call it the hacker community,
Right.
and I don't, hacker in a good way, not the black hat evil people, right?
Correct.
You know, kind of crowdsourcing, harnessing the power of this community in very distinct, productive ways, not kind of Wild West. I mean, I'll give you, for instance, you know, I sit here at Techstrong, we have a lot of sites. We get emails all the time from researchers. We found this bug, we found that bug, we found a backdoor, a buffer overflow. And the interesting thing is we don't really develop software,
Right.
We're a media company. We 99.99995% of what we use is off-the-shelf third-party software.
Right?
You know, it's SaaS, it's whatever. We can't even fix half the things they send me. I pass it along
Right.
to the software company who does them. But and it's a system that was in need of organization, right? It was, you want to call it, you know, whatever you want to call it, crowdsourcing, unionization, whatever. But there's some conformity here. Look, this is best practices.
Right.
Right, this is what you should do. This is how you do bug bounty. This is how we report vulnerabilities, responsible disclosures, you know, stuff like that. And we've been trying to do it here in the security industry for a long time, quite frankly.
Right.
But it was always kind of, you know, kumbaya, do the right thing kind of stuff.
With
Asking
very
people.
different definitions of what the right thing is.
Exactly.
Yes.
So it's good to see a company that's kind of trying to bring that together and put some real, you know, pen to paper on. That's so old fashioned. But put pen to paper on it,
Right.
right? Or keystrokes to code, or whatever you want to call it. For people who are interested, let's get it out of the way. What's
Yeah.
the website?
HackerOne.com.
Easy enough.
yes.
And that's one, O-N-E, not the
Correct.
number one.
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about you, though, Chris. Give people a little background on your background.
So I've been working in the IT and security space, SaaS, for the last 25 years, at a point where I had to teach people what SaaS was and how to capitalize it. Worked in email security, worked web application firewalls, SASE, product Zero Trust Security, and then in the last year I joined HackerOne because I just found that they were doing something I thought was, sort of really exciting and different, and a chance to help customers solve real problems. So it's been exciting.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
What kind of problems customers are solving?
So part of what you described, so we're getting these reports of vulnerabilities. They come in via email. Sometimes it's, I found this problem, security bug. I'll tell you what it is if you give me 3 Bitcoin.
Right.
Troy Hunt, I think, coined the term beg bounties.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I got a good word for it. That's what we get a lot of.
Right. And so, sometimes they tweet at the CFO, and the CFO freaks out, right? Like we have, somebody tweeted to me, we have a
bad vulnerability.
Right?
Yeah.
All hands on deck.
Pull the alarm.
Right.
Break the glass.
Exactly. Unplanned work. And so things like the vulnerability or bug bounty program, there's some rigor for submitting these vulnerabilities. It's tell me what CVE or CWE it is. Tell me that we'll do a CVSS scoring. Tell me steps to reproduce, work to validate that. And so streamlining that for those teams to take that intake so that they're not getting pinged by the CFO at 3 o'clock in the morning, doing the crazy fire drills. That
Priceless.
alone.
Priceless,
Yeah,
like the
exactly.
MasterCard commercial, right? Priceless. Very cool. Let's talk a little bit about RSA, right?
Yeah.
It's, look, this isn't a pre-COVID RSA in terms of, pre-COVID, we were getting 45,000 people here. But this is certainly more people than I've been around in the last 2 years.
It is.
What's your impression?
My first RSA was 2019.
Okay.
And that was 45,000 attendees. And frankly, it was overwhelming to me. Even, this is pre-COVID, we were all out and about and interacting with people, but it was just so crowded, so many people.
It's big.
Right, so big. This year, numbers I heard before I came were around 20,000 attendees.
Yeah, that's what they were looking for.
And so I feel like still just as many vendors, but I'm having much more interesting conversations, the crush of people. The types of conversations, the problems they're trying to solve have sort of exploded over the last 2 years, but it's really been great and well attended globally.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
So I've been going to RSA every year since 2002.
Okay.
So I've been to a few. And you're right, they were progressively getting bigger and bigger. Now they're 45,000. What back then, 20,000 now. The buzz is back though. This seems normal, right? It seems pretty normal. The expo floor is alive, right? The keynotes are well attended. The parties are back. So, in that regard, I think also part of it though is, and the reason for it is that security continues to become a bigger and bigger and more of a mainstream kind of mindset, right? People are savvy that we got security issues.
Right.
We got to do something. What are the solutions? So I think as security becomes a higher and higher priority, this show in many ways represents the security industry to the world, and it reflects that.
Yeah, I think I've seen, in the last 3 or 4 years, a trend of in SEC filings for companies, they're calling out specific security vendors that they're using.
That's the world we live in now.
And their board members are looking for somebody. It's been in the past people that could connect you with other companies or had financial, but now they're really looking for at least someone on the board that has a deep security background as well to help guide and shepherd these companies. And so, I think it's becoming. The business cares more and more about the security aspects because it's critical to their future.
I agree with you 100%, man.
Yeah.
Anything else new, exciting you want to jump in on here?
A couple things at least at HackerOne, and then I would love to talk about any other security stuff that's going on in the world, or dogs, which is a topic we talked about last night a bit. So we've been working with attack surface management companies where they're bringing in all these assets. And to me, this has been one of the challenges that companies are trying to solve is developers are deploying code so quickly, their marketing teams are bringing up new resources, like you talked about, some of them you don't even host.
Right.
And it's really easy to take a credit card out
And just be done.
and bring a bunch of new infrastructure up. And so, we're working with these companies to try to risk rank that, because you'd love to test everything as thoroughly as you possibly could, but you've got to risk rank it and prioritize it. And so, having those conversations, that's really what we've been focused on, having conversations this year at RSA with customers about, is how are you doing that? How are you prioritizing that? How can we take that unionized, democratized, marshaled force of researchers and
So I'll
take
tell
them
you,
to
it's
task?
funny. I think when we first started this third-party SaaSification or third-party reliance, one of the reasons you did the third-party stuff was, I don't want to worry about that. I don't
Right.
care who their suppliers are. That's their problem. I just want one throat to choke,
Right.
right? And that fueled that whole third-party thing for a long time. But now we've come to find out that, you know what? Not good. Not good. We can't just set it and forget it. We need to understand who our third-party suppliers are.
Right.
If we don't, we wind up, with SolarWinds kind of situations or software supply chain SBOM stuff.
Yeah. It's it's a little trivial, but the cloud is just other people's computers. And so
We can't forget that.
you-
And we, though we want to trust those people, we got to do what we got to do.
Yeah, and in the past it's been like, who do you do pen test? What are you doing from a security perspective? And so moving beyond, the SaaS companies are doing releases generally at a minimum every 2 weeks, some of them daily, some hourly. If I'm doing annual pen tests, that's a great point in time snapshot, right? And so what are you doing more proactively? And I don't know, at some point your eyes glaze over if they start talking to you about their DAST and other...
There is a lot of that. DAST, SAST, IAST, and software composition analysis.
Right.
But yet the people who are contributing to HackerOne live for that stuff too.
They do.
And that's the beautiful part of it. Anyway, hey man, we're about out of time. Whoa, something's going on there. HackerOne.com. Check it out.
Hacker101.com if you want our free educational and
that's
capture the
cool.
flags. And
Absolutely.
That's 101.
Oh, okay, very cool. Binary.
Hacker 101, yes.
Yeah. All righty.
All right.
Hey man, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Chris.
Have a great RSA.
You too. We are live here at RSA Conference. It's Wednesday. We're going to be right back. Good? Hey everyone, we're back here live at RSA Conference. We're really happy to be streaming to you here from the Broadcast Alley location in Moscone West. A lot of the action's over in Moscone North and South, though there are some keynotes and a bunch of sessions here. Really happy to be here. My next guest is Ed Consovoy. Ed is with Teleport, right?
That's right.
Ev?
Ev.
EV Consovoy. And we're going to ask Ev to talk a little bit about himself. But before we do, I want to talk a little bit about Teleport.
Sure.
Tell us, Ev, who's Teleport? What do you guys do?
So Teleport is a company based in Oakland, California, but we are a remote-first company. And we provide the easiest and most secure way to access computing infrastructure. So what this means is, if you're an engineer, you need to access Linux servers via SSH, Windows machines via RDP, Kubernetes clusters, Grafana dashboards, numerous databases. So Teleport gives you the easiest way to get access to all of these resources, no matter where they are in the world.
Excellent. Sort of teleporting in.
Absolutely. I also think it's like a lot of people don't think too much about the meaning of word access, because there's like this network access, then there's kind of physical access, there are all kinds of access. So just to clarify, when I say that we provide access to your computing infrastructure, that includes secure connectivity, so you don't need VPN anymore.
Right.
And people here like to bash
No one
VPNs
loves their
a lot.
VPN.
So you don't need
That's how it
VPN
is.
anymore. So we connect you securely to anything you need. Even if it's actually something like in the real world, like flying around like a drone or an MRI machine, not just servers. The second thing we do is authentication. So you get single sign-on with your favorite IDM. The third thing of access, the third pillar, is authorization. So Teleport becomes your single source of truth. Like if you're an intern, what are you allowed to do? Like with Kubernetes, with servers, with dashboards, with applications, with databases. And the final one, obviously, the audit, real-time visibility into what's happening, as well as historical evidence of who did what, who's responsible. So that's what we do. Basically, connectivity, authentication, authorization, audit for everything you have.
Excellent. So, company's based in Oakland. How long? Teleport's been around how long now?
So Teleport product, so like we have open source roots. So
Yes.
we started existing as a repository on GitHub. So for a while, there was not a commercial product. So it was an internal thing, we built it for ourselves. And then, so we started marketing and selling it around 2018.
Excellent. And you guys recently, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Ev, but didn't you recently announce a round of funding?
Yes, yeah, we have. Like internally, there was a lot of excitement at Teleport because we just recently closed 110 million Series C round, led by Bessemer Venture Partners.
Great name.
And so existing investors obviously followed, and we also brought Insight Venture Partners as a significant.
Inside partners.
Yep,
Big.
yep. We just felt that at the scale that we're operating, it's good to have
That kind of
venture
muscle.
partners on both coasts of the country.
Well, Insight's global too, right? I mean, they're all over. And look, at that round, you probably had sort of like what we call a unicorn valuation, right?
Yeah, we were
Of $1
valued
billion.
at over $1 billion, 1.1 billion. Yeah.
Good.
But there was a lot of
great.
jokes in the office about that.
Well, there always is, but you know what? My father-in-law, rest his soul, used to say, rich or poor, it's nice to have money. And a $100 million round and $1 billion valuation, you could joke all you want, it's still a nice thing to have.
Those are nice round numbers. We like, yeah.
Excellent. So, you guys also released, so you started as open source and obviously, have a commercial, there's still open source, but you have the commercial product. You released a new version of product recently?
Yeah, it wasn't, so the interesting thing, if you have an open source as a product, which means that people come and download, so you have to have versions as opposed to something like SaaS that's continuously updated. So Teleport is both. So you could come to us and we could sell you a commercial edition, a Teleport Enterprise that you can download and run on your own infrastructure, but we also have a SaaS offering where we will do this for you. And the reason why SaaS is becoming more popular, because most companies, they do computing globally. So you have data centers in different countries. So when one of your engineers or your automation, like your CI/CD pipeline, needs to establish secure connection somewhere, like you need to optimize latency, you need to make sure that you're doing it in the most optimal way. That's a lot of work, and this is what our SaaS product does for you automatically. So it does smart routing on all of these connections. It's almost like your own private like CDN for access, so to speak. So yeah, we just recently launched Teleport 9. And the one exciting capability in Teleport 9 is Machine ID. You want to know what Machine ID is about, Alan?
Well, yes, of course I do have. What is machine identity
So the
about?
one thing that we were always deeply unhappy about with security and access in general is how siloed it is.
Yeah.
You have one like specific solution for accessing databases, another solution for accessing your network equipment, another solution for accessing servers, and so on and so forth. So our Teleport platform consolidates all of these protocols, so you get access to everything at once. But another source of the siloing is, like one silo would be humans accessing computers, machines, and another one machines talking to machines. And we believe that they all need to be consolidated. So the industry here at RSA, we all agree that identity is a very good idea. And Teleport 9 gives identities to machines.
Yeah.
And it's exact same source of policy also, that identity for humans. So with Teleport 9, you could actually define, like, here's my policy. This is who or what is allowed to access certain resources and under what circumstances. Having I'm not sure if anyone else is capable of doing it, but having a single source of truth, who or what can access specific data, is hugely important. So that's what we launched in Teleport 9, along with other features. And this is what's getting picked up by our existing customers. It's a very popular
Sure. I love
solution. Yeah.
Good stuff, Ev.
Yeah.
You know what? I think we did okay. We knocked off that checklist. Let's talk a little bit about you. What are you doing at Teleport these days?
Well, I happen to be CEO of Teleport, so I co-founded this company with a couple of friends.
And it was really, I mean, the whole open source grew out of you saw a need for something that wasn't there.
Yes. So the story of Teleport was part like I want to say unusual, but in Silicon Valley, nothing is unusual. Exactly.
No, it's actually very usual.
So we're kind of similar to Slack story. So we started the company to do globally distributed software deployments. So if you could imagine like a typical computing environment that consists of multiple databases and Grafana dashboard and CI/CD pipeline and a Kubernetes cluster and Linux boxes and like this.
I started a company to do a similar thing in 1999.
I'm seeing
Managed
sparks in your eyes.
distributed applications. It then became a security company. But
you see, yeah. So if you have thousands of sites all over the world where you need to do these deployments, that's what our original technology was for.
Yep.
Like we thought about putting our stuff into things like F-35 jet fighters at the Air Force, for example. So when you have all of these secure platforms globally distributed, how do you synchronize software deploy? Like that's how we started. That was our initial product.
Got it.
And obviously security and access and audits and the distributed nature of it. So we couldn't afford to have like a single database that said these are all the users. That wouldn't work. So that's where Teleport came out of. And because of these requirements that we had all of these sites and we had things that fly in the air and move around, not just servers. So the system had to be built in a way that's immune to human error. Because we believe that every vulnerability, every attack starts with a human making an accidental mistake.
Yep.
And almost always that mistake has something to do with the secret, with the password, with the private key material. So for this reason, Teleport is designed to be a completely secretless system, just to eliminate any possibility of human errors. It's basically biometric TPMs on your laptops, HSM on servers, and certificates everywhere that expire automatically. You could do single-use certificates and so on and so forth. So, but we internally didn't think that it would be a product.
Well, no.
Simply because it felt too radical. Like there are no passwords, there's like no private keys. Because everyone for SSH, the private key and the key rotation, it's a big deal. But people noticed that, as I said, it was sitting on GitHub. And I do remember having maybe like it was probably first conversation with someone who uses teleport, and they suddenly asked, "Can I pay you guys?"
Okay, right?
And that's how we
Nice.
had to
Isn't
come
that
up
a
with
good
pricing on
feeling?
the fly. Yeah, that was
Excellent.
like 3 years ago, but still. Anyway, that's the
Fantastic.
story of teleport. It's a side
Cool, man.
project turned into a huge success.
Sometimes those are the best ones.
Yeah.
Ev, thanks for coming on. It's a pleasure to see you
Always
again.
fun.
Check out Teleport. We're live here at RSA Conference. We're going to be right back in a moment. Hey everyone, we're back here live at RSA conference, coming at you, streaming to Europe and Asia and South America and Africa and the rest of the U.S. For those of you who can't be here at RSA, it's almost I would say it's as close a return to normalcy as I've seen.
Unexpected.
Yes,
Yeah.
unexpected's a good word
Yeah.
for it. I've heard numbers of 20 to 25,000 people here, which is still, to be fair, almost half of what it was in 2019.
But it's really busy.
But it's a lot of
Yeah.
people. It's a lot. I'm almost glad that we're in Moscone West, which is probably a little less crowded than North and
It
South.
is, yeah.
We're here in our broadcast studio because it gets crowded out there.
It's very crowded.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gentleman here who's going along with me agreeing is Eric Skinner, right? Eric's with Trend Micro. And welcome to Techstrong
Thanks.
TV, Eric.
It's a pleasure to chat with you.
Pleasure to have you here. So, Eric, I mean, let's continue this RSA thing.
Yeah.
You've been here before.
I have many times. Yeah.
What's your impression?
You know, the energy level is still high. Cybersecurity continues to be a high priority. Luckily, during the pandemic, cybersecurity remains super important for companies.
Yeah.
And so we still see a lot of customers here, a lot of prospects here who are still facing big challenges and looking for solutions. It's there's high energy.
I think
And a lot of hype too.
Luckily for security
Yeah.
vendors, I don't know if the people out there are so lucky, right, that we've had the security issues we've had. With the pandemic, we've had almost, and that, it's would be a good book. I haven't seen a good book or article on this, but
Yeah.
security, pandemic-related security issues, right? It seems like, what's the poster child for security during the pandemic? Software supply chain?
Well,
Zero trust?
I mean, certainly the huge shift in where people are working created big visibility challenges.
Yes.
So some of the zero trust stuff has obviously kicked
Yeah.
into high gear, but in general, IT security needing better awareness of what's going on because they can't just focus on the people in the office anymore. I mean, of course,
Absolutely.
even before, people were traveling and everything, but suddenly tons of people are out of the building. So
It's
yeah,
work
visibility
from
became a big
anywhere.
problem.
It's
Yeah.
work from anywhere.
Yeah.
So Eric, and it's fueling, as we said, and so it's been a good time at RSA.
Yeah.
Let's talk Trend Micro though,
Sure.
right? So Trend Micro, look, if you're like me, you've been in security a while. Trend's one of the players, always has been, right?
Yeah.
And
30 years.
years and years. And originally it was more, back then it was AV and then endpoint security. But we've seen over the last few years, Trend is kind of a full-featured security platform, if
You're
you
right.
will. Right? Cloud, endpoint, identity access, threat management, all of the
Network. Yep.
network, all of the players. And it really, I guess you formalized that whole platform thing as Trend Micro 1, right?
That's right. We pulled things together into something new that we call Trend Micro One, which is really a unified cybersecurity platform, pulling together the capabilities of the various components that Trend Micro has had. In some cases for a long time, in some cases for a more recent amount of time. And that really started with the initiatives around XDR a few years ago. We were one of the very first companies to embrace and innovate with XDR because we saw the value of connecting the dots between these platforms. The threats are moving faster, the attackers are moving faster. We see this in ransomware cases now where, instead of taking days or weeks, they're taking hours, minutes. So XDR's ability to detect threats that are moving in subtle ways across the organization. That was the first step of tying together our platform. And then we saw the potential to do even more.
But wait, there's more, right? What's interesting as I sit here talking to you, thinking about it, Eric, is first of all, security today isn't what security was 25 years ago when I started, right?
No.
It was there was network security, there was endpoint security. Now, there's so many facets, attack surfaces, threat intel, threat response, cloud, DevSecOps. I mean, there's a lot of different elements to today. There's at best, a handful of companies who can pull all of these disparate parts together
Yeah.
into one platform, if you will.
That's right.
Like a Gen Micro One. Because it really means it's to get your arms around this.
Yeah, a lot of organizations are struggling, first of all, to keep up with the various detections and the various alerts that come up in
Every day.
platforms.
Yeah.
But we've also got this attacker behavior where they're working really hard to hide, and they're doing subtle things that don't necessarily trigger detections or alerts in the individual silos. And so one of the things that XDR brought to the table, and now we see XDR all over this trade show this year, is that XDR is looking for those subtle clues and correlating them across the environment, really taking what was a terrific solution in EDR and expanding EDR to cover a broader range of things, not just the endpoint.
Yep.
So XDR was that first step to really help organizations find the attackers in a way that the individual solutions were not able to do. And organizations have to do this faster because the attackers are moving faster.
No doubt.
Yeah.
The attackers move fast. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't want to say they're smarter, but they're certainly much better organized.
They're terrifically well funded, and they are organized, and they're actually specialized. We
Yeah.
see attacker groups that focus on initial entry, and then each stage of the attack has groups of attackers that you can hire,
Yeah.
and you can get
But
tech
they
support
work
from
together,
them. And
right?
they do,
Like,
exactly.
This
Yeah,
group
yeah.
does this to do their thing, but then the byproduct they sell out the back door, right?
Yeah.
To the next group that
Exactly.
works with that stuff.
Yeah.
It's a whole ecosystem.
And it's a SaaS platform in a
Yeah,
lot of cases,
crazy.
and they know that the faster they execute, the more likely they are to get the
the
payoff.
bigger the fish.
So
Wider
they're
the
hiding
net.
and they're moving fast, and it's up to security vendors like us and security teams in our customers to detect as rapidly as possible. And so the old ways don't work.
Nope.
Yeah.
Let's jump into this Gen Micro
The next
One.
part, yeah.
Go for
Okay.
it.
So we had the power of XDR already helping our customers, and we saw the ability that was bringing to our customers, and then layering on top of that managed detection and response, which is so critical for so many organizations. But we realized that there were still gaps in terms of customers' security coverage, their visibility. For example, we talked to our incident response teams, and I asked them, hey, where are these serious attacks originating? Not what country are they originating, but what is the first step in the attack? And they said, actually, it's pretty simple. 50% of the attacks start with phishing, and the other 50% start with unknown, unmanaged, or misconfigured internet-facing assets. And we said to ourselves, well, that's pretty interesting, because at the time, when we were having these conversations 2 years ago, we didn't help customers identify those things. So what we've done is we've extended this platform, and we've built this Trend Micro One platform that not only does XDR, but does attack surface management. And we really break that up into 3 stages. First of all, discovering your attack surface. What do you have? And then secondly, assessing the risk to really understand, okay, well, where are the problems? And really synthesizing all the information that's available to us from our own stack, but also third-party integrations, to then help the customer with the 3rd stage, which is mitigating the risk. You can't fix everything, so what are the 3 most important things you have to do today?
Yep.
Right? And the power of that is tremendous with respect to getting the customer to focus on the most important things.
Love it. Now,
Yeah.
nothing in security is ever done.
No.
What's next?
Oh man, come on, we just shipped this thing 2 months ago.
Well, yeah, I know, but
I think that there's a ton of enrichment that still happens in this concept of attack surface risk management. The job is not done, right? So how can we improve discovery? How can we improve that risk assessment? There's a ton of customer interest in how we're doing this risk assessment and helping them understand how their security posture and the overall health of their environment is improving or decreasing over time, and why. What are we seeing there? And we're continuing to work with the thousands of preview customers who are using this platform on tuning that, helping them get the most value out of it. And then there's the automation capabilities that come with that remediation. And we're not going to say that everything is going to get automated. That's unrealistic. But
Yep.
there are certain things that can be automated, and we're taking bites out of that already, and we're going to continue to do more ourselves and with SOAR partner integrations.
That was a new word, SOAR. Let's talk about that.
Security, orchestration, automation.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Yeah.
is SOAR part of the Trend Micro platform?
It's
Or are you partnering with SOAR providers?
we have a diverse customer base. So we have small organizations and large organizations using the product. So one of the big transformations for Trend in the last year is we've really opened up interconnectedness with the ecosystem and recognizing, for example, that we can get a lot of visibility by plugging into partners like Tenable and Qualys or Active Directory or Okta, or a wave of different companies that are gradually getting integrated with. But also on the automation side, especially if you're a larger organization, you're probably already using a SOAR platform. So we are integrating with third-party platforms, and then we're providing some basic capabilities native to our own platform, so the smaller customers get some of that built-in functionality. And we're not telling them, oh, ours is better, because the reality is for those larger customers, those pure play SOAR products are going to be better for them.
Absolutely. Hey, Eric, this has been pretty dense information in here. We've packed a lot into a little bit of time. If you don't mind, we'll put Trend Micro 1 to the side a second.
Sure.
What else beyond one? I mean, Trend Micro is a many tentacled kind of thing now. What else do you see coming down?
Well, one of the interesting areas that you brought up already is Zero Trust, which is not a product per se from anybody, but it's a philosophy that's really important and growing in popularity for good reason. And so think of that as sort of a horizontal slice through things that Trend is doing. And in fact, the reason we built the risk assessment functionality in Trend Micro 1 started with Zero Trust projects at Trend, where we said, well, okay, a lot of these vendors that are doing Zero Trust today, they're really doing network plumbing. They're kind of like, okay, instead of wide open VPN, we're going to do point-to-point network connectivity, and we're going to do segmentation. And that's important. But one of the basic concepts of Zero Trust is that you need to continuously assess the health of devices and identities, because you're trying to decide whether to continue trusting them, right? The definition, never trust, always verify.
Yep.
So that always verify is a thing that we've noticed many vendors have skipped. And we've taken it incredibly to heart, this concept of continuous assessment. And so one of the things the Trend Micro 1 engine is able to do is provide really sophisticated assessment of identity health and device health, and that's going to power any kind of Zero Trust solution that the customers use. So we feel that Zero Trust is an important area. There's a lot of hype, there's a lot of confusion.
There's certainly a lot of hype this year at RSA about it.
Well, one of the things we saw is tons of vendors basically said, oh yeah, Zero Trust is important. Okay, everything we already have built for the last 20 years,
Is
that's
Zero Trust.
And that's not really
But that's
helpful.
typical of this industry,
It's not
quite
really
frankly. Yeah. There's always some new buzzword that everyone gathers around. You know what we didn't tell people, though? They want to find out more about Trend Micro 1. Where are they going?
They're definitely going to trendmicro.com, and they will find it all there.
It's right on the front page.
Oh, yeah.
Cool, man.
Absolutely.
Hey, thanks for being with us here at RSA
pleasure.
this year. We're going to take a break. It's my pleasure. We are live, streaming live at from Moscone West, Broadcast Alley. What is it? It's about almost quarter after 10 here in the morning. We got a full day of broadcasting. So stay with us. We'll be right back. Hey everyone, we're back here live from RSA conference. We're in Moscone West on Broadcast Alley. We've been here all week and we'll be here through Thursday, last day of the show. I'm really happy to be joined by a good friend of mine. This guy, well, first of all, let me introduce her. It's Larry Mascheroni. Mascheroni.
But I don't.
Okay.
I don't get sensitive about it.
I know. But anyway, my friend Larry here, you know, if you want to know about DevSecOps, he's one of the probably top 5 people that I would recommend you to. I first met Larry. We do our DevSecOps thing every year for the last 7 years. So I think Larry's presented at 5 of them, maybe more. He was at Comcast where he ran their DevSecOps program. He's recently moved over to our friends at Contrast Security and doing a great job there. He's going to tell us a little bit about Contrast. But really, if you get a chance, Google him, look up any presentations he's done. He did a great one yesterday at our DevSecOps event. It'll be available online probably within about a month at our virtual, what's the right word? The virtual second half of yesterday's event. But I don't mean to embarrass him. But anyway, Larry Mascheroni, Contrast Security. Hey, Larry, welcome.
Alan, thank you. It's always a pleasure to be here with you.
Absolutely, man. So I don't know if we're going to have a lot of time to talk DevSecOps today, depending on what aspect. But we got a lot to talk about Contrast.
We do.
And Contrast Security is a name, our audience is familiar, right? We've had Jeff Williams on here many times, and others. But not everyone, that's the beauty of live TV. Who knows who's logging in, watching this right now? Not everyone may be familiar with Contrast. So why don't we start there?
Yeah, so Contrast has a platform, perhaps the most complete AppSec platform on the market today. The anchor of our platform is technology that we're really way ahead of everyone else on. It's IaaS, not static application security testing, but interactive application security testing. And IaaS is great. It has advantages in terms of accuracy and speed. It's a little bit limited in terms of where you can use it. Certain criteria need to be met for it to be effective. So we complement that with a SaaS offering to get people started. And that SaaS offering is fairly new to our platform, and that's what we're really excited about and talking about here at the conference.
Absolutely. And look, to be clear, I mentioned Jeff Williams' name. I remember sitting a similar setup here at RSA with Jeff 4 or 5 years ago, and he said, if it's not application security, it don't mean a thing, right? And I laughed, but he was right. But that's Jeff, right?
Yeah.
Jeff's roots are in the
OWASP,
and all of that. So it is all about application security.
And the data says, 70% of the exploits, the attacks that have been successful in the wild in the last few years were application vulnerabilities, not infrastructure vulnerabilities. You go back a couple of decades and it was flipped the other way around. So,
Absolutely.
So we needed to shift the investment, and we did, so yeah.
Good. So kind of set the tone here. You know what we didn't say though? What's your role at Contrast?
So you said DevSecOps. DevSecOps Transformation Architect is now my official title.
Okay.
I help customers essentially establish a program like the program we had at Comcast.
Yep.
Basically scaled it to 600 development teams over the course of 5 years. Essentially replaced the traditional way of doing AppSec with this developer-first, developer-centric
Can't think of a better person to do it. All right, Larry, we've laid the groundwork.
Okay.
This next part's all you, man.
Yeah.
Talk to us. What's new here?
Yeah, so I'm super excited here at RSA. We've announced and we're talking about a new product. It's called CodeSec, and and I'm not exaggerating. It is the most accurate and fastest static application security testing tool ever built by an order of magnitude, and we have the data to back it up.
So I'm sure you wouldn't be making that boast without the data to back it up. But tell me what if you can, don't do anything that's going to get us all in trouble.
No.
But what's the secret sauce here? What's enabling it to go so much faster?
Yeah, so first of all, we have a new algorithm right out of
Okay.
research, right out of PhD. We call it demand-driven SAST, Static Application Security Testing. And it's a next generation leap forward. So let me explain how it's a next generation leap forward. So every other SaaS tool on the market starts by trying to build what's called a data flow graph to see how your data flows through the application. And this is very time consuming to explore perfectly and deeply, so they make trade-offs with speed by simplifying and approximating the data flow model. This introduces inaccuracies. So the SaaS vendors are constantly trying to make this trade-off between speed and accuracy by turning this dial of how many approximations they make with their data flow model. So we don't try to build the entire data flow model though. We just build the security relevant parts of the data flow model, which is a small fraction of the whole data flow model, and then we spend some of that extra time on building it deeper and more accurately. And so that's fundamentally how we pull it off.
So it's really you getting the information we need, not a lot of extemporaneous
right.
stuff that usually got caught up in the net of these static.
There are some advantages to building a complete data flow model because you don't necessarily know what's security relevant when you're building the model. And so the way these things work is you define a query language that queries this model, and CodeQL, the QL in QL, GitHub's product, is query language, and Checkmarx calls their rule sets queries.
Right.
And so that enables sort of the separation of the analysis engine and the rule set in a nice sort of clean architecture. But that clean, separate architecture is also where the inaccuracy and the speed problems come in.
Well, I would imagine it's about, like, what, again, just like we do this interview, right? You lay your foundation, your baseline, and then you build upon it. It's the same thing here. You could go do that full-blown kind of, everything.
The whole data flow analysis.
Right. But once you have that baselined, if you will, you really, it's like doing diff. Right, like doing differentials.
Right, you don't want to.
It's a lot easier to do a diff than go do the whole thing.
So this is somewhat like that, but we're basically figuring out which of the data flow paths that are going to actually have security implications, and only exploring those.
Got it. So is this available to all Contrast customers now? Is it an add-on?
No, it is, and here's one of the best parts about it. We're making it available for free.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
So we're
like free or
like free.
Okay.
The product is targeted at developers, developer first. We're going for a developer first security movement. We want to attack. We want people to try it out and get to use it, and we'll figure out how to make money on it. Later.
Look into this camera here, then, for our developers out there. Where are they going to go get this?
So the contrastsecurity.com website, it'll be CodeSec is the name of it.
CodeSec.
CodeSec is the featured product. And
say it again.
In a few clicks. Free. In a few clicks, in a few minutes, you can get started.
Really?
Yes. It's designed to be quick and easy to use. And
it's available now.
It's available now, yeah.
Fantastic, man. Good stuff. Larry, anything else we want to talk about? Other than you rocked it yesterday as well.
That was fun. I love talking about DevSecOps. There are a couple of things I could sort of talk about with the CodeSec product as well.
Go ahead.
So it has a SaaS part, but we also have bundled the world's best AWS serverless product with it as well. That's also free.
Also free.
Also free.
Say that again. Also free.
Also free. Yes.
Okay.
It's all part of CodeSec.
Larry, who's paying for you, man?
Well, it's a command line interface. It's meant to get developers hooked.
Got it.
But of course, we're going to go meet with the security leadership at your organization once a bunch of your development teams are using it, and we'll sell the whole interface and the whole package.
That's the way it's done.
And then you get to upgrade to our superior IS technology eventually when you're mature enough to get off of SaaS.
Love it, man. Larry, It's
Thanks,
a joy
Alan.
to see you, man. I'm so sorry we haven't, well, can't help it. We couldn't see each other for 2 years.
Yeah,
But let's
that was
make
a
up
shame.
for it.
Okay.
We'll see you on soon.
Great. Thanks,
All
Alan.
right. Larry Mascheroni here on Techstrong Live. We're at RSA conference. Something must have happened because there's a lot of people walking around. It must be in between sessions or
Must
there's
be.
a keynote or something. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Go check out, what's the name of the new product?
CodeSec by Contrast
CodeSec
Security.
by Contrast Security. It's free. Go check it out. We'll be right back.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond, CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and MediaOps CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv. CISO
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps. ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond, CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and MediaOps CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts, this is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps.
Hey everyone, we're back here live at RSA Conference. We're at a Broadcast Alley. We're in Moscone West. It's, I guess, day 3, technically, of RSA Wednesday. There's some light traffic. I think something just let out. But I'm really happy to be joined by Mehul Revankar.
You got that right.
You may recognize Mehul when we were out in Las Vegas. I guess it was a year ago almost, right?
November last year.
A little less than a year, yeah, about 9 months. We had the pleasure of interviewing Mehul at the Qualys Security Conference customer event there, which was a pretty good conference. But we're out here now in RSA Week. Qualys had their own, which they've been doing for years, conference yesterday. It was over at the Palace Hotel, I believe, this year, right?
Yeah.
Usually St. Regis, or in past years. But the big announcement there was around an upcoming new release of VMDR.
That is correct.
And Mehul, I guess before we jump into what the new release is, let's talk about what is VMDR. As a matter of fact, I think when we spoke in Vegas, it had just, we were just talking about that.
Talking about it. Yeah,
that was version 1.0. But let for those in the audience maybe not familiar, give us a quick primer.
So VMDR is an all-in-one solution to discover, prioritize, and remediate vulnerabilities and misconfigurations at scale. And we launched it about 2 years ago, the first version of VMDR. And what we were seeing then about 2 years ago was, organizations were dealing with too many tools, fewer solutions. So they had a solution for asset management. They had a solution for vulnerability assessment and detection. They had a different solution for prioritization, a different solution for remediation, right? So we looked at this and we built upon our 20 years of building world-class vulnerability management products to consolidate this into a single solution so that you can assess, discover, prioritize, and remediate vulnerabilities at scale. It was more about tool consolidation. And what happened as a result of it is organizations could quickly understand their infrastructure quickly across a very hybrid infrastructure, cloud, IT, OT, mobile, everything, and they could start to query their infrastructure. They could ask questions to their infrastructure in terms of how many assets do I have that don't have an EDR agent installed? Like when SolarWinds happen, right? Where is SolarWinds in my infrastructure?
Where's Log4j?
Yeah, exactly. And customers just didn't know. It took weeks for them to get those kind of answers. We also helped speed up the vulnerability scanning process. It used to take weeks and months to launch a scan, get the results, and by the time you got the results, they were too old. We got it to the point that you could get vulnerability assessment in 4 hours, every 4 hours. Right? It was kind of game changing in the VM space. It was unheard of. And now we are getting to the point where customers are, can you do it sub 1 hour? It was the industry standard was weeks and months, and now it was in hours, and now can you get it in real time? And so, and we also basically coupled it with our patch management solution so that they could not just prioritize the vulnerabilities, but also remediate them at scale. And we did some analysis earlier this year. Customers were able to fast patch the key vulnerabilities in 60% faster with VMDR. So basically, VMDR changed the game on VM to do it completely. So it's an all-in-one solution to do everything to do the job of vulnerability management really well.
Excellent. Excellent. So, but like, as good as it was, and all of that goodness that you packed in there,
Yeah.
it was still a 1.0
1.0
product,
release, yeah.
right? And look, I've been in product and security a long time. Once you put it out there, you start realizing, wow, wouldn't it be great if it also did this? Or we really need to do that? Or, things have changed and people really want, this is what they're
Correct.
telling us is important.
Right.
And so many times, that's why it's a 1.0 product.
Right.
Now we announced 2.0 yesterday.
Correct.
And it'll be available, well, this is going out live right now.
That is correct.
It'll be available later this month.
Later this month. That is correct.
All right, so give us the highlights. What's 2.0 about?
So as we came out of the 1.0 release, we again went on, talking to our customers in terms of what they were looking for. And we also look at the market landscape. What we're seeing that is the exploits were becoming faster than ever before. Like in 2018, 2019, the average time it took for exploit to become weaponized was about a year. In 2022, that is about 9 days. In Log4Shell, we saw that this was 48 hours, right? The Log4Shell hell, anyone who's been through December 10th, 11th, and 12th, like it was really crazy, right? And when we talk to our stakeholders, it is the same stakeholders, but they had different challenges. The questions they were asking were, where am I exposed to risk? Like what is the impact of, apply, these vulnerabilities? How is my organization exposed to it? How can I reduce or close the gap between IT and security? How can I, reduce my MTTR? Are we even fixing the right things to focus on risk? So it is, all the conversations that we were having were more around risk and less about vulnerabilities, and also more around automation. Like because even though the exploits are happening faster, the resources are not scaling to the same at the same rate. So you have to do more with less, and it's not feasible to do it with the current manual processes and so on. So we introduced Qualys VMDR 2.0 with TrueRisk. So that brings in capability to measure and quantify cyber risk in your organization, and we did this across not just vulnerabilities, assets and asset groups, give you a very holistic picture of your true risk. So I'll give you some example. So when we look at risk is a very multifaceted. Like the risk of an asset that is exposed to the internet versus internal is completely different. The risk of a vulnerability that is critical based on CVSS but is not widely exploited versus something that is medium severity, which is getting exploited in the wild, used by malware families, is on an external asset, is it completely different. The risk from a vulnerability that has been mitigated or compensated in some way is grossly
much
different.
less,
Much less.
Well,
right?
Look, I've been doing this for years, the whole vulnerability and risk thing. Not all risk is equal.
Correct.
Not all vulnerabilities are equal. And it's not just as simple as saying, oh, this is a critical, this is a medium, or
Correct.
this is a low. Is there an exploit
Correct.
out there? Is it reachable?
Correct.
Right?
Is it weaponized?
Is it weaponized
Is it
yet?
weaponized?
Right? Because all of that has to go into a risk factor or a risk score,
Exactly.
which is more important than how NIST or MITRE.
Anyone could rate it.
Right.
Exactly. So that's what we essentially did. We brought in a very holistic risk scoring algorithm into our platform, so when we assess the risk of an asset, we assess the true risk of that asset within your organization. Where is it located? What is the business value of this asset? How many vulnerabilities does it have? How many misconfigurations does it have? Is it located and exposed to the internet? So our point of view on risk is, if you could have a squeaky clean system, which has no vulnerabilities on it, but it's poorly misconfigured, it's still a high risk.
Yeah.
You could have a system that could be completely clean, no misconfiguration, no vulnerabilities, but we see a malware event on it. We see a confirmed malware on it. That is a high risk, right? So we've taken all of that and we've packaged it in a very transparent algorithm so that customers can see why this asset is high risk, and then also give them workflows to actually integrate with our patch management solution to take actions to remediate and eliminate that risk
in the most efficient
in
way.
the most
That
efficient,
you did have.
Yeah, in the most efficient way. So we did that for the assets. And the second thing we did was we also applied the same concept at the vulnerability level. So in addition to the CVSS score, we are also taking into account, like, is the exploit code weaponized? Is, which threat actors or malware families are exploiting it? And we built, as part of this, one of the most comprehensive threat and exploit intelligence database that is out there, and that gives us real-time intelligence into, is anyone exploiting that vulnerability right now? We can give that level. So when that factors into our algorithm, and then we closed it out by looking at what we found on that asset. So if we found a compensating control on that asset for that vulnerability, we'll rank it lower so that you can go and prioritize other aspects of it. All of this allows us to assess the risk for groups of assets. So you can say, how is my New York office doing versus my London office doing? How is my finance doing versus marketing? So you can basically gamify the system to compare how, and then not just that, then track the risk reduction over time for each team. So see, you can, which teams are doing better versus which teams are not doing better, and then you can push those respective teams to do more.
Right. Well, yeah, you're in last place, right?
Exactly. So basically taking the risk quantification angle and giving them a risk view of the infrastructure. So that's the first part we did. The second thing we did is we invested heavily in automation and no-code workflows. So we introduced, one of the things we see is there is still, even after introducing patch management, what we saw, there is still a silo between IT and security. IT loves to live in their tools. Security loves to live in their own tools, right? So we introduced new applications on the ServiceNow store where you can directly import college findings into ServiceNow, create tickets, and assign it to the right teams so that there is no manual spreadsheets, PDF reports to go around. You have a shared context.
Well, it brings it into this whole IT service management piece now, right? Because once you bring it into ServiceNow, now you're getting it out to the proper teams. Because that was always one of the problems, right? The people who did the scan, the people who assessed the risk even, and when people did it, right, were not the people who fixed it.
Correct, right? Exactly.
And so, and it's like when you play football. Every time you hand the ball off, there's a chance of a fumble, right? And it's just, that's the way it is.
That's a good analogy, right?
Every 100 handoffs, you're going to have X amount of fumbles.
Exactly, and it's very important for the IT and security teams to have a shared context for operating. So once you have that context, then for example, if a vulnerability is on an internet-facing asset that has a criticality of 90 or greater, always fix it.
Right.
Always fix it. No question.
And that's an easy rule. Yeah.
Easy. Once you have that shared context, then and you assign it. You create the tickets, assign it to the right teams, and you can track it completely in your IT tool. You don't have to come into a security tool and see what is going on. That simplifies the whole process.
And let me just emphasize that, because that has been a problem, because whether we're talking about DevOps or ITSM, what we've got to understand is that when we develop security tools for security people, and then we ask a developer or a help desk guy or someone, come into my security tool.
I mean, my fundamental belief is for vulnerability management to work well, 3 key aspects have to converge: people, technology, and processes. If you don't tackle them, you can make as many improvements as you want on technology side. If the people and processes don't move, it's not going to. You got nothing. You're not going to do anything.
No, I think that's a lesson that we've learned. You can't expect those people to. Let's talk APIs.
So the one thing we did is, we also made sure that this solution that we built is API first. Mm-hmm. Everything that we expose in terms of our risk, in terms of our scores, everything is available through our API. So large enterprises can consolidate this data into their own data lakes. Right? They can build their own reporting and dashboard. I mean, we always obviously want customers to come to our UI and do the reporting directly from there. But we acknowledge that this is available. Customers will use the Domos and the Tableaus and the the Splunks of the world.
Yep.
That's their single pane of glass console. So they can bring in this data. Everything is available through the API. And one thing I want to also add is we also added low-code integrations where you can basically automate workflows like quarantining assets, or launching scan on assets that are coming up on cloud. All that is also included in VMDR. So that closes out the story of vulnerability management end to end. So we went from discovery to assessment to prioritization to remediation. Now remediation tracking, across a complete team, so that you don't have to buy a lot of solutions. You can consolidate a lot of your threat intelligence and ticketing solutions directly into Qualys VMDR without having the friction. And we also made sure this is all included in VMDR. There is no additional cost associated with even like the ITSM tool, because then there is no friction from the IT team. Oh, we have to pay money. We don't want.
That's brilliant.
So there is less friction to adopt, and once they adopt, then this is great. We don't have to deal with manual spreadsheets anymore, right?
Yeah.
And then it's all automated.
It's not only the manual spreadsheet. You talk about low code, no code, not to scare anyone, right? When we talk about low code, no code, it's almost like taking building blocks and connecting them.
Correct.
Right? It's not, I got to write a little script here or a little code there or a snippet here. It really is a visual sort of, I want this to that, and you connect your dots and you're done.
And we, as part of the solution, what we are also invested in is we provide out-of-the-box templates. So you don't have to start from scratch.
Yeah.
So like installing the agent, checking the IP address, like
it's all good.
There are ready-made templates. You have to make some tweaks to it, and you are off and running.
And I'm running.
Off and running, and it's ready.
I love it.
Yeah,
it's
one of the most exciting updates. If anyone is interested, go to our website.
That's what I was just going to say. Where do they go?
They go to our website, qualys.com/TrueRisk. Sign up for a free 60-day trial or no cost 60-day trial, and we'll get you on board and excited.
That's what
to get
free
this
is, right?
and
so let me repeat this though. Qualys.com/tourist. TOURIST.
True Risk.
True Risk. Excuse me. That's why I asked you.
TRURISK. True Risk.
TRURISK.
Without the E.
No E in True.
No E. That's the marketing angle.
All right. True Risk without the E. It's Qualys.com. True Risk. It's a pleasure to see you again, my friend.
Thank
Hope
you.
to see you again soon.
Same here.
Enjoy the rest of RSA
You too.
week. We're going to take a break here. We're live at RSA. We'll be back in a moment. Sit. They're going to unhook you. Don't worry.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Techstrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with Rick Longenecker, who is the CISO over at Open Systems. Rick, thank you so much for joining me today. Really do appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Charlene. Really looking forward to it. It's a pleasure to be here with Techstrong TV.
All right, great. Thank you. So I would like to talk to you about cybersecurity and artificial intelligence and the way organizations are kind of drowning these days. But before we get started with that, I was wondering if you can introduce us to Open Systems.
So my name is Rick Longenecker. I'm the CISO for a company named Open Systems. We're a security and networking provider based in Europe and also in Redwood City, California, pretty rapidly growing. What we do is for the last 30 years, we've been focused on what's called SD-WAN or connectivity globally. We were one of the pioneers there. which has now been termed as SASE by Gartner. But I'm really, really excited about our new business. We've really focused up and partnered with Microsoft on what's called managed detection and response, or essentially security services for the Fortune 5000, you could say. So we work in manufacturing, healthcare, education has been a real growing area. And we cover 180 plus companies globally with employees from all over the world. So it's
That's
a real pleasure to be here.
All right. Yeah, I remember open systems from the SD-WAN days and in the networking space. So, but cybersecurity is actually. Yeah, if you think about the SD software-defined networking, I mean that's a huge. There's a huge security element to that also, which is kind of a natural progression for open systems to kind of move into this space. So congratulations to Open Systems for attacking this area that is it's a hard nut to crack sometimes. But we do want to talk to you about artificial intelligence and cybersecurity, because it seems like we hear a lot about artificial intelligence and AI and machine learning in cybersecurity. And these days it seems to be table stakes, but I wonder if it's really doing a lot of good for cybersecurity. I mean, obviously there are a lot of things that AI and machine learning can do in cybersecurity and is doing to help kind of elevate the security posture of organizations. But, how much are we looking at these days that's quite literally still a kind of a catchphrase or a buzzword that within with cybersecurity companies? I mean, how prevalent is AI really, real AI, and how is it really helping organizations?
Well, AI or essentially machine learning or automated machine learning, you could say, is taking off. Of course, one of our acquisitions in the last year, as we really went into the cybersecurity space headstrong, as part of our managed detection and response services, was the acquisition of a data science company. And basically, cyber today is really based on activity. There's a huge amount of data. I mean, you can no longer run a security operations center or do other security activities without being able to handle huge quantities of data. I mean, if you even look at remote work and other things, the amount of different data sources and different scenarios that can happen to different users over time generates a lot of data. And the only way to handle data smartly is one, from an infrastructure perspective, but really from the machine learning or AI perspective. And what we're seeing from the attackers is, of course, a lot of open source libraries now that essentially enable, you could say, the common script kiddie to start to really utilize this stuff. You're seeing it on an information level perspective, in terms of, fake media and other things, but it also can be used to automate and implement different types of attacks. Although, you got a little bit before, there is a lot of talk in the industry about AI or ML and what its impacts are. There's some cases, like in every area of technology, that maybe doesn't live up to its promises, but there's other areas where it's been intensely useful. One of the ways that we work through this is that we do apply ML and you could say AI, to how we handle different types of data sources. We did work for a while, and we still pursue our own algorithm for understanding if a mail is phishing, which we use as a secondary source outside of products we do from other companies that integrate things. We also use it for domain verification, right? A lot of attacks might come from domains that are kind of questionable. You can take traditional sources like Whois and domain tools and other things to find a reputation of other services, but we also try to automate that in terms of our operations. The true use for all this stuff down the line is with our MDR service. Essentially, we're augmenting most organizations. We're the type of organization, and that we believe that this is very strongly, as does Microsoft, that over time, there's a practical aspect to security, and essentially, companies can no longer handle what script kiddies or other groups are throwing at them, or do security operations themselves. So essentially, we offset different companies' security teams, enabling them to focus on their own problems. And then we have, of course, outsourced operations that we augment your teams. And part of that, again, of course, is working with ML and AI in order to make our operations a bit more efficient and automated. But there's still a huge aspect of this across the board that needs people. So it's not a solution in its own.
Yeah. So that actually kind of speaks to the crux of my question, which is, are we relying too much on AI and ML? I mean, are you seeing organizations just kind of flipping the switch and saying, all right, well, we got AI, we got ML, we don't need to worry about it anymore. We'll just go let the systems run, and we'll just go about our business. Because it seems like a lot of things that are happening these days with respect to cybersecurity, a lot of the breaches that happen are happening for some really kind of stupid reasons.
So I've been in the game about 15 years. I helped set up the security program at the UN. I was a CISO at a big alarm company. So we had a lot of cameras and alarms everywhere, all over Europe and South America, a bit like ADT, if you're familiar in the States.
Yep.
And, we've got a lot of, banking, manufacturing, other customers. And basically, security still boils down to the fundamentals. Nothing's changed in the last 15 years. I think, Charlene, it's still fundamentals.
Yeah.
And there are some organizations out there that might buy the newest, flashiest product and think that they're protected. And in the end, they're not, because usually the way AI works, or some sort of machine learning, is that it looks at things and it generates alerts. And nobody ever turns on, block this function based on some algorithm or something, because, half the time it could be wrong and you could cause a lot of problems. And in the end, what they do is they essentially come to the conclusion that they need help or somebody to actually look at those alerts and actually act on them. And a lot of those AI and ML tools are very, very helpful in order to make more defined alerts, or to flag something that you might have not otherwise already seen. But in the end, it's still an operational endeavor, right? That you're going to have to understand how it fits in your organization. And any organization today, and I don't think there's actually too many of them now that are simply relying on external tools and just turning them on. I think pretty much everybody's come to the realization that it's still, they must have their own programs or partners, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it makes total sense. And especially over the course of the last couple of years, with so many things changing with respect to the way people work, where they work, the systems that they're using these days, the infrastructure has shifted even more to cloud. They're just, it is certainly, it's a sea change from 2 years ago, when, most workers were still in an office, and I would say the security team had a much better handle on what was happening within the organization from a security perspective and protection. It kind of became the Wild West for a while, when everybody was sent home, and we, really weren't keeping track, or as good track as maybe we should have, when it came to cybersecurity controls and locking down systems, and just knowing where the employees were, what sites they were using and things of that nature. So it's a much different landscape today. So I can understand why organizations are increasingly relying on tools that are infused with AI and ML to help them, particularly since we're not going back to an all on-premises work environment, perhaps ever again. I mean, I work in an office, but I kind of have to a lot of the time. So I just,
well, you
for me, it's like
I'm at home in Luzerne, Switzerland. So I mean, basically,
there you go.
I mean, it's been wonderful. I think there was just an article that New York is, people are planning a 49%. It was in Forbes or something, 49% utilization in the office, right? Even in New York, and downtown's going to the residency is going to go down. I think what we've really found and why we partner with Microsoft, and a lot of organizations are doing this, is basically in order to support remote work. I mean, cloud tools, whether it's Microsoft, Google, Zoom, et cetera, have had a huge utilization, and at the same time, open up a lot of different gaps. And with Microsoft's, for instance, I mean, it's almost in every organization, whether it's SharePoint, email, et cetera, a lot of confidential information in there. A lot of interesting stuff that can happen with remote access to that, or lack of monitoring around that. And if you talk about ML and AI, the different providers have really, and I stress Microsoft because we work with them, and most organizations we find do, they've really developed a lot of different tools within their platforms that incorporate ML and AI, that give you those alerts, that give you that what's called Superman. So, for instance, if one person's logged into one place, and and then all of a sudden there's a login from another place, that essentially you've got this alert that tells you that somebody is something's happening that maybe isn't physically possible, right? And these sorts of alerts and that sort of, you could say, practical MLAI isn't necessarily harnessed. It's available to most organizations when they buy different subscriptions and different protections, but it's not necessarily harnessed. It's not harnessed operationally. It's not necessarily understood, but there's actually a lot of hidden value there, right? And that's definitely something that we see more and more organizations asking for, wanting, and working through in order to kind of control their security posture and do it in a way that's not very visible to their users. Right, not a lot of extra tools on their desktop or other things. It's built into the platform that they already use, and that's definitely a practical approach. Yeah, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does, and I would imagine that as time is going on, also with this, this sea change regarding the way we're working and the way people are interfacing with technology, that education is becoming or has become paramount. And I think a lot more organizations are recognizing that now. And I think it would be great if we could figure out some way of utilizing AI and ML in furthering cybersecurity education. I'm not sure how well that is today, whether we're actually doing it, but it seems to me that would be kind of a natural place for it. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah, that's Charlie. It's true. I guess, I mean, in terms of education, I mean, I think the very first thing is it's here. I mean, it's kind of like quantum computing, everything else. It's a brave new world. I mean, things are happening. I mean, we have the metaverse now, which everybody talks about, being the next big security risk, right? But I mean, first off, in terms of AI, we're still trying to understand it. There was a highly respected security kind of leader, I guess you can say, that I met one time in Israel, right, and keep up dialogue with. I think he was working for Citibank and one of the major banks at the time as kind of their lead kind of security visionary or thought leader, you could say. And he drew just a slide, but handwritten it, and he basically put like a black box in the middle of, and it was representing something that runs on AI, right? And essentially, you feed something out, and you feed something in, and then something else comes out, and you don't necessarily know what happens inside of it. And this is essentially what we're doing. We're training all these models. We're using machine learning. We're enabling different types of functions and in ways that we don't fully understand. And that has security implications, right? And many security practitioners still need to continue on the fundamentals because it's always about fundamentals. But in the end, this is coming, this is here. The implications aren't quite known, and it definitely has to be incorporated from an educational perspective. And whether that's gamification of attack and response and other things, or understanding of what developers are doing with it and the risks that it presents over time, either from an attacker perspective, internal, et cetera. So, it's definitely very, very relevant.
Yeah, great. So, I hesitate to ask, but what do you see happening on the horizon with respect to cybersecurity and just kind of the way organizations are ingesting cybersecurity and utilizing it on a daily and even kind of minute by minute basis?
Well, I think it's, continued evolution of kind of what we've seen for a decade. I think it's a little bit of a theme here, right? There's new technologies, but it's still a bit of the fundamentals. I think the next couple of years, why we're in the business of operations and doing MDRs, because pretty much every organization's at risk now, and they can't do it themselves. And quite frankly, operation of security and continual protection, it's hard. It's not an easy thing. So that's going to be a continuing trend. I think from the other end too, we'll continue to see a growth of the platform-based security, you could say, like Microsoft, Cisco, all the other ones, where we have these very large platforms that people work in. And I think the dynamic in the landscape is going to change. I think if you talk about geopolitics, another thing, I think cyber is only going to take a stronger implication in our daily lives, you could say, in terms of the potential for cyber to affect everyone in their daily life. So it's a brave new world, right? And we just keep going into it. Yeah.
Well, I hope that we do it a lot more safely moving forward, although, things change daily, almost hourly. So it's very, very difficult to herd those cats. So, but Rick, thank you so much for taking some time and sharing your perspective on cybersecurity and AI. And congratulations again for Open Systems kind of cracking the cybersecurity nut. So good stuff there.
Well, thank you, Charlene, and really appreciate it. Thanks for the time.
You bet. All right, everybody, please stick around. We've got lots more Techstrong TV coming up, so stay tuned.
Hey everyone, we're back here live at RSA Conference. We're in a broadcast alley in Moscone West, just grabbing some friends, walking around though. Well, we had to schedule some stuff. But you know, one of the things we wanted to do live this week is a live at RSA version of our DevOps Unbound video series. And just a quick shout out to our friends at Tricentis, continuous testing leaders, dynamic testing, for sponsoring Unbound. But they're not here, it's RSA. But we are lucky to have who is here, and let me introduce you to them. To my immediate right is Jennifer Chaplesky. Jennifer, if you've never seen her present, is a DevSecOps rock star. And she presented yesterday at our DevSecOps Day event here at RSA, and really laid out the success. And it's not all success, let's not sugarcoat things, it's hard. But the program that she's led at Target and a lot of the progress they've made, and it's phenomenal. And what's even more phenomenal is that she's able to share that with you, our audience. So that, by the way, if you weren't here live for that, we did record it, you'll check it out. But Jennifer is joining us today. To Jennifer's right is, if you're a security person, this guy needs no introduction, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'll embarrass him a little bit. Well, it's hard to embarrass Ira, but my friend Ira is one of the most renowned security researchers, authors. He's worked for various companies. He's here keynoting. He's actually on his way into a keynote, and we pulled him off the floor, right? Literally.
Snagged him.
We snagged him. He's hooked up, and he's here to talk. Ira, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
And then Ira's right, of course, my co-host for Security Unbound, my partner, CTO here at Techstrong Group, Mitchell Ashley. Mitchell, thanks for coming
Always,
on.
you bet.
And let's jump right into it, because everyone's pressed for time.
Yeah.
So, DevSecOps. Jennifer, the very first time you presented at our DevSecOps thing, I think the jury was still out on, is it a thing? Is it real? Can developers work with security? Right? Can we stop stupid, in Ira's language, right? But as you showed yesterday, we've made real progress, right? We have, off camera here is our friend Rich Mogul from Fireman. You can't see him. You know, Rich has been working this problem for 6 or 7 years too with DisruptOps. How do you get developers to be smart about security? How do we, and it's not that developers aren't smart, let's be clear, developers are smart, but how do we get them caring about security? How do we get them involved there? Jennifer, I'm going to let you kick it off.
Yeah, well, I think the question being, can we work together, is we can and we must. I really think it's the best way to solve some of the security problems that we're facing. And so the way that we've approached developer partnership is the fundamental belief that developers want to build secure applications. They want to. So we are here to equip and enable them to build so in a way that is easy for them to do, easy for them to understand what good security looks like, easy for them to measure when they've done it successfully.
Excellent. Ira, thoughts?
So what she said is like critical, you must. And one of the problems I keep telling people in cybersecurity as a whole is basically when everything's a should, you should all over yourself. And the problem is when you look at DevSecOps, security should be embedded in everything, because you don't want to, there's the old expression, building it in instead of bolting it on. That was back in the 90s.
Yep.
And with DevSecOps, the problem is in the whole development organization, this even goes back to schools, where you have people teaching software engineering, but why isn't secure software engineering embedded in software engineering? Why isn't security embedded in database management courses? With, oh, we have a separate course on that. There should not be a separate course. There should always be security embedded in it, and saying that we're going to constantly, have a cycle of DevOps where we're taking software, writing it and pushing it out as we're writing it to have constant latest, greatest, without having security in, is like, and it should be a should. No, again, you're going to should all over your customers.
Right.
Whoever uses this, and you've got to make sure that security is embedded, and that has to be a must. That has to be it's like people say, you can't force people. You should force people into making sure security is embedded. And if they want to go ahead and do this CI/CD, more acronyms, but CI/CD and constantly pushing out updates, you need to go ahead and ensure security is embedded as not a bolt-on, but something that all the security developers are aware of, integrate into their process, and make sure it's there from the start, not as an afterthought.
We had Allison Miller here yesterday for CISO Talk, and we were discussing her particular background. She's a CISO with Reddit, and she has a product management, software, security. My perspective is, agree with what we said. I think the other part of it isn't just embedding security people into software. It's helping security people understand enough about software, learn enough, don't have to be developers, but know about software architecture. Why is cloud native? What are the issues around securing that? What do we need to know? API security. It's not just another protocol to protect. What about is APIs and their growth and how we're using them and how applications are built that are relevant? So I think there's a complement to both. Let's embed some software knowledge into security engineers. You don't have to be experts, but just same way with security people.
Yeah, because going back on something, everybody, people get mad at me when I say cybersecurity is generally not an entry-level position, because I don't look at, securing something is important, but for example, you don't want to have somebody who's never administered a system be responsible for security of that system. The best people I've ever seen who are security people have worked as admins on systems and taken it that way. And likewise, I think we should be pulling these software developers and saying, you've been a great software developer. Now let's have you learn some of the nuances of security. And that's the key fact. A lot of security is a nuance of whatever the job is. Secure data, I don't know anybody doing database management as their job title anymore, unfortunately. But that's my failing. But, embedding security, like here's how you test the security of a database. That should be, again, somebody who's been a database administrator, knows the ins and outs, somebody who can speak the language of that person. And the problem when you say security should be entry level is that you're taking away the ability to speak the language walking in, because you do need to influence people to be more secure, but you can't influence them if you don't have the trust. And that's a critical aspect that people are missing. And same thing with DevOps. It'd be great to take DevOps people and then give them the security nuances so they can go back and integrate that all together.
I can build on that. So when we were at Target, I have a team of folks who are working in DevSecOps. Half of them are developers who just happen to be working in security, just like there could be developers who happen to be working on a supply chain product. And so being able to have that translation and really understand how to speak with our customers.
Unfortunately, those are rare birds who are tough to keep in the cage. Right? I mean, because they're in high demand. But here's the real issue, and I'm listening to all three of you. DevSecOps, or whatever you want to call building security into your development process, it cannot be optional. It can't be, I want to be one of the cool kids on the block and maybe do that. Or I think we should do that. No, it's not should. It's not cool. It's a necessity. It's a mandatory. It's not optional. And until we recognize that, you're going to have some people who do it right, like you're doing with your Target team and other companies we see. And you're going to have a lot of people who don't, because if it's an option, nice to haves never win. No. It has to be a must have.
No, I guess security, sorry, I'm taking this up a little bit higher.
Go ahead.
But security people, we are such losers.
Ira, we're at a security conference.
We're at a security conference, but we tend to be, my focus has been on the human aspect.
Right.
And we're like, I listen to the people in the awareness, we want to empower the users, we want to give but if a user does, think about it this way, if you are if a CFO ever walked into a board meeting and said, we lost $40 million yesterday, but it was a user, they made a mistake, we can't blame the user. The CEO would say, you're right, we can't blame the user, we blame you because it's your responsibility for ensuring there are no $40 million errors in the financial process. In cybersecurity, somebody ruins the network by downloading malware. It's like, oh, we can't blame the user and we can't blame me as the CISO and stuff like that. It's like
it's a blameless culture.
It's a blameless culture, and the problem is we want to put responsibility where it belongs. I'm not saying you fire users for mistakes that are legitimate, but if you, for example, have blatant policy violations, for example, somebody watches porn, they are fired, no questions asked if they are detected. Somebody, however, downloads ransomware while trying to do things that are outside of policy or something like that. It's like, well, no, if it is a spear phishing attack, you don't necessarily blame the user. You kind of blame the organization around them for not saying, hey, what is this guy doing? We should have data leak prevention. We should have anti-malware and a whole bunch of other layers. But the question is, do we take away our policies and procedures from people and not enforce them because, we don't want to blame the user when they're doing blatant violations of policy? If there's blatant violations, we need to hold them together. And going back to DevSecOps, there should be policies, procedures. There should be step-by-step guidelines and procedures in how you embed security into development. And I'm not saying you blame them if there's vulnerabilities, because there's always basically a vulnerability just happens to be a bug that creates security-related issues. And if there are vulnerabilities, that's fine. They happen as long as they adhere to our processes. If somebody embeds, going off slightly off topic but related, if somebody violates privacy in a bad way, the company could be fined, depending on where they are, put out of business. Sorry, I'm ranting. I'll give other people a shut up.
No, it's all good by me. So, look, I don't pretend to know everything about Target's DevSecOps program. Everything I've learned from watching you present. But, I mean, certainly you've taken this approach of embedding the security into this DevOps team, into the development teams as well. And some of them are security people doing development, some of them are development people doing security. And it's that kind of cross-pollination, if you will. It's not like we're breeding superhumans who are developers and security people.
We followed you, we know where you're going.
But it's that cross-pollination that I think gets to the heart of where we need to be. We can't be so specialized. Look, I just do development. I can't worry about security, right? Because those kinds of people, they're the first ones to go extinct, right? When you're too specialized like that.
So I'm just gonna, hit you. No development person should say, okay, I need to get my development out. Security's like, good security or good development embeds security.
Absolutely, I agree.
And nobody should be out there in any other IT profession that doesn't think it's embedded. There was one time I was on a panel, and this one panelist, he was from some managed security service provider. Not going to mention the name.
Nameless, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Nameless company.
We don't want any privacy violations either, or lawsuits.
And this company's tagline was, "Security's not your job, so let us do it." And this was a CISO forum, and I have very little threshold for bullshit. And after the second time the guy said his company's tagline, security's not your job, so let us do it, I was like, in the first place, we're at a CISO forum. It literally is in their job title. In the second place, everybody has a security responsibility.
That's the key piece of this whole thing.
Whether or not they're the CISO or whatever.
Or they're the developer.
Agree.
Yeah, no, that's the key.
The words that we use internally are security is a team sport. And I don't mean just me or just you or just your team, but like working collaboratively to make sure that we're building secure systems. We're doing all the things that people are saying to try to really embed it and make it the easiest way to do your development job is to do it securely.
Yeah, and just for example, I like analogies. Let me use the analogy of a football team that just passed to mind. What happens, you have on offense, you have the quarterback throw the ball, he throws an interception. Guys running back, you don't have the whole offense stop and say, oh, we're offense. That guy's running the ball. He's now on offense. I'm not defense. No, everybody all of a sudden shifts to the focus on where they need to. Well, hopefully they do.
Right.
Everybody focuses is like, we got to tackle that guy. Whoever it is. Even a kicker sometimes gives this half-hearted attempt to tackle. But, you got to make sure there's more, that it's part of their job, whether or not they want it to be.
Agreed. Guys, I wish we could talk all day here.
We could go a long time.
We could go a long time with this. I don't know how much time we have live.
17.
Okay, so we have a few more minutes we could talk about. Jennifer, you're the DevSecOps expert here. Had an interesting conversation earlier with another security company that shall remain nameless. And, the whole shift left thing came up. And I said, well, we can't shift left at the expense of shifting right? Because this is something I've observed just sitting in my seat here, which is we put so much emphasis on doing better with developing secure code to the detriment of like our nuts and bolts security stuff, right? Like the block and tackle, the stuff we've been doing. And that, hopefully we do better all the time. And he looked at me like I had two heads, right? And I'm going to ask you, because you're a DevSecOps leader.
Yeah.
What about the whole shift right? What about, let's not throw out the good stuff because we're concentrating on the new stuff.
I'm a big fan of shift everywhere.
Okay.
Left is nice. If you find things earlier, they're cheaper to fix.
Yep.
You can, more easily prevent things. But the way that I like to approach it is, that infinity that we use for delivery, it's all of them. There has to be some sort of security capabilities to look while you're developing code, while your build processes are executing, while you're running in production. And so that's probably, I like shift left, but I really think it's got to be everywhere.
We shift everywhere.
Yeah.
I think we substitute dump left for shift left.
Yeah.
It's not about the developers are going to do all this for us. And now we, just like we said, we didn't need ops, now we don't need scale. That's all been disproven. That's not what it means, right?
Ira, do you have an opinion?
Surprisingly, I do.
Okay.
So the whole concept of shift left is almost offensive to me.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is, so shift left, for those of you, and all of a sudden people made up this whole concept of shift left, or they started adopting it, and they don't even understand where they adopted it from. Shift left is a military counterterrorism strategy where you have boom, and it's the science of boom. Boom is the point of an attack. Left, if you look at it on a timeline, sorry, you're looking at it this way, but left is on the timeline, the events that lead to the terrorist attack, and right of boom are the events that are the response and reaction to it. And when I look at that and apply it to cybersecurity, we have protection, detection, and reaction. Some of the people have, protection, detection, reaction, response, resilience, whatever. It's still protection, detection, reaction. Left of boom, right of boom, boom. Left of boom, boom, right of boom. And when I hear people do this, statistically over time, I saw some vendor document that was unprotected on the internet. I'm not going to name the vendor, but they did a private study that found that 80% of budget is spent on protection. Left of boom. Already left of boom. Then they only spend 20% on detection and reaction. That's way too little. So to say, fundamentally, companies say shift left, it's like, guys, you've already wasted so much money on shift left to the detriment of, as she said, detection and reaction and constant improvement. And now the whole concept of moving it to DevOps, the fact, now instead of spending lots of money,
on prevention.
Well, no. In this case, like DevOps is kind of bad because the concept of shift left in DevOps is bad because it's implying we didn't even think about security at the beginning.
Wait, are you saying we did?
No, no, I'm not saying we did. I'm saying
Okay.
it's acknowledging.
Right,
We
it's
didn't
acknowledge.
even think,
But maybe it's time we acknowledge our past sins.
Right, but we have to start looking at it as a comprehensive way, saying, guys, why did we totally ignore security in the first place when it's the opposite of where security has been in our other actual cybersecurity disciplines? And now we're doing this like it's something special, like it's a buzzword. It shouldn't be a buzzword. It should be, I don't like shift left because it implies we need as a buzzword to encourage people
But
to
this,
do
but this goes
bullet,
into
right?
the whole DevSecOps thing.
Yeah.
Do we need a word DevSecOps, or isn't it just DevOps because security's part of it? And why only security people massaging their ego needed to put the sec between Dev and Ops?
That's
It
why
was
we had
already
trouble
there.
defining it, right?
Yeah,
It was already there.
It should have been there. It
But it
hasn't
wasn't.
been.
Okay.
But
enough, yeah.
whatever it takes to do it, I just don't like I don't like it. I don't like a good concept that should have been there in the first place as a buzzword.
Yeah.
And shift left is a marketing buzzword. that
Okay,
should
but
be-
let me back up. We are at RSA. If there's ever been a place for security buzzwords, there's a new one every year. So this year it's zero trust. How many if I had a drink for every time I've heard zero trust here, I'd be drunk all
Be
day.
pickled.
Right? We are an industry of buzzwords and shiny trinkets, and have been for as long as I'm coming here.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing that we are. The problem is, what do we do in practice?
So you want to say what we want to be?
I want to say what we should stop and be doing now. Because good organizations like hers are doing it now. She has thought of this long before somebody came up with the concept of shift left. If I'm not mistaken.
Right.
She is doing everything and has been doing things right. Then somebody comes to me, zero, we have zero. In the first place, I don't think half the vendors who sell zero trust know what it means.
But why is that changed? How many vendors sold NAC when we were doing NAC?
Who knows what it was?
But so anyway, sorry, we could go on forever. I'm like trying to
problems in security. This is the problem in security.
Do it to ourselves.
Yeah, we
you
are.
triggered me. I could be right.
I triggered. I don't want to trigger anything. Guys, we're gonna wrap up here, but because we got to move on, we've got people in the wings. Jennifer, thank you so much.
Thank you for
First of all,
having me.
Thank you not only for being here, but for all the years that you've presented at our DevSecOps thing. Consistently, people come up to us and say, you know what, the woman from Target,
Oh, that's great.
she's a rock star.
Oh, thank you.
Truth.
So
You do, yeah.
it really is, and I can't tell you thank you enough for that. Ira Winkler, man, you're a gift.
Yeah. I know how to rant. What can I
You
say?
know, it runs. It's the
And my books are good rants too. Cheap plug. So anyway.
newest book.
Security Awareness for Dummies.
Absolutely. We did an interview on it recently, but check that out. Mitch, you want to take the last word?
Yeah, I think this is the debate. This is the conversation we must have, right, about how we take security seriously and not buzzword it to death and market it to death. Let's get real. Let's get real about it.
I would I don't think we're actually debating anything.
No, I think we're all in violent
I think we're all in
agreement.
violent
This is who
agreement.
we
The
are.
only thing we're doing is ranting about the lunacy of buzzwords at this point.
Yep. All right.
That's what I was trying to say.
Yep.
Sarah.
Many thanks to Tricentis for sponsoring us on DevOps Unbound. We're live at RSA. We'll be back with DevOps Unbound, I guess, in about 2 weeks. But until then, we're going to take a little break now. We'll be back in a moment.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Techstrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with Rick Longenecker, who is the CISO over at Open Systems. Rick, thank you so much for joining me today. Really do appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Charlene. Really looking forward to it. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here with Techstrong TV.
All right, great. Thank you. So I would like to talk to you about cybersecurity and artificial intelligence and the way organizations are kind of drowning these days. But before we get started with that, I was wondering if you can introduce us to Open Systems.
So my name is Rick Longenecker. I'm the CISO for a company named Open Systems. We're a security and networking provider based in Europe and also in Redwood City, California, pretty rapidly growing. What we do is for the last 30 years, we've been focused on what's called SD-WAN or connectivity globally. We were one of the pioneers there, which has now been termed as SASE by Gartner. But I'm really, really excited about our new business. We've really focused up and partnered with Microsoft on what's called managed detection and response, or essentially security services for the Fortune 5000, you could say. So we work in manufacturing, healthcare, education has been a real growing area, and we cover 180 plus companies globally with employees from all over the world. So it's
That's
a real pleasure to be here today.
All right. Yeah, I remember Open Systems from the SD-WAN days and in the networking space. So, cybersecurity is actually. Yeah, if you think about the SD software defined networking, I mean that's a huge. There's a huge security element to that also, which is kind of a natural progression for Open Systems to kind of move into this space. So congratulations to Open Systems for attacking this area that is it's a hard nut to crack sometimes. But we do want to talk to you about artificial intelligence and cybersecurity, because it seems like we hear a lot about artificial intelligence and AI and machine learning in cybersecurity. And these days it seems to be table stakes, but I wonder if it's really doing a lot of good for cybersecurity. I mean, obviously there are a lot of things that AI and machine learning can do in cybersecurity and is doing to help kind of elevate the security posture of organizations. But, how much are we looking at these days that's quite literally still a kind of a catchphrase or a buzzword that within with cybersecurity companies? I mean, how prevalent is AI really, real AI, and how is it really helping organizations?
Well, AI or essentially machine learning or automated machine learning, you could say, is taking off. Of course, one of our acquisitions in the last year, as we really went into the cybersecurity space headstrong, as part of our managed detection and response services, was the acquisition of a data science company. And basically, cyber today is really based on activity. There's a huge amount of data. I mean, you can no longer run a security operations center or do other security activities without being able to handle huge quantities of data. I mean, if you even look at remote work and other things, the amount of different data sources and different scenarios that can happen to different users over time generates a lot of data. And the only way to handle data smartly is one from an infrastructure perspective, but really from the machine learning or AI perspective. And what we're seeing from the attackers is, of course, a lot of open source libraries now that essentially enable, you could say, the common script kiddie to start to really utilize this stuff. You're seeing it on an information level perspective, in terms of, fake media and other things, but it also can be used to automate and implement different types of attacks. Although, you got a little bit before, there is a lot of talk in the industry about AI or ML and what its impacts are. There's some cases, like in every area of technology, that maybe doesn't live up to its promises, but there's other areas where it's been intensely useful. One of the ways that we work through this is that we do apply ML and you could say AI, to how we handle different types of data sources. We did work for a while, and we still pursue our own algorithm for understanding if a mail is phishing, which we use as a secondary source outside of products we do from other companies that integrate things. We also use it for domain verification, right? A lot of attacks might come from domains that are kind of questionable. You can take traditional sources like Whois and domain tools and other things to find a reputation of other services, but we also try to automate that in terms of our operations. the true use for all this stuff down the line is with our MDR service. Essentially, we're augmenting most organizations. We're the type of organization, and that we believe that this is very strongly, as does Microsoft, that over time, there's a practical aspect to security, and essentially, companies can no longer handle what script kiddies or other groups are throwing at them, or do security operations themselves. So essentially, we offset different companies' security teams, enabling them to focus on their own problems. And then we have, of course, outsourced operations that we augment your teams. And part of that, again, of course, is working with ML and AI in order to make our operations a bit more efficient and automated. But there's still a huge aspect of this across the board that needs people. So it's not a solution in its own.
Yeah. So that actually kind of speaks to the crux of my question, which is, are we relying too much on AI and ML? I mean, are you seeing organizations just kind of flipping the switch and saying, all right, well, we got AI, we got ML, we don't need to worry about it? Hey, everybody. Welcome to the inaugural episode of Techstrong Women. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, Chief Operating Officer over at Techstrong Group. And I am I feel so privileged to have these ladies on today's inaugural program. Tracy Bannon, who is my cohort on the show. She's going to be joining me for most, if not all, of these shows. Tracy is a senior principal software architect and DevOps strategic advisor over at MITRE. And I know that's a very long title, but Tracy, thank you so much for being here and being a part of this. And then we also have as our first guest, Jennifer Leggio, who is the she's a chief marketing officer and kind of a serial techpreneur, if you will. So Jennifer, thank you for being on the show. I just want to, I'm going to ask both of you guys to tell the audience a little bit about yourself. But before we get started, I wanted to kind of level set, talk about this show a little bit, what we're on about here. And first of all, we do want to emphasize that this is a show about celebrating technologists, not simply just women. We put the women label on the title series because we want folks to understand that technologists are the male, female. We are on equal level in the technology field. Now, that said, there are a number of things that females have had to challenges that females have had to deal with as they rise through the ranks in technology. And we will be covering some of those things as part of our discussion. But really what we are here to do is to celebrate technologists of all ilk, and with a heavy emphasis on women in technology and some of their stories. But we want to talk to folks about where they've been, where they're going, why they are there, and hopefully provide some takeaways for everybody in technology as part of that. So Tracy, I don't know if there's anything that you want to add to that description.
This is about being authentic. This is bringing forward all of these other technologists. And part of this will represent a little bit of my journey. Charlene, we've talked about this as we've gotten to know each other over the last year or two, that my journey, I didn't realize that I was the only woman in the room because I was so tech blind. I had a job I needed to do, something I needed to get done. And the further I've gone along in my career, the more people have reached out, men and women, asking for help in navigating, asking for how they can be allies to one another, how they can bring thought diversity to the table. And that's what helped me to start this part of my journey. But I've been the technical person in the room for a long time. So I'm excited about this. Very excited.
I'm super excited too, because I firmly believe that a lot of times the voices from the female technologists have not been heard as much as the male voices have. So hopefully we are giving females a megaphone to get their voices and their opinions across, as well as being able to share their expertise. So with that, I want to introduce Jennifer Leggio, who is, as I said, she's a chief marketing officer, serial entrepreneur, or techpreneur, if you will. So Jennifer, why don't you tell us a little bit about your current role, what you're doing, and basically how you got here, because I know that's not where you started. So I'd love to hear a little bit about your journey.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm very honored to be here, and I'm really excited about this conversation. You guys have already touched on a couple things that I'm really hoping that we dig into, and I'll lay that out a little bit. But for me, I am a dyed-in-the-wool security marketer. I've been doing security marketing now for about 22 years, minus I took a year out for a different area and then came running back like I was screaming for my mother, kind of coming home because I missed it so much. And I have been in the CMO role or marketing executive role for at least the last 9 years or so. And I'm a startup person. I love coming into startups and either building them from scratch where they haven't had marketing presence before. And that's everything from the operational side to the comms, PR, the messaging, the technical marketing, what have you. And then other times it's a turnaround situation where I come in and the company's kind of stalled for some reason and they're trying to get to the next. And so they bring me in to help with that. And that's my passion. In terms of how I got here, I actually started out as a journalist at a little newspaper in Southern California. And by journalist, obituary writer is what I mean.
Goodness.
So I went from writing obituaries to writing about security. So that was an interesting transition. And it was a quick one. I was living in Southern California. My roommate decided to move to the Bay Area. I'm like, I can get a job in PR. I'm a journalist. Even though most of the people I interviewed, well, I didn't really interview them, let's be honest. A little tiny PR firm called Dovetail does not exist anymore, specializing in security clients, took a chance on me, and that's all she wrote, so to speak. So here I am.
That's great. That's great.
I love your obituary story, by the way, because I've got to believe that what you learned in writing obituaries, kind of like looking over the measure and length of somebody's life and the things that they impacted, that has to have bled into marketing. Like being able to look at the full measure of something that a company is or does.
It definitely is. It definitely helped me fine tune my empathy, which is, I think, a very important quality of a marketer as well as a leader. And because, in that situation, it wasn't that, I would have to sit down with these families, and I was 21 years old. I was a baby. And, I'd sit down with these families and talk to them and hear their stories. And I couldn't be like, all right, let's get on with it. Like, no, never. Right. Sometimes they just wanted someone to listen. And I think that turned me into a deeper empath than I naturally am. And I do think that empaths make the strongest marketers because when you care, you do a much better job. And maybe you could say that about any profession, right? I just happen to be a marketer. So that's what I'm saying. So
it's so funny that you started with obituaries. I actually, journalist also, started with weddings. So we both
we're both in those special sections.
Right. So go figure. But it's interesting how you kind of springboarded onto marketing from journalism, because it really, it's all about storytelling at the end of the day. And so even today, it's the ability to tell a good story is really what kind of separates the wheat from the chaff when it comes to not just journalism, but also marketing and pretty much anybody who has to interface with other people. And frankly, these days, who doesn't? And, but telling the story sometimes can be difficult, if you're not, if you're not the strongest voice in the room. So I wonder, Jennifer, how has that kind of impacted the way that you go about doing your job?
It's hard because, let's face it, security marketers get a bad rap, and we deserve some of it, to be perfectly honest. You see it happening seen a ton of it happening in the last week or so with Log4j, right? Like it's all over the place, right? The FUD, we could have solved your problem, the victim shaming, all of that happens. And I firmly believe that needs to stay out of marketing, and you have to be creative in, I think the masterpiece of a marketer is storytelling without scaring people, informing them, giving them unique insights, and not just throwing fluff at them. But that's not easy to do. And it's the secret sauce and how to do that comes from, really depends on if you're trying to build a blog or a messaging platform or a rapid response. My first go-to 99% of the time when I'm trying to come up with a new project or that's around a story, whatever that delivery mechanism is try to talk to a customer. Yeah. So I get into their head, because I can sit here in my Kool-Aid drinking vendor world all I want, and I can even talk to the guys and gals in my company that are on the front line, but there's nothing about hearing the reality of it. But sometimes you still get pushed back internally and from, a lot of the times that sales teams that want you to go out because they want to bring in the sale. They want to bring in the sales, and they're like, we don't care how it comes in the door. But it's my job as CMO to be the guardian of the reputation as well. Yeah. So there's a really strong balance there, really fine balance.
I love something that you just said. You used the word authentic, right? I'm seeing this with all of the folks that I guide and that I help as well. And given that I'm so focused working with government executives, right, helping them, the empathy needs to be there at every level, especially if you're dealing with software and software intensive systems and you're dealing with security. But authenticity comes with a need for people to be able to storytell. And storytelling is not telling fibs. I think that's another thing that we have to lay flat, is that storytelling is simply how you lay out the story. So it's not scary. What are the objectives that you're trying to get across to them? It may be important to rattle them a little bit, but not in a way that you're fear mongering. So I love that authenticity and storytelling. Like those are such key things that we've got to have more people like you being that guardian. Imagine if that guardianship was owned by everybody in your tribe, in your entire organization. To make life a little bit easier, maybe.
I would hope so. I think people also forget that data. I think there's a great Brene Brown quote that I've forgotten exactly what it was, but I think she said, I'm going to misquote her. I'm sure she'll listen to this and be very upset, but it's data, words are just data with a soul. So she said something like that. I believe that data can be a remarkable storyteller. And it doesn't have to be something that's written down. It's like if you can paint a picture for something about the impact of what you're doing or what you've done, whether it's for an external perspective or sharing results of something you've done internally, if you can do that with data, that's the most powerful way to get your message across.
And it's something that people don't refute, right? If you're looking at data, right, it's not as though it's heavily opinionated by someone or another. It can be. People can skew numbers and skew other things. But in general, if you have access to the raw data or less curated data, boy, there's a lot that it surfaces. That's a strong technique. Yeah, I love it.
And data is like the great equalizer, right? So there's no gender associated with data. It either is or it isn't. So it's really hard to kind of say, well, I'm not sure if what you're telling me is really correct because, for whatever reason, you present the data and it's right there for everybody to see and they can accept it or not. But it's really hard to argue with what the data is presenting sometimes.
Absolutely.
So do you think is that a technique that you've used, Jennifer, in hearing about your career progression and knowing that you are a serial entrepreneur in all of this? Is that a technique that you've used throughout this? And I'll bring in the as a woman, is that something that you've needed to leverage as an enablement tool?
I have. Actually. I kind of, like I mentioned, when I started, it was in public relations and then just kind of moved to broader marketing as I got more experience. Going to the as a woman thing, it's very interesting because And I really respect. I've worked with some amazing men who are very supportive of women, and I've worked with some men that were not, and work with women that were also not very supportive of women. I think that's an important one people forget, right? And for some reason, there are people that are able to just shout malarkey from the rooftops, and they'll believe because they have presence and they're a man and they've got 30 years of experience. And I'm like, all right, well, here's what's going on. But then I've got to create this whole presentation with all these data points that's sourced from Salesforce or a communications cloud or something like that. And a lot of times what will happen is, well, why didn't you just, then in the end, it's because I think people realize that when you feel, how do I put this? I love data storytelling. I mentioned that already. I hate using it as a defensive tool because it shouldn't have to be a defensive tool. And I think sometimes when people realize they put you in that position where you had to give them the data versus you being excited to give them the data, they realize it. But that's a whole well we could go down in terms of women proving themselves versus how men prove themselves. And I'm sure in your role, both of your roles, you have some stories as well. But yeah, data has been my armor for a very long time. And it shouldn't have to be. I'd much rather have it be just like the shiny thing that I love to show, but it's the shiny thing that protects myself and my team. And that's just a reality.
But that's I often, in the roles that I take where I have to help to lead the decision making or provide the decisions, I call that having defensible decisions. And so it's been important to me from the very beginning, but for a different reason, that I could track back and say, I've made this recommendation and here's why. Here's the facts. Here's the things that are supportive of this. It is good. It's always such a positive experience when you walk into a meeting and you don't have to lead with that. When you can lead with your experience and when the audience wants the opinion because they know it's experiential based, they know it's not just something subjective. Those are those moments where you go, yes, I think I can do this another day.
And there's those small wins. Oh, sorry, go on.
That's okay. I was just going to say, but there's also something to be said about a gut feeling, and everybody has gut feelings, no matter if you're male or female. One thing I have noticed is, a woman having a gut feeling isn't taken as seriously as a man having a gut feeling. And obviously that's a broad statement, and that, there are exceptions to every rule. But for some reason, if somebody says, if a male comes in and says, this is the way I think we should do it, and they don't really have the data to back it up, but they have the experience to back it up. And then a woman comes in and says the exact same thing, and she too has the experience to back it up. There's a very good chance that her opinion is not going to be taken as seriously. And that's something that I have noticed on, in my position in working with multiple companies, that is just not something that people are willing to take as seriously. Right. And I wonder, is that something that you guys have noticed as well?
Well, isn't gut instinct, it's based on your experience, right? That's where gut instinct comes from. Right. So yeah, if they're not trusting your gut, then they're not yet trusting your experience set. But yes, I've been in meetings where I've made a point, and I've not laid all the data out, but I've made that point, only to have somebody else come along, regardless as to gender, make the same point, almost exactly the same words, and it receives accolades, or it is well received, and wow, that's an amazing idea. And I'm like, didn't I just say that? Were my words? Was it the inflection that it meant? And so I actually become very introspective at that point, and have sometimes taken that on as though I may have somehow not conveyed it correctly. And what I've grown to find out is it depends on the audience that I'm with. Sometimes I'm not being as succinct and as specific as I need to be. What's your experience with that, though, Jennifer?
I've had the same experiences. It's you throw out an idea and somebody else articulates it, and I think women do this more than men. Immediately I start self-analyzing. What did I say? How did I say it? Was my message not clear enough? Or do they just trust this other person more than I do? And it becomes this whole thing in the back of my mind. And then the bad thing about that is it's kind of taking me from being an active participant in the rest of the conversation where I can really provide the input. But yeah, that has happened. And I like what you said, Tracy, around how gut instinct is experience. And if they're not taking the gut instinct, it does make you wonder if they trust the experience. I've also found that, at least in the last couple of years, I've seen this a lot where I'm in meetings, mostly virtual, of course, in the last couple of years, but in meetings where men will enter the room or enter the conversation. And I sometimes keep a tally of how many times they start a suggestion with how many years experience they have. Well, I've been doing this for 30 years. I kind of made a joke about it earlier, right? Like, I don't do that. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I feel like I need to remind them that I'm not 12 and that I've been around a little bit, but I've noticed that. And I'm wondering if maybe that's not a negative thing. Maybe that's setting the tone of, look, I've been doing this a long time, where I would like to think that anyone, male, female, whatever, whomever, right, walks into a room, and just by the fact that they're there, if they're there, their opinion was valued enough to be invited.
Yes.
Therefore, nothing else should have to be said. Right. But it doesn't work that way. So then I start to think about, well, do I need to advertise myself more? But that's a waste of time and seems really egotistical. But people do it and people listen to them more.
Oh, but it's not egotism. Someone took me aside a number of years ago and I'd gotten I'm an A student. In my head, I got to get the A. And I had a performance evaluation that was meh. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't what I wanted. And we had a sit down conversation. And part of it was, you're not tooting your own horn. I'm like, well, why would I be so arrogant? Why would I be out here tub thumping? I'm doing good things. Like, yeah, you're doing good things, but people don't necessarily know about them. Or that part of your experience is that reputation is not preceding you. Mm-hmm. So it was very interesting to work, and this was a man, to work with him on how do I appropriately toot my own horn? How do I appropriately, it's not, I've been here for 30 years, but it is, well, I've been doing this for a while. And here's a specific experience that I want to talk about right now. So it got us away from, I had 10 years, you had 12 years. It got us away from that, and it got it more into a relevancy of the actual experience that we wanted to talk about. But I thought that was kind of a corollary to what you're talking about here.
Yeah. And also, there's this perception that, and maybe it's just the way that females are brought up versus males, but there's perception of, if I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, it's just my job. I'm not supposed to advertise every single day exactly what I'm doing, but that's what people need to hear. So if we have a meeting and people are asking me, well, what are you working on? Well, I'm doing my job. I'm doing this. I'm not advertising like, oh my God, I had a great meeting today. And we got some things really hammered out. And this could just be the way that, like I said, men and women are brought up. I'm not one to go out and advertise myself. And Tracy, what you just said really hit home with me, because I do believe that actually holds women back a lot, because of the fact that they're not, maybe it's a comfort level. They just don't feel comfortable speaking up about their accomplishments and their experience and pay attention to me. This is, it should be assumed that because you do have that experience and you do have that set of capabilities that you should be taken seriously.
Well, we're working against generations, though. As we're bursting through this, we're going, okay, I'm going to talk about my relevant experience. I know my mom didn't, and I know that my grandmothers didn't, and I know the things that they would say to me. Like my grandmother would say, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I'd start talking about things. She said, it'd be so great if you could be a teacher or a nurse. And they were very gender oriented things, because that was the world that they lived in. Right. And my mom was the first person that was like, you don't have to listen to them. But at the same time, it was interesting because, there's still, I'm the middle child. I am the first daughter, but I'm the middle child of, my brother is the only son of an only son. Right. And so you can imagine all of those things that cascade with that. And I'm not 21. And I think if I were, as I'm seeing the next generations growing up, they're coming into this a little bit differently. I think you are going to see, I'm hoping, knock on wood, that we're going to see younger folks in their careers better able to articulate impact, because it's got to be, the story has to be an impact story, not number of years, not number of degrees, not number of certifications, but this was my line of thinking and this was the impact that I drove. Yeah. And that's very different for all the generations right now as we start to turn that corner.
I'd love to see more of that. I hear people talk about meritocracy and how it should be about what someone's accomplished and not years on paper and not those other things. So I think, there's discussion, but I don't know that, at least like some of the older generations, and I include myself in this, are just still fully comfortable on even how to, one, I'm not good at doing it myself or demonstrating it in the way that I'd like to demonstrate it in order to mentor the younger folks on my team to be able to not shield themselves with data and worry about, do they have the experience to be in this room and all those things. So I guess that brings the bigger question is, while we're learning on our own to show our merit and do it in a way that doesn't have to be like, here's my LinkedIn profile or what have you, how do we mentor, especially younger women in our industries, in the tech industry, to be able to grow without having to defend? And I actually think about that a lot because I have a team of young women and I try really hard, but I haven't cracked that code yet.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to ask them that question and to see what answer you get, because there is the very good possibility, and I believe this, that they're not thinking along those lines, and that's because with every generation, to your point, Tracy, things get more and more. There is greater parity between males and females. It is less about gender roles with each successive generation. And so I hope that, the next generation doesn't have to have this conversation that we're having. And it doesn't have to be an ongoing conversation, because right now, we've been having this conversation. I've been having this conversation for 20 plus years, and every single time somebody's brought up to me, why don't you do a discussion about women in technology? For a long time, a very long time, I bristled at that. And I said, why? Why do we have to do that? Why do we have to have a discussion about women in technology? Why can't we just have a discussion about technology, people in technology? Why do we have to keep setting ourselves up on this stage and saying, look at us, we're women? And so, what are we doing now? We're kind of having that conversation, but I think what we really wanted to accomplish with this is just celebrating the fact that there are so many diverse voices out there, and there are so many stories, and there's so much insight to be derived from these conversations, whether it's about the way men and women work or communicate, or whether they can say certain things in the office. That's a whole other conversation for another time. But it seems as though when you bring up the topic of, say, women in technology or women doing whatever, to the older generation, Jennifer, to your point, the older generation, they're gonna view it a different way than the younger generation. And there's a very, very good chance that the younger generation is like, why are you guys doing this? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I don't have these issues. They might one day, especially if they have an older boss. So I guess as much as anything, I would like these conversations to be just kind of food for thought for that younger generation as well.
So I want to ask a leading question of Jennifer. So when I hear all of this, and Charlene has heard me say this before, I want to be in charge of my adjectives. I want everybody to know technologist. That's the noun. That's what I am. But in terms of what my adjectives are, I want to define those. There are times where I'm going to talk to female students, and I will go ahead and say I'm a woman engineer. But not in every conversation do I lead with that. Sometimes it's women, sometimes it's real, sometimes it's cloud, and I provide that adjective. So I want to ask you, we've said that you are a security marketer, right? And you spend a lot of time being a CMO. What other adjectives do you have? What are the ones that you're like, this is me. These are my adjectives.
Oh, goodness. Security marketer, CMO, you mentioned that. Woman leader, and I feel that's important. And back to kind of what Charlene was just talking about, I hope that because we are having these conversations now, younger women keep saying things like, why do you need to talk about that? That's a win, right? And they don't have to think about their adjectives. But you asked me a leading question, but I have been told in the past, I've been in security, I mentioned a long time, not to tout my resume, but a long time. But I've been told many times by true technologists that are actually coding and teching and all those things, that even though I've been in tech for 22 years, I do not have the right to call myself a technologist because I'm only a marketer. And I can't tell you how many times that has come up. And I feel like that's something I owe to my marketing brethren to bring up, because you don't have to be a coder to be a technologist. It's an ecosystem. Technology is an ecosystem like anything else. And there are people that play different roles, have different talents. And, it's interesting that, and this isn't gender specific at all, because I know this happens to my male colleagues. Why is that? Is it a lack of understanding of what we do? Sometimes I get kind of little punchy, and I'm like, well, we help you get paid, so shit. But it's not. I don't want to be salty about it, right? I really want to be constructive. Why is that? And I ask you from a technologist perspective, right?
I think because we're just learning. Until recently, it was tech. All right. And so IT is over here, business is over there. And so I spend so much time meeting with business experts so that we get business agility and technology agility aligned, so that we're solving problems and we're delivering value. So we become part of a team now. So if I used to be that I thought techie was somebody who has a degree in this or they're hands-on coder. Sometimes I'll use the word tech savvy or code savvy, because it's like being the child of an undertaker. You understand the entire business, even though you're not the person who's doing the embalming, right? Or your father is a fireman, or I grew up in a household with educators. And so I understand that business, but I'm not an educator, but I sure as hell can talk about it, and I sure as hell can sell it. So I think that's really what you're saying is what defines even being a technologist.
Right. Yeah. And it's not an educational thing, right? I mean, you don't have to have a degree in technology to be a technologist. I mean, so many people have, like Jennifer, for example, she's a journalist by degree, but she's chief marketing officer, and she didn't go to school for that, but she can walk the walk and she can talk the talk. So, there's something to be said about in the trenches learning. And again, I also think that there's a bias associated with marketing in general. And especially if you're going up against a population who doesn't necessarily think of it as on par with what they're doing. And so that certainly is not gender specific at all. That's got more to do about, with an inherent biases toward particular roles.
Well, let's come back to diversity is the name of the game here. We're talking about diversity. We happen to be more focusing on the female part of it, but it has happened to me more than once in the last few years where I've been in a conversation, and the conversation has been about education. And it's been about educational diversity. And we have some folks with software engineering, and we've got some people with systems engineering. Oh, and we have a few over here. And so there are places where those are what would you call it, the yardsticks that they're using so people have all kinds of different yardsticks. It would be nice if the yardstick was experience towards whatever topic that you're focused on, as opposed to different types of pedigrees that may or may not matter. The best architect that I ever met was a fellow by the name of Martin Sheridan. And if he's listening to this, hey, Martin, it's been a while. Hope you're doing well. His degree was in urban planning, and he's fantastic at seeing the big picture. He was just amazing. So yeah, does a degree help? Sure. In some of the sciences, can it make a difference in jumpstarting? You bet. Is it always going to be the linchpin? Oh, hell no. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
So
it's a great conversation. Jennifer, I'm really interested in finding out where you think you're going to be moving forward. Do you think you're always going to be in marketing, or do you think you're going to kind of move into another role entirely? And how does the relationship that you have with your cohorts, how does that impact your decisions regarding where you want to be in the next phase in your career?
It's very interesting question, very interesting timing for that question. So I've had the fortune, of being able to take on very operational marketing roles, as well as the storytelling, the brand, the creative, all the other fun stuff. Even though I grew up in PR, I've been able to really expand. And I had a previous company that gave me an opportunity to lead a revenue operations team, which is kind of a sales function, sometimes a COO function, right? For some companies, where you're basically looking at data integrity and best practices and everything from quote to cash and working with a finance team, et cetera. And I really appreciate it. Was a company called Flashpoint, and I spent about 3 years there, wonderful people. And I'm really grateful that they gave me the opportunity to step out of the marketing box, so to speak, and learn that. And since then, I've tried to figure out, I've been like, all right, so I've been a CMO for a while, I've been in marketing for a while. I'm going to move forward. I want to be a CEO, or I want to be a COO, or I want to take on revenue ops, or I want to do that officially codified as my job. And then I sat back and I thought, but I'm really good at marketing, and I really love raising, not to insult my, I call myself mama bear with my team sometime, whether they like it or not. I really love mentoring. I would consult if I didn't love managing. I'll be honest, I would consult, but I love managing and growing teams. But I realized, wait a second, what if going back to what we were just talking about with marketing being respected, right? What if I instead use my voice and use what I've learned because people say, wow, marketing people don't usually own that. What if I use that to redefine what a CMO is and make that an example and help, male or female, help CMOs be seen more as business leaders than just simply marketing leaders. And so for me, next is to be that and continue. It's really to embrace being that level of CMO that's very operational, and figure out ways that I can educate other folks that hey, you can do this too. And you may really love it, because you're going to learn a lot more about the impact of what your job has.
I love the passion that you have with that. I'm working with a woman named Christina Rylander, and her background is 20 years as a government, running PMOs and standing up organizations. And what she has really taught me about the hardcore side of defense is the role of acquisition. And acquisition is a whole area of government. I mean, they don't build software, they acquire software, and there's layers and layers of policy and all kinds of different things around it. But those folks, just like what you're talking about, they are just as important to the conversation, and helping to build a different set of dialogue, a leveling of the playing field. The ecosystem you talked about earlier, that's something that she's doing on a day-in-and-day basis. So I'm seeing that trend, regardless as to the domain space, starting to see the trend that you're talking about there, Jennifer. So what do we do? How do we kickstart it more? What do we do to accelerate it?
I think part of it is people like me and people like her and us on this, taking the time to have the conversations with people and share the examples. That when I was first asked to come on to this, I have the worst imposter syndrome. That's a whole other conversation, right? But like when I was first asked to join this, I was like, me? You want me to kick off this inaugural show about Techstrong women? That's fantastic. I'm really honored. Why though? And I went through this whole thing. But then I'm like, why? And especially like in talking with both of you, I'm feeling more empowered. And I'm like, you know what? I need to stop apologizing for being in the role that I am and start educating people on what this role can be and what its impact is. And again, not having to use the armor of data, right? And I think that's, at least for me, I think that's the start to it. So I gotta, well, now that I've said this to a public audience, I'm going to have to do it. So.
Well, we'll be checking back on you on a monthly basis for the
I'll send a
updates and
spreadsheet.
statuses. Right? No, please, please.
But I do think more people should, it should be, I think there's a lot to be said for humility and admitting that you have, no matter how much experience you do, whether you are tech savvy or technical or what have you, it's great to be humble in what you do, but if you're good at it and you've cracked some codes that can help other people, I feel like in some ways there is a little bit of responsibility in helping other people, even if it's simply the team that you manage. Mm-hmm. But if you have the honor of, like I have, to be in a public show, speak up, and maybe somebody takes something away from it and they go speak up. So I don't know. Sounds a little cheesy, I guess, but that's what I believe.
No, I agree with you 100%. And I think that it is important that we do continue these conversations because, to your point, talking about it is empowering, and understanding that other people are feeling exactly the same way that you are, I think does more to lift up the collective ranks than any sort of rah-rah meeting can, or buck up, you're doing great, or whatever. It's really kind of digging a layer deeper than what the regular conversation has been so far, and understanding that we're all in this together at the end of the day, and it really does not matter whether we are male or female at the end of the day. It's really what we know and how we can impart our knowledge and what we bring to the table, and to the benefit of everybody.
Absolutely agree.
Tracy.
I'm so excited. I've got so much energy right now. I feel like I need to go talk to more people. Oh.
Well, we are just about out of time, but Jennifer, I do want to thank you for being a part of this conversation. It was truly a wonderful experience, and I hope you enjoyed it. And I do wish you the best of luck as you do move toward a more evolutionary role in marketing leadership. I think it's a great endeavor, and I wish you the best of luck. And I hope we can stay in touch. We'll have you back in a couple months or so and see how things are going with you.
Yeah, I would absolutely love that. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I've had a blast talking to you both.
Excellent. Well, Tracy, you're awesome. You're awesome. I know you're awesome. Now Jennifer knows you're awesome.
Well,
so we'll definitely
glad to expand networks, ladies. And a mark of a conversation, if you ever notice me taking notes, that's when something really resonated with me, because I had to write a word down. And so let me tell you what, Jennifer, you got a whole page. So tons of stuff here, just about information sharing, about authenticity, about not using data as armor, but leveraging it when you need to. I mean, so many good things here. Hoorah! Let's go do more good stuff, ladies.
Great.
Thank you again. And thank you all for tuning in to the inaugural Techstrong Women episode. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and we will see you next time.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Techstrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with Arthur Lazinski, who is the co-founder and CEO of Umnitsa. Arthur, thank you so much for taking a couple of minutes and speaking with me today. I do appreciate it.
Thank you for having us, Charlene.
Tell us about Umnitsa. I've never heard of the company before, and I'm interested in how you guys came up with that name, but I'd love to hear all about the company.
Sure. Yeah. Best kept secret in IT, but we're changing that. So hopefully some people will learn about us today via your show, Charlene. Thanks again for having us on.
You bet.
So Umnitsa, the word itself stems from the word intelligence, which is And umni is somebody who has intelligence. But umnitsa is something you say to a kid if they get a really good grade. And the idea is that we are the next up and coming generation of great enterprise software. So that's how the name came about. What is Umnitsa and what do we do? Well, we have identified, and originally starting with connected devices in manufacturing, which is really interesting, that there is a trend happening that I think all of us are witnessing. And that trend is the proliferation of technology into IT. What used to be mostly services oriented, and IT was servicing all the other business units. That's changed now. IT has become a line of business. IT is now in charge of the security, the compliance, the auditability, the financial portions, and of course the experience, both for the customer and the internal employee. And so it is no longer just servicing other business units. It itself needs to be servicing. And that is, a change.
Yeah. Well, you're absolutely right. The proliferation of IT into all corners of a company, it's been a long time coming. I mean, we've seen it kind of creeping in over the past, 15, 20 years at least. Now, there is not a company on the face of this earth that can do business without IT. It's just such an integral part of any business these days. And we've all heard that so many organizations now consider themselves to be software companies first, and then a shoe manufacturer second, or an airline second. Everything is software led these days, and IT led. So good stuff. And it's a great time to be alive in IT, I guess. So let's talk a little bit about the survey that you guys recently put out, the Managing Enterprise Technology Blind Spots Snapshot Survey. So tell me about that. How did you guys come up with the idea, and what is the purpose of the survey, the Snapshot Survey?
Sure. Yeah. Well, even though you haven't heard about us, we service many of the top technology companies in the world. And as you mentioned, many companies you wouldn't have as technology companies have become technology companies. So as you alluded to, there's a lot of companies that you may not immediately think of as those types of organizations, but they are, and they're household names, and they're technologies that we use every day. Even the retail environments that we live in today are highly technology based. They're not so worried about warehousing as they once were. You may be walking to a retail shop to check out something, not to buy something, maybe just to learn about it, to feel it, to touch it, if it's a brick and mortar type of technology. And then you may go home and buy it online. And so the way that companies are thinking about their retail environments has dramatically shifted, as one example. But there's a lot of those examples, as you alluded to. So when we did this study, we were working with a lot of our existing customers, of which we have, more than a few hundred, that are in the world of managing these technologies. And what we found that was probably most interesting is that there is not only this influx of technology, but there's a major problem with the way that companies today, with the options that companies have today in managing those. There's only so many different siloed tools out there that are providing what is needed. And this silo approach is drawing a lot of problems in the organization.
So tell me a little bit about some of those silos. Are you seeing them within particular areas of IT, or maybe within the organization itself?
Yeah, well, the way that we define these silos, and we've done a lot of, using this research and other research, we've done a lot of thinking about how we can best articulate this problem, but also articulate the solution. We've coined this term enterprise technology management, and it consists of enterprise technology. This technology often in various silos. So when you think about the types of technologies, that gives you a little bit of a understanding of what those silos are. So enterprise technology consists of endpoints. As in one example, those can be point of sale systems in the retail environments. That can be internal IT, phones, laptops, things like that. There's networking, which is your routers, your switches, physical firewalls. There's infrastructure, which can be on-premise or in the cloud, AWS, Azure. Then there's applications, which are installed, SaaS applications. And of course, there's also all these peripherals that you need in order to be able to engage in everyday business. Well, that enterprise technology goes through a management process. And every single enterprise technology goes through a different process. What I mean by that is that you don't purchase your endpoints the same way that you do your cloud infrastructure. That's a different purchasing process. And of course, there's a different deployment process for every technology. There's a different managing process for every technology. There's a different monitoring process, securing process, maintenance process. But the process exists for every single one of those technologies. And if you put that on a matrix, what you find is that you have a lot of tools in the enterprise. And as you rightfully should, you're going to have to choose the right tool for the job. So if you have a endpoint that needs to be secured, if it's a Linux endpoint, you're going to use a specific tool. If it's a Windows endpoint, you're going to use a specific tool. Even if it's a Windows endpoint that is in the retail environment, or a Windows endpoint that is in a shop floor, or a Windows endpoint that is in the internal IT team, that is going to have different tools to manage that job. So it's no surprise that when you look at enterprise technology and the management of that you have an abundance of systems in the enterprise, rightfully so.
Yeah, and you think about also the proliferation of cloud services and the fact that it really is easy enough for anybody to spin up a cloud service. So all you need is a credit card, they say, and you've got another instance spun up. So I would imagine that is also kind of creating some issues within organizations, because sometimes they don't even realize what they've got and what they're running because there's been so much shadow IT happening over the last couple of years. And does that factor into your survey?
Yeah, it's very interesting. The example you just gave of cloud infrastructure is one of hundreds of thousands, but it's one that's very popular right now, and it's in the news all the time. And what it is because you have so many silos, if somebody has access and is a bad actor, leaves the company and still has access to AWS or Azure, any of the cloud infrastructure, they can do a whole lot of damage. And you're seeing this all over the news right now. Yeah. Why does that happen? Well, it's because the information lives in silos. You have a way to get the technology back from the individual, whether it's their endpoints or their SaaS applications or their infrastructure, but it's all in various different systems. And the processes are mostly manual. They're in some ticket built for an ITSM tool, and they're not automated across all these various functions. And many organizations end up having to say, well, that's just the way it is. But that's not really an answer that we can live with in the 21st century. We really need to find a better way to do it. And so I think that a lot of companies are turning to enterprise technology management in order to solve this problem end to end, one single solution, instead of trying to find multiple different places to do that and risking many of their organization's most important information.
Yeah, and it seems like it would be just a much better way to not only know, but also understand where your technologies are from an ownership perspective, and also cybersecurity, compliance, all those things that kind of are connected to you just understanding again what your infrastructure is like, what your endpoints are like, what if you were to map everything out, how it all fits together, because especially from a compliance perspective, if you don't know about a particular technology or where data resides or something like that, then, you actually absolutely could kind of run afoul of regulatory compliance. And, I would imagine that alone, that and the cybersecurity perspective, I think would be the two major reasons why organizations would want to use this type of technology.
Charlene, you hit the nail on the head. People talk about visibility. They say, oh, we need visibility. We need visibility.
Right.
When you go one level deeper, they need visibility for one of 5 reasons. And you mentioned 2 of them as important. And we say them in this order because they are incredibly important. You need to understand it for security reasons, of course. If you say we just want visibility, the question is always, well, why? Because that's not enough. You don't go through a implementation of enterprise technology management simply just to have visibility. There has to be real business outcome. Security is one of them. And we just mentioned a use case that is an example. Compliance, of course, is another one. All of these endpoints, any of these technologies can contain PII data. They can contain very important data that has to be compliant. Auditability is another very important aspect of this. It's incredible how much time is wasted during audits, and that can be consolidated into one enterprise technology management system. So that's another important reason we need visibility. The third and fourth important point is the financial aspect of this technology that plays a major role in the availability of the technology. But the fifth, and maybe the most surprising one to me during the survey, is really the experience portion. And experience is such an important part of IT teams' service today, and it's overlooked, really. And the way it's overlooked is that the customer experience technology empowers. We talked a little bit about retail, but many companies today are a technology-focused company, and their customers are reliant on that technology, whether it's their internal team providing that customer service or their customers are interfacing with the technology the company provides. And of course, also the experience that IT provides for the end users that are joining the company, with all the things that happened during the pandemic and now with the markets in the situation that they're in. The experience that we provide to our employees is a major differentiator. And so enterprise technology management is a key provider of those 5 items, but experience was the one that I think is highly surprising and very important.
Yeah, I would not have thought about that, but it certainly makes a lot of sense, especially if you're talking about, whether it's your external customers and understanding, where they kind of sit on your spectrum, if you will. Do you have all of the information about a particular customer? It's going to be much easier to service that customer, but also from an internal perspective, your employees are your customers as well, and so they need to have a top-notch experience when they're working with your technology as well. Whether it's the internal systems that run, I don't know, payroll to just being able to access your Slack account on a regular basis and things like that. So it makes a whole lot of sense. So it seems like this is something though that really organizations should have had a long time ago, given the number of systems that any organization has on a regular basis. So is this something that's kind of just now kind of getting its legs underneath it? Because I kind of feel like there was something technology very similar to this that's kind of has always been around, that maybe, you guys are kind of like doing we're experiencing a renaissance, or you guys have got some sort of really cool technology attached to yours that makes it really sets it apart from its competitors.
Yeah, well, one of the reasons you haven't heard about us much is because it is a relatively new problem. And I think you'll continue to hear more and more about companies using ETM. And as this company has continued to mature, more of the top organizations in the world have relied on enterprise technology management, but it's because it's a relatively new concept. And I'll illustrate the point this way: is in 2012 was the first time that we had more technology on Earth than we had people. Between 2012 and now, that number has grown almost 100x.
Yikes.
That is unbelievable how much technology we have on Earth today. And it is only the beginning. The amount of technology that's coming to the enterprise is staggering. The challenge has always been that the way that we've been servicing our workflows in the IT realm been through IT service management. And IT service management plays an important role, but at the end of the day, it's tickets. And tickets are syntax for human execution. So if you want humans to do something, you give them a ticket. But if you want a machine to do something, you need a new fundamental way of having the machine communicate. And that's what enterprise technology management is. It's putting the center of the universe around the technology and not around the human, because we believe there's just not enough humans in the world to manage all the technology that's come online.
True words were never spoken. Good stuff. I believe that this particular type of technology is just going to become even more important as we continue to add new devices and to adopt new technologies. And now if you throw into the mix the fact that so many people are working remotely, there's a whole new set of technologies that maybe a lot of companies before never had to worry about that now have to become part of their regular toolkit. So good stuff. Well, Arthur, I do appreciate your taking the time and walking me through what you guys are on about and some of the points of the survey. If folks are interested in taking a deeper look at the survey, is it freely available to them?
I do believe that you can visit our website and get a download from it, and we're happy to share our findings, and I think they'll be helpful to everybody in the IT sphere.
Great. And it's umnitza.com, correct?
That's right.
All right. So 2 O's, MINITZA, right? I'm going through memory here. So if I got it wrong, please let me know.
You nailed it, Charlie.
All right. Awesome. Well, Arthur, thanks again for your time. I do appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, everybody, please stick around. We've got lots more Techstrong TV coming up, so stay tuned.
Hey everyone, we're back here continuing our coverage here at RSA conference. It's it's afternoon already, after lunch. People are filing in for the afternoon sessions. We are in the Moscone West Hall at Broadcast Alley, and we've been live all day. We're continuing our live coverage in day 3. Our guest right now is Boris Gorin, who's the CEO co-founder of Kinetic Security.
That's right.
Did I get it right?
Oh yeah.
All right. Boris, welcome. How are you?
Great. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So, Boris, let's get some things straight. First of all, how do you spell Kinetic?
That's canonic. C-A-nonic.
C-A-N-O-I-N-C.
Yes.
I-N-C. Kinetic Security. And the website is canonicsecurity.com?
Yeah, or canonic.security.
Or canonic.security. Excellent. All right. We got that out of the way. Next, what is it you guys do?
So Canonics helps organizations quickly vet new third-party integrations and add-ons that they connect to their IT-approved platforms such as Google Workspace, Salesforce, and so on and so forth.
And you're one of the co-founders in addition to being CEO. I always like to ask the founders, what made you, what was the aha moment that you said, you know what, we need to do a company around this?
Right. So I've been working on SaaS security over the last decade, basically. First, as on the defender side, managing security for a large enterprise. And then on the vendor side, we built a CASB, Cloud Access Security Broker, that was later acquired by Proofpoint. So I've actually been talking about like third-party apps and integrations since 2012 or so. And coincidentally, when I met my co-founder, Niv, he was actually one of the guys that wrote the first RFC for Auth, which is the protocol that fuels third-party apps.
Sure.
So match made in heaven. So I think one of the moments where it kind of dawned on us is that, like, if you look at SaaS platforms today, you know, all of them have hundreds, if not thousands, of add-ons and integrations. And all these ecosystems that work on top of them, you know, they're basically, you know, fueling the economy. Like, look at Atlassian, 30% of their revenue is coming out of their marketplace and add-ons and integrations. So it's kind of a setup that works for everyone. It works for the platform builders. It works for developers who benefit from building extensions. It works for customers who use all these extensions. And then, you know, all these small extensions, they don't have the security and the certifications and the budgets and the teams that all the major platforms have. So, you know, it's security always follows technology, right? Like, there's a trend, there's new adoption, and then security has to follow. So it was kind of obvious that, you know, this is going to expand and someone has to secure it. And interestingly enough, like, we were one of the first startups that started in that category, and a few months later, there were like 4 other startups.
Well, that's a double-edged sword, right? Because yes, it makes for competition, but it also validates that there's a market, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And competition is healthy, right? Yeah, if there was no competition, like, yeah, you'd be just behind the market, right?
So that's a good thing. All right, so let's talk about how this works. How does it actually work to do this?
Right, yeah. So if you think about it, like, what happens with organizations today is, like, you have someone wants to connect an add-on to their Google Workspace or Salesforce, and then typically go through like a vendor security assessment process. And what organizations are doing today is they have like Excel spreadsheets, and you know, someone has to like submit a new app for an assessment or a new vendor for an assessment through like a Jira ticket, and then there are like Excel spreadsheets with risk scores and calculations. There's manual process that goes for like a month maybe. And then the poor guy on the IT side, like, he forgot he even submitted the app by the time he gets the approval. So what we're doing is we've actually created a service called apptotal.io, which is like VirusTotal for apps. So anyone could go in and throw an app at it, and it's going to analyze that app, okay, within our sandbox, okay? So this basically what it does is it creates a SaaS environment, it connects that new app onto that SaaS environment, it assesses that application, and then it spits out a verdict like, is this risky or not, and why? And so this like security engineer who we would spend like a month to get this
Trying to
assessed,
do it, and now you get it done as a service.
piecing that information puzzle together, it's getting that automatically done in a few minutes. So that's amazing because like organizations can adopt new vendors and new technologies
Much
super
faster.
quick. Yeah, much faster. When the time, like as a startup, the moment you realize you have this market fit is when someone who's been doing this manual process is looking at your product and they're so amazed, like they're not even listening to that pitch. They're looking at what you're doing and they're
Saying,
like,
why
"Oh,
didn't I see this before?"
this is amazing.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what we're seeing right now.
And I want to make clear for the audience, this isn't necessarily if you're a company who develops an app and you're going to run it there. That's fine. You could do that, obviously.
Yeah.
But any of the apps that you're running from other people, third-party apps, and we live in a SaaSops world, SASE, whatever you want to call it. We're all doing these apps. We could put all of these third-party apps there and get validation, right? Especially, we talk about things like supply chain and stuff like this. This is a great solution in that.
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, even think about your personal life. Like you have your Gmail or something, and then anytime you would connect with Google to any website out there, you will get this pop-up that says, "Hey, some app wants to have access to your
And we
account."
we all almost knee-jerk, just say, okay,
That's right.
okay.
That's right. And if you look at the list of apps in your Google account, you probably discover like tens of them you never remember.
That you don't even know how they got there.
Some of them are companies that don't even longer exist.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, and so like multiply that by the number of employees in every organization, and then that's just Google. Like we just have dozens of these platforms, and how do you manage that? From the moment you vet these apps, to controlling these apps, to revoking access. Like we discovered that 60% of the integrations in an average enterprise haven't been used over the last 60 days. No one ever looks into that.
No.
Yeah, and
I would imagine. Well, you saying it, I'm sure it's true, but I would agree also it's true. I mean, because there are a lot of times I may use an app one time and decide I don't like it, or I don't use it because I had a specific thing to do. I put it on. Who goes back there and shuts it off? No one.
Yeah, totally. And we do this like we automatically streamline the end user and recertifications. So that basically means like an end user gets a message in Slack or over email that says, "Hey, like we see that you haven't used this app for 60 days."
Right.
And then they have one.
That's great.
Yeah, and then they have one of three options like.
Delete it, keep it.
That's
change
right.
It.
I need the access. I'm using it. I don't remember installing it, and no, I don't use it.
Right.
We
Get
see
rid
that
of it.
we see that most of the end users say, "I don't remember installing that."
And it's a whole nother can of worms altogether, actually. So let's talk about distribution. How do you charge for this? How does one get it?
Yeah. So there's a few, it's a tiered approach basically. So anyone can use apptotal.io. It's a community version, it's a freemium version, just like VirusTotal. And we have thousands of security engineers that are using it on a daily basis, just assessing apps. So if you're just looking into like one app here and there, it's a community offering and it has most of the data. The commercial version of that, so it basically breaks down to three tiers. The first one is app vetting and risk management. So that helps you assess new apps before connecting them to your environment. The second one provides access intelligence and vulnerability insights. So basically it looks into your environment and looks and identifies who are the users who connected all these apps, what are they doing with them, identifies weaknesses, and helps you do that end user recertification process. And the last one is threat detection and response. So that's basically continuously monitoring all these apps, API activities, like detecting suspicious API activities, out of policy API activities. Okay, so the enterprise product is basically the one that includes all these three capabilities. And it's per user, per year pricing.
And so that's aimed at enterprise per user per year.
That's right.
Free for individuals, and I want you to make that clear.
Yeah.
Anybody could just go in, register, and start using free.
Yeah, anyone can go in apptotal.io.
I love it.
Register and
I mean, it seems simple. So, look, I've been in business a long time, 30 years. Every once in a while, you hear a company or story like this, and you say, why didn't anyone think of this before?
That's
I
right.
mean, this isn't, right? It's so obvious when you explained it.
That's
but
right.
Now it took till now to do. So
that's right.
Good for you, man.
Thank you.
I'd like to hear more stuff about it. Keep us posted.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Boris.
Thanks.
All right, we're here live at RSA. You know what? Just before I sign off, because maybe someone didn't listen in the beginning to the website.
Yeah.
But now that they hear it's about, they're saying, oh, I want to do this.
That's right.
What's the website again? Look into that camera and tell them.
apptotal.io.
apptotal.io.
Yeah, or canonic.security.
Or canonic.security. Fantastic.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey, we're going to be
Thank
back
you.
with our next guest here in just a moment.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond, CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and Media Ops CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps. ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers.
Hey everyone, we're back here live at RSA. We are at Broadcast Alley, it's Moscone West, and it's day 3 of RSA, so it's been a pretty busy week. I'm pleasantly surprised with the amount of people here. It's been really great. Our next guest is Mr. John Pierce of NetEnrich. Before we get into the whole NetEnrich story, though, let's go over John's background a little bit, because we had a nice chat off camera, and I wanted to share that with you, and then we can talk about NetEnrich. John, why don't you tell them a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, so I've been in security for about 22 years. I started off at the CIA, was very thankful and fortunate to work there. Worked for a lot of different security companies in threat research and product management. Had the opportunity to write 3 books, and most of them collaborating with a lot of my good friends in the industry. And that's kind of where I'm at. To me, I look at security like playing Xbox. So.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the books. They're still available?
Yeah, they're still available. So the first one is Cybersecurity and Espionage. I wrote with my buddy Will Garagio.
Mm-hmm.
The second one, I said I would never write a book again, but I'm like, you know what, I'm going to do it. So we wrote a book called Black Hatonomics, and that's actually after you get hacked, money laundering, and all that other stuff. And then we were doing a bunch of studying when I was at the end of my tail career at HP, going to NSS Labs on threat forecasting. So I got really involved in that, and my last book was on threat forecasting. It ended up having to have a few buddies come and help me finish it because I was on a deadline. But that's it. I'm done with the books. But it was a lot of fun.
You're never done with the books. Never say never, John. Never say never. NSS Labs, that was my friend. I had friends there.
Oh, Vic?
It was good stuff.
Absolutely.
Good stuff. Anyway, so now that's who John is. Let's talk a little bit about Enrich, though.
Yeah, NetEnrich is a great company. No, they've been around for 14 plus years, started out as a digital ops company. And then most recently, have gotten into security with releasing the Resolution Intelligence platform.
Excellent. And what do you do at NetEnrich?
Yeah, so I'm VP head of products. So basically, when you look at product managers, you're like a piñata. People will
banging you until you pop.
You pop, and then candy comes out. Everybody's happy. Then it goes back in. So my job is really to productize features, work with partners, and take ideas from our CTO Praveen or Chris Morales, and kind of making some of their big ideas innovative, and bringing those into the market.
Great. All right, let's dig in now.
Cool.
So you gave us the NetEnrich story and where they play. Specifics on the product, can you jump on that a bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so the biggest thing with Resolution Intelligence is basically doing situational analysis. So you have a plethora of threat detection technologies that are out there. So essentially what we do is we have the opportunity to hook into a massive data lake, like Chronicle as an example. And what we're able to do is a lot of sense making from a situational perspective. But what's really good about that is we kind of do scoring, right? So 0 to 100, 100 being the devil, it's bad. But essentially we're looking at likelihood. How likely is this threat to my organization? Second thing is looking at impact. What type of impact is this going to have? And then, lastly is, the confidence and probability that that's going to happen. So we're able to layer that not only just for one customer, but we work with partners, so it's highly multi-tenant, so you can look at all partners or you can go down. But what I gave you is the situation. So when you have the situation, you don't know what the context is. Is it good? Is it bad?
Sure.
So that's the biggest thing, is really bringing rich context into that. That helps an analyst really focus and understand what they're doing. In addition to that, using machine learning, we're able to automate a lot of tier 1 analyst tasks, which is great. It saves a lot of time, and it really allows he or she to really dive down into things that matter. So that at the highest level is what we're doing with Resolution Intelligence, and really going inside out, because understanding all the businesses that we had to work for, understanding how important assets are, right? And when you look at assets, you can look at your iPad. It's a blast radius, right? Like, what other things can I get from there? And that's just one aspect of what Resolution Intelligence can provide.
And you're doing this all with, what do you want to call it, ML or AI, but I mean, you're bringing together these disparate parts with some automated analysis machine.
Correct. Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
call it machine learning.
It is all machine learning. Obviously training those models. We have the ability to map it down to MITRE, right? So the tactic and the technique, which is important. And what that does also is you're able to look into these different, the MITRE categories, which there's a whole bunch of them, but you're able to understand, what you have for that specific threat. Do you have that coverage? And I think that's kind of important because when you look at security as well, you have to look at the economics. It's not cheap.
No.
Right. Yeah. So what this allows you to do is it paints that picture. So, maybe you can go back to the CFO. I'm missing this security control or that security control. So, yeah, a lot of stuff going on there.
Absolutely, man. You know what we didn't mention? For people who are interested in NetEnrich, where do they go?
Netenrich.com.
Netenrich.com. That's NETENRICH.
Correct. Yeah.
.com. And how's the product kind of distributed, sold, packaged?
That's a good product question.
Well, for the product manager, I thought
course.
it'd be a good question.
Yeah. So essentially, our target market is really looking at working with partners. So your MSPs, your global SIs, and helping enable them to really have that visibility, to their customers. So that's the biggest thing. I mean, globally. So North America, EMEA, APAC, LATAM. I mean, we're focused on wherever our partners are. And the good thing is we partner with Google Chronicle as well, which is a great thing as well. So
very cool. John, what do you think about RSA this year?
Well, yesterday I probably clocked it in 10 miles walking around, and it keeps getting more and more each time I come back here. This is my 17th time at RSA, and what's funny is I remember over there it was like half of the event center. Right now it's sprawled out all over the place. So
you and me both.
Yeah. But it's been good just in terms of you see all these different themes that are playing out, right? Like I've been hearing a lot about zero trust.
All right.
Jinx.
Bing, bing, bing. All right. That was the first time we mentioned it in this interview. Good. All right.
Yeah.
We made it 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. That I've seen XDR.
Yeah, XDR's hot.
Yeah.
That's another hot one.
Analytics.
Software supply chain.
That's been a big, and if you look at, I won't mention the companies, but the companies that got hit, that's become mainstream.
That's bombs, baby.
Yeah. Yeah. But you do have a lot of customers now that are asking about supply chain, right? And I think it is important.
All kidding aside, it is important.
Yeah.
It is, we're DevOps.com. We put on a big DevSecOps event here every year. We did yesterday in Moscone. And it was all about software supply chain. So very interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, hey, John, thanks for joining with us, man. I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, thank you. Pleasure to meet you.
Check it out. We're going to take a break here at RSA. I think we have some more people coming up right behind. This is John Pierce from NetEnrich. We'll be right back. Good,
awesome, man. Thank you.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Jason Shepard, who's VP of Ecosystems for Zedata. They are helping to drive Kubernetes out to the edge, and we're going to talk about why that's different than just about any other distribution use case for Kubernetes. Jason, welcome to the show.
How you doing? Thanks for having me.
What exactly does make putting Kubernetes out at the edge so much more different than what we may see in a data center or even up in the cloud for that matter?
I mean, first and foremost, it's really the distribution scale. I mean, centralized data centers, we are working in smaller numbers, in kind of dense locations. And once you get out to the edge, which we should, of course, talk about what is the edge, because it means different things to everybody. But it's the high deployment scale, fewer IT resources out there. A lot of times the devices have, or the hardware you're deploying to has fewer resources, all of these types of things that are just different than traditional centralized data centers.
And when I push that out to the edge, is that something that I'm going to centrally manage from a cloud or an on-premise environment, or what is the best approach to doing that?
Typically, you want to be managing from some sort of central location, from some cloud-based location, because these assets, when you're doing edge, it could be manufacturing floor, retail store, out in an oil refinery, out in a truck, somewhere. I've seen examples of all the cases. You do not want to be sending people out to manage on-prem. The caveat to that is for certain types of businesses where they just will not be cloud connected, for security concerns, anything around IP, whatever. Even though with Kubernetes and the fundamental management is in the infrastructure plane versus the data plane, your data can still be on-prem. Some people just will not touch the cloud for any number of reasons. If I'm running a nuclear plant, I probably will not willy-nilly connect up to the cloud. It just depends on the business, but ideally it's centrally located, the controller.
And where do you guys fit in this ecosystem? Are you providing the control plane or the connectivity, or where does you guys come into the picture?
Yeah, so Zedata, so we're all about infrastructure management. We're, the underlying hardware, zero-touch provisioning of the hardware. We have an operating system as part of our offer, so I'll talk about that. Bootstrapping the runtime of choice for Kubernetes, whether you're doing K3S or K8 or micro, there's so many different distributions popping up. But all of that lower level management below your Kubernetes distribution, and then you choose what console you want on the back end, whether it's SUSE Rancher or could be any number of things. What's fundamentally different is that when you're in the data center and you're in a central location, you can, at smaller volumes, you can kind of script in and it can be a little painful to maybe bootstrap a Kubernetes cluster, but it's okay because it's more centralized and, lower scale factor. Try to go do that manual work 100, if not 1,000 or 10,000 times out in highly distributed areas, and it's really, really hard. What we do is make it super easy, like clicks of buttons to deploy those initial run times, whatever Kubernetes distribution, maybe you're wanting to run legacy VMs next to it. It could be anything. I'm a technician. I don't know anything about IT. I take a box off a truck that's running EvoS, the open source operating system we leverage. It bootstraps to our cloud orchestrator, zCloud, which is where you do infrastructure management from a central location. It's a SaaS offer. You click some buttons, it zero-touch provisions, does secure provisioning down to silicon, all these layers of features, and then you just click a button and a couple of buttons, and you can form Kubernetes clusters, on the fly. And then from there, you use whatever tools you want, in the back end.
Initially, when Kubernetes first came to the fore, it was managed pretty much by either full stack developers or DevOps teams. Is that changing in the age of the edge? Is that going to be more of an IT operations network admin team, or how does that differ?
Well, I mean, if you're doing the underlying infrastructure, it's typically, IT admins, network folks. You could have OT, operations technology people doing it. Like there's usually different people that manage infrastructure versus DevOps and the application plane and doing data and all that kind of stuff. The edge makes it especially complicated because they're not all having to hit a central location. They could be in the middle of nowhere or highly distributed, as we're saying. It completely changes how you have to do it. And then the other thing is when I'm forming Kubernetes clusters in a central location, I don't really care what servers it's running on. I'm basically just looking at resources and form clusters kind of dynamically in this centralized location. When I'm at the edge, like out in the field, out of the traditional data center, it's very, very based on location. I need to know, the cluster is formed of these nodes in this area physically, and these are the constraints that I have. It completely changes the considerations for how you deploy it. I will say anyone that's talking Kubernetes at the edge that hasn't contemplated that lower level foundation, the kinds of stuff that Zadita is doing, hasn't actually deployed Kubernetes at the edge, at scale. It's really challenging.
And what exactly is the edge these days? Because I think I lost count. There must be at least 5 different flavors. And
oh yeah.
I'm not even counting mobile devices.
Yeah. Well, and I would contend that they're part of it. A lot of people are like, I've been doing edge computing for years. It's like, well, if you've been doing traditional on-prem applications just running in your data center, you're not, that's traditional on-prem applications. That's legacy stuff. The edge contends that you have, in some fashion, you still are contemplating the cloud. That could be that it's a continuum and you're pre-processing data, sending it to the cloud for more processing. Could be that you're training AI models in the cloud, but then deploying them completely autonomously at the edge. But it's part of a continuum. Yes, a lot of people are myopically talking about edge. Whatever I sell, that's the edge. I sell telco connectivity, that's the edge. Or I'm an IT data center, OEM. There you go. I make constrained devices. That's the edge. So the best way to look at it, it's a continuum, and there's inherent trade-offs across that continuum. So I go from highly constrained devices that have to have embedded software. No Kubernetes there. It's literally written, purpose-built for the hardware. All the way up, it's like a toaster is a little bit different than a car, which is a little bit different than a smart light bulb or whatever. Very constrained. Cars are a little bit unique, and then I go up to regional data centers at the other extreme, just below the internet exchange to the cloud. I want to centralize stuff on the right side. If it's latency sensitive, no one's going to die if your Netflix shuts off, but you want it to perform well. I want to go across lots of users. So that's the service provider edge. That's one extreme. That's data center tools. Kubernetes comes down. Some evolution for how do you get to a little bit larger scale factor? How do you do it? You manage it centrally, but generally just an evolution from what we do today in the cloud, at that regional metro area. And as you keep going towards the physical world, the edges get more and more constrained. You have to start assuming that as you get out of the data center, someone could walk up and touch that box. You have to assume that you're going to lose connection between the box and the controller. And most data center tools assume that the controller has a constant connection to the server, and you're on fiber. So all these, the boxes have to phone home and say, hey, what am I supposed to be running? Because you cannot, a controller phoning the box, won't work through a firewall. And so all these differences start picking up the closer you get to the physical world. And so what Zadita is doing from a orchestration standpoint, so management and security of that infrastructure, edge infrastructure, it could be from a intelligent IoT gateway. Our footprint is 512 megs of memory. That's the tax you pay to then be able to have all this flexibility on top to run Kubernetes workloads, VMs, containers, doesn't matter, deep security, etc. You start at that footprint, and it bleeds into the traditional data center where then those types of tools pick up. But that spectrum is not really addressable by current data center tools. People are trying, that starts to fall apart for all those different reasons. So they're actually, the data center paradigm is coming down. We started as low as you can go, footprint wise, on a box until you just have to go embedded, custom code for the silicon. Our solution starts to lose relevance as you get up to the data center, and the data center solutions start to fall apart as you come down. And when they're hitting each other is where our intersection point, is. The ultimate goal is extend the cloud experience as far into the physical world until it breaks. Mm-hmm. I want to think about resources. I don't want to think about the hardware. I just want to run, apps, and I want to, have this amount of networking and storage and dedicate it, this app to that GPU or CPU cores or whatever. And I want to buy it and consume it as a service. And so that's, we offer that out at the edge, and then you choose what applications you want to run on top of. And it just feels like the cloud, but out in the field.
One of the things we are seeing is that at the edge, we are processing the data and analyzing it at the point where it is being created and consumed, right? We're not doing this kind of round trip all the time to a data center or a cloud to process that workload. Do you think as we keep moving down this path, there may come a day relatively soon when there might be more workloads at the edge than there are up in the cloud or the data center for that matter?
I don't think that there'll be more. I think it all grows together, but it also depends on what you define as the edge. I mean, one of the taglines we use is the edge is the last cloud to build. So where does the cloud stop and the edge begin? Because as you see more of these cloud-like principles being extended further out, this notion of I want to buy stuff as a service. I just want to think about resources and it's composable and just click buttons and whatever. In that context, where you could say the cloud is actually bleeding down to my manufacturing floor, and there's this sort of fringe kind of condition there. It's not going to be a binary thing. So that's where it's kind of hard to answer that question. Do I think more workloads are going to be distributed? Absolutely. Then they are centralized. In a perfect world, we would centralize everything. The clouds are giving you easy button, but then you get locked in. The easy button always sounds good until you get the bill. And so for these reasons, I think people were really moving towards the cloud over the past number of years. But now as more data gravity picks up there and people realize the implications of that and the cost of moving data, all the reasons why, latency issues, all the reasons why edge is happening now, we're going to see more distribution. Where everything's running long term, it's hard to say. But so the best thing to do right now is architect today to be able to move workloads anywhere along that continuum. And it's a balance of performance and cost, and security needs and all that. Invest in solutions that help you move workloads across the continuum, while also recognizing there are inherent trade-offs, things like footprint and don't call us, we'll call you, in terms of what direction things communicate and will I always have connectivity or not, all those things we mentioned. Architects, because you just don't know, and make sure that you decouple the infrastructure, like your core foundation, from all the applications and the data, because then you're a free agent. You can do whatever you want to do, and as things evolve, they will evolve. You're not stuck. And that's a big focus for us. We're not in the data path. We're not trying to do applications. We're just trying to make it really easy to scale data center principles out of the data center, but then you have your choice of technologies around that for flexibility.
All right. So you're king for a day and you can do anything you want in the land of Kubernetes. What's the one thing you wish that somebody would do on your behalf to make it easier to deploy Kubernetes and manage it and install it at the edge?
I think they should call Zadita. No, I mean, it's painful. I mean, it's, we see a lot of people experimenting with it. We see a lot of people I've seen a lot of conversations around, well, you must have Kubernetes at the edge. Not necessarily. You could just be running simple containers or, a VM, some application. Why you would run Kubernetes at the edge is, of course, scalability, scale out locally, resilience, redundancy, things like that. But you don't need all of the same features as you do need in the back end. So if there's one thing that I would want people to understand is infrastructure management is not the same as application management. And so many people are confused about that right now. They look at us and, or anyone like us, anyone in this space, and they're like, you do exactly what company X does. You're completely overlapped with Scissor Rancher and K3S. Actually, no, it's quite complementary because, they're different planes. So if king for the day, I would want people to, get educated, I guess, and kind of realize the value. There's a lot of different players doing things, but it's not about one person doing everything.
All right. My layers have layers. Hey, Jason, thanks for being on the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right. Back to you guys in the studio.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Techstrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with John Anthony, who is the CEO of Conversant Group. John, thank you so much for taking a couple minutes and being with me today. I do appreciate it.
Thank you. It's going to be fun.
All right. So tell me a little bit about Conversant Group.
So Conversant Group is a consultancy based in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Today, we have over 180 clients that we've worked with, probably more than 1,000 organizations. We have namely focused on the practice of law, though we also have a significant sample of governmental entities and other industries covered in our customer portfolio. So we are very well acquainted in high-risk industries, in particular, those that contain very sensitive data. My personal background is in cybersecurity and infrastructure, and so the company was really born out of my passions for both of those things. And so today, that is what we do. We focus on cybersecurity defense and infrastructure, both in the cloud and on-premise, and we do that for all types of industries.
Awesome. That sounds great. So I want to talk to you a little bit about data breaches, if you will, or I guess privacy. Gosh, is it privacy invasion, or just the way that hackers are gaining the personal information of just pretty much about anybody, and they're doing it in kind of a sneaky way, using kind of law enforcement tactics to do so. So what they're doing is using the emergency data requests. So can you kind of walk me through that?
Yeah. So obviously, there's a mechanism for the judicial department of requesting data from ISPs and those other entities that house personalized accounts for individuals, right? So there's a method that's allowed for law enforcement, usually via subpoena, to request data on these accounts, who owns them, and ultimately obtain access to them. And so there's a mechanism called emergency data request, which allows them to, in an emergency, without a subpoena, without a court order, to request access to these accounts. And usually those are leveraged, namely when it's a life or death type situation, when the situation is so severe that it's necessary to avoid normal due process to obtain that requisite access. And so what the threat actors are doing is they're compromising law enforcement email accounts and then making these emergency data requests of ISPs, personal email services, entities that host these personal accounts, and requesting access to them, and also requesting ownership of those ownership information of those accounts. And so basically it's avoiding due process, and in doing so, it's allowing hackers to gain a great deal of private data that they could then leverage for future and further and frankly even deeper and broader attacks. I can actually think of an instance that we worked last year. We have another entity within our Conversant Group family called Phoenix 24, where we actually do breach recovery work. So we get inside these breaches. Actually, one of the largest breaches we worked last year involved personal email account phishing. The threat actors were able to phish the end users that ultimately led to that organization being breached on their personal email accounts. They obtained their passwords.
God, that's kind of scary.
Very scary.
So how common is this? I mean, it's something that I haven't heard of before, but is this becoming more prevalent in the law enforcement space, that you are seeing hackers actually infiltrate the networks and gain data that way?
Yeah, so Charlene, you probably know of a statistic that 94% of all breaches start with an email.
Right.
So it's not shocking, frankly, that the threat actors are targeting law enforcement email. I don't frankly believe this is new. I think what is new is that they have figured out that they can do these emergency data requests. That part, I would argue, is relatively new. Targeting law enforcement email accounts is certainly not new. That's been going on for more than a decade. But learning how to leverage our legal process against other private organizations and frankly other individuals, that certainly is new. And I would say that I don't know that I have a good statistic to tell you how frequently this is occurring as of yet, but it certainly has recently occurred as it relates to Lapsus, which you've probably seen in the media. They were responsible for breaching Okta and also Microsoft. These types of methods were actually part of the methods that they used in their breaches.
Wow. Wow. So, we've been having a conversation kind of on and off for the last 20 years or so now regarding the privacy of personal information and the ability for law enforcement agencies to gain access to information without requiring a subpoena or some sort of court order. And a lot of that has to do with the terrorism attacks and the Patriot Act and whether, there's been that conversation whether law enforcement agencies are kind of overstepping, are using the Patriot Act to kind of get access to information that, wiretapping and such, and whether that's actually, as I said, overstepping their range of responsibilities. And I wonder with this emergency data request, certainly there is a need for it, but I wonder if shutting this down might be one avenue that, that we can help kind of close off this open portal, if you will, for hackers and threat actors, and other things such as maybe constraining the Patriot Act and some of the things that they were able to do through the Patriot Act. Whether that might be a way of maybe mitigating this.
Frankly, I wouldn't get so much into the weeds about whether politically it's the right thing to allow or not. I would say, however, that if my life were in danger, I would hope that they could leverage the EDR, right, the emergency data request, to save my life. So I would just say that I think it's probably necessary in certain use cases, without a doubt. I think the core problem is that we do not have public standards and public requirements of police departments, and frankly, of any county and local municipalities that are requiring them to properly secure their email. The core problem here is not that we allow EDRs. The problem is that our email systems are not secure. And it is possible to secure them. Frankly, I can tell you on assessment, over 95% of companies and public entities that I assess do not have proper authentication on their email. It is not MFA, multi-factor authentication, as an example, is not enforced. They're often not encrypting them. They often don't have adequate email filters. And when you consider the statistic that 94% of all breaches start with an email, well, you probably should secure your email, right, properly. And that's,
so is this, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think that's true in government and private organizations, right?
Yeah.
No matter who you are, you can secure email.
So is this due to just a basic lack of security hygiene, or is it a budgetary thing, or is it something altogether different that people are saying you're not going to, don't mess with my email, basically?
Well, there's an old statistic, and I'm sure I'm going to misquote it, but frankly, internal IT folks are focused on maintenance, right? At the end of the day, most of their time is spent on fighting fires, dealing with user issues. There's frankly just not a focus on security, and there's legitimately a non-focus on it, frankly, because they're doing other things. They don't have time to do it all. And frankly, in most organizations, not just public ones, IT is undermanned. There's not enough human beings to do this well. And it's especially true in public organizations, right? Where frankly, I'm actively working with a county government. They are grossly understaffed and they are grossly inadequately secured. Their email has no multi-factor authentication. So I have a case where I'm working this right now where law enforcement email systems are not secure.
I've heard this so many times, and every single time it's, I always just kind of shake my head, because it seems like if you are that understaffed and under the gun all the time, that you would really pound the table, if you will, over cybersecurity and proper cybersecurity hygiene, because it is quite literally the thing that's going to protect you. It is the difference between a protected network and one that is, just might as well be made out of Swiss cheese. But it seems like cybersecurity conversations kind of fall by the wayside when there are staffing issues. So do you think that, is it then does does it then become a technology problem? I mean, do they just kind of throw more technology at it and hope it goes away? Or what's the answer?
To be frank with you, it's a leadership problem. It starts at the top. It's not just in private, but also in public entities. At the end of the day, you need leaders who are aware of the problems and are willing to regularly assess for problems, right? They need clarity on what their risks truly are. What risks are we accepting? I can tell you most leaders through our assessments don't know. They don't know until we inform them. They have internal folks that have probably been telling them, but they're not hearing, right? It's not registering. And so I often recommend that organizations at least assess their technical controls annually, at the very least. Preferably every 6 months actually would be better. What we see, Charlene, is that in the industry, most assessments are actually compliance focused, right? They're measuring them against the public standards like NIST and CIS 18. The problem is those types of assessments are focused on policy, written policy. While written policies are absolutely critical, it's the tech and the people that keep you secure, right? So if those are not orchestrated well, and the policies, of course, don't align, you've got major problems. So you could have the best security program in the world, but if the technical controls are not implemented and configured properly, you're going to be breached. And this is what we see time and time again, not just in private, but also public entities. They often have policies. The controls are not adequate, and they're not. And if they do have controls, they're not being monitored. They're not being administered. And frankly, they don't have the people to do it. So I would argue that it's very firstly important that leadership become aware. And two, they choose to be aware through regular assessment. And frankly, I would argue that IT, if they were going to bang their hands on the table for something, it should be for regular assessment, because frankly, it gives them a voice. It gives them a much louder voice with leadership than what they will have on their own. Because to be frank with you, I love IT folks. I am one, but most of them are not very well suited for communicating with leaders, right? They talk in bits and bytes, and leadership often doesn't understand bits and bytes. They understand dollars and cents. Right.
Hey everyone, back here live at RSA Streaming. We're in Moscone West. It's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so getting a little later on the East Coast. And it's probably good in evening in Europe and Asia. But wherever you're watching this from, thanks for joining us. Our next guest is Michael Munchkalu.
Right.
Close?
Yeah, close enough. Close enough, thank you.
Turkish name, but we'll call him Michael.
Yep.
Michael is the co-founder of Cardinal Ops, right? And this is a company we haven't featured before. One of the great things about being here at RSA is we get to meet, for us, new companies and new people. Michael, welcome. Give us a little background on Cardinal Ops, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course. Actually, Cardinal Ops was founded in RSA of 2020.
Really?
Yeah.
The last RSA?
Right, the last RSA in
here.
person. So it's great to be back and meet everyone in person.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we are, so Cardinal Ops kind of in a sentence is looking to help organizations operationalize the security tools they have. Their security analytics platforms, their SIMs, their EDR and XDR platforms.
And there's been millions and billions of dollars spent on them and not being used.
Exactly, and they're not seeing that return. They're frustrated for how much care and feeding is required to make those platforms effective. So we help them identify the gaps and remediate them so that they're prepared for the next attack by making their tools more effective.
So is this done via some sort of SaaS app? Is it a personal, like professional services? How does it work?
Right. Yeah, great question. So we basically build a SaaS platform. It's a product that is and that platform connects through APIs to your existing tools, and then starts to query them, understand how are they configured, how are they deployed, how are they operating, how are they integrated into one another, and then is able to detect the misconfigurations and gaps that would lead to kind of to a next attack not being detected due to that poor implementation. That the platform can then use the same API to push the remediations, to fix those tools, to make them have the right rule set in place, be properly configured in terms of having the right data, parsing that data correctly, and having everything required to really leverage the full potential of those tools.
Great, love it. So Michael, So you're co-founder,
Yeah, indeed.
CEO,
Yes.
but this isn't your first company.
Right.
And you say it was founded, launched RSA 2020, so about 2 years ago. Give us kind of the story. What's the backstory here? What came about for Cardinal Ops here?
Yeah, of course. So, kind of started my career back in the Israeli intelligence, where I also met my co-founder and CTO, Yair Manor. After that, in 2011, I founded my first cyber startup called Light Cyber.
Sure.
Light Cyber was one of the first behavioral analytics companies detecting attackers and enterprise networks. It was actually also an innovation sandbox finalist in 2014.
Wow.
And
that was early for the sandbox.
Yeah. And in 2017, we were acquired by Palo Alto Networks. That technology eventually became what's known today as Cortex XDR. So in the process, we launched a new product line and also defined the XDR category in the market. So it was amazing 3 years there. Learned a lot and was a great experience. But then, I realized I wanted to start over again.
Do more.
Right? Do more and solve more problems. And I think a theme that really recurred throughout all those years in the industry was what we really see how customers are struggling to implement the security tools they're buying. So a medium enterprise can have 30 or 40 or 50 different tools.
Shelfware.
Right, and operationalize so much technology is a huge challenge. And what we've seen also is that work today is done exclusively manually. There's basically the complexities is rising, and the number of the infrastructure you're trying to protect is extremely dynamic. The threat landscape is constantly evolving. The number of tools is growing. The complexity of those tools, etc. So just trying to solve that in manual ways is just cannot keep up with the rate of change.
But you know what? To be fair, this is not a new problem, right?
That is true.
I've been in security 25 plus years. I remember when SIM first became like a thing. And this is ArcSight, pre-HP even, right? Before ArcSight got bought by HP. The amount of money people were pouring, and I'm not blaming ArcSight or even SIMs. I saw it with firewalls, I saw it with UTM, I saw it with IDS, IPS, I saw it with vulnerability management, I saw it with DLP and just about every security technology. They sound great. It's a shiny new silver bullet that people advertise as solving the security problem. People plop down, they get budget, they buy these products, and then either they didn't budget what it costs to truly implement. The implementation is so difficult, that, look, maybe 1% of the companies have that kind of expertise to really implement these things. Or quite frankly, the product didn't work as advertised, right? And so much security, software and solutions became, I once went into a place and they had made flower pots out of it was a UTM box, right? It became a flower pot because they just didn't bother. So the amount of waste, the amount of money spent on security and then not utilized or operationalized, as you say. I mean, it had a measure in the billions, if not tens of billions of dollars.
Sure. And that's really what's driving us is the opportunity here to make a big impact. We're seeing the starting point is that roughly what we're hearing from CISOs is that they're leveraging about 20% of the capabilities of their tools.
I think that's about right.
So kind of our potential or our promise and our mission is to kind of 5x that to bring them to real.
Look, but here's the thing, your potential is 5x. If you 3x'd it, you succeeded wildly beyond anything that we've had today. So that would be a good thing, right?
Yes, we're working on it.
Absolutely. Now, I understand you guys recently did a research report.
Right.
Talk to us about that.
Sure, that it's actually the second year that we publish this annual research report talking about the effective implementation of tools focused on the world of SIM. And something important for me to stress out is that it's not a survey asking people their opinions, it's rather data collected from actual production systems to measure their effectiveness in actual production deployments of customers. And what we've found is that these gaps that we talk about theoretically are very, very concrete and measurable. We find that an average a SIM would only be able to detect 5 out of the top 14 MITRE attack techniques, right? The most widely used, kind of in the wild, most common techniques used. We find that even when they do implement and work hard to create rules, we find that 15% of the rules they have in place are actually broken and non-functional because everything constantly is in flux, is changing, and so even the limited rules that they have in place is not fully operationalized, and it's kind of a blind spot. They're hoping to be protected there, but they're not. Maybe a last interesting statistic to share is that only 25% of organizations collecting identity data into their SIM, which sounds like a very kind of common best practice, don't actually create the rule set to trigger real-time alerts based on that data. And we know how important that type of data is to prevent breaches.
So can you think of a more inefficient industry than security?
I really don't blame us as the practitioners. The complexity of the cyber program is such that it's not a problem solvable by a single tool. So now we are tasking each and every enterprise today to solve as what I call a nation-state grade problem. They need to defend against everything bad out there with a state-of-the-art technology and doing that again for just their organization. And they need to, every organization out there is faced with that challenge. So it's not, by no means I think it's an easy challenge.
No.
And I think we've brought automation to different areas of security. So we've brought it to, of course, detection. We brought it to incident response with SOAR tools automating those investigation processes.
We see it in DevSecOps, right? We're seeing security testing being automated into the pre-release, cycle, the CI/CD, life cycle. But that being said, and again, this is my opinion, right? At the same time, we've made some progress with that. The problem also is that our security problems have become more complex.
Sure.
And so, there's this old saying, one of the problems I think in the world today is we look for simple solutions to complex problems. And sometimes there aren't simple solutions to complex problems. Complex problems have complex solutions. And so that's another straw on the camel's back.
That's true. I actually was in a panel today and we just talked about that. I shared my opinion that the problem is constantly getting harder and we're getting better, but it's more or less in equilibrium.
Right, that's what it is. It's that mutually assured destruction kind of thing. Anyway, hey, we didn't mention where people can get more information about Cardinal Ops. Where do they go?
Yeah, sure. You're, of course, welcome to visit our website at cardinalops.com. You can download the research report. It's, of course, freely available. We're happy to share our insights with the industry to help it make it better. Of course, feel free to reach out if there's anything we can be helpful with.
All right. Hey, Michael, thanks for being on.
It was a real pleasure talking to you, dude.
It's a pleasure having you here. It's a great concept. I'm interested to see what people are saying because this is, any efficiency we could build in here would be great. So
awesome. Really appreciate it.
Cool stuff. All right, we're going to take a break. We're live at Moscone Center. We're going to be back in a moment. We'll be streaming some more. Until then, stand by.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Techstrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with Andy Grabner, who is the DevOps activist over at Dynatrace. Andy, thank you so much for being on the show today. Really do appreciate you joining me.
Yeah, thanks for calling me Andy and not Andreas.
You bet, no problem. I totally understand the whole name thing. So I want to talk to you a little bit about the Dynatrace State of SRE report that you guys recently put out. We keep hearing so much about the site reliability engineer role and its growing importance in IT environments. And this report seems very, very timely. So I want to talk to you about some of the things that you guys saw in the report, but can you give me a little bit of background on it first? Is this the first year that you guys have done this particular report?
Yes, specifically on SRE. It's the first report. We've done reports on DevOps, right? I think we've covered over the last couple of years different aspects of how we as an industry, I think, are getting better in automating the delivery of software, but then also getting better in building resilient systems. And SRE, right, it's not new, as we know, right? Google has been talking about it for a while, but it was about time because we saw a real big increase of demand from our user base on SRE practices, really some guidance. They were seeking guidance from us as a vendor. And then we said, hey, it's about time to really do a survey. And I think we surveyed 450 global SREs practitioners to really get their insights on what are they currently doing, how has their role changed over the years, where they're struggling with. And I think it's a great summary in showing what the state really is, and also gave us, and with us that do not only mean Dynatrace, I think as an industry, some good pointers on where we need to get better.
Excellent. So let's talk about some of the results of the report then. What did you guys set out to do? Was it really kind of taking the pulse of the market, or just to gain a better understanding of where SRE fits these days, and the growing acceptance of SREs in organizations? What was your, are you just basically just learning more about it?
Yeah, I think we know where SRE fits. I think what we really wanted to get is more, where's the pain and how can we solve that pain?
Okay.
And the pain is the way I see it, and you can also read it from the report. A big topic from SREs is to keeping systems reliable and stable, right? And we would have assumed by 2020 that a lot of the resiliency has been automated. A lot of the resilience is kind of baked into the architecture. And if systems fail, there's an automated way to recover it. And it seems though that, and I'm just looking here to the left because I have the report open because I don't want to quote any wrong numbers. 67% of SREs say that the largest amount of time that they're doing is still reducing MTTR. So really, and a lot of work has been done manual. Now, why is that? I think the reason is because when SREs start, they try to apply a lot of these practices on existing architecture, on existing software. And it's basically like, and I always like analogies, it's like putting Band-Aids on things just to make it look good, but you're not really solving the root cause. And the root cause is really that we need to architect resilient systems from the beginning. Now, we do see a lot of SREs really getting involved early on in architecture, meaning really becoming mentors to the software architects, to the cloud architects, to the microservice architects, and saying, hey, here are certain things that should be considered in the architecture so that we can, first of all, build systems that are more resilient by default. And I'm not saying 100% resilient by default, because I think that's not possible, but more resilient. You can build things into like circuit breakers. You can build in high availability concepts. There's different things how services talk to each other and how they can better deal with resiliency issues. But on the other side, SREs can also impact the way these systems provide ways to get observed, right? Observability is a big topic. How can we find out if a system actually works as expected or doesn't work as expected? And then we want to build stuff into the architecture that then makes it easier for an SREs to actually solve a problem through automation and not just through a Band-Aid. And I think this is the key thing. And I think we see signs that some are moving into the direction, but the majority is not there yet. And so that's a good call to action from our side, to educate, to build better tools, but really to educate and enable SREs also to talk with their engineers and their architects to just build better systems that are more resilient by default.
Gotcha. Well, it actually surprises me also that there isn't more automation already built in, because again, we've been banging the drum on automation for a couple of years now. So, but if any area would benefit from automation, I would think that it would definitely be the site reliability engineering space. So, do you see that? You said you saw that's kind of changing a little bit, but do you think it's changing as fast as it should be? The market demands?
I don't think so. It's changing as fast, and the very I think obvious thing is SREs don't grow on trees. Again, that's the problem, right? We would need more SREs, and as any other profession in our industry, we need more, and therefore we need to make them more efficient faster, because otherwise, eventually, we will end up with we already have a shortage in good qualified SREs. And it's going to be really tough for those that are currently working as SREs and automation engineers. So yeah, I think we have to be faster, because, as I said, they don't just pop up.
Right. Well, it seems to me that site reliability engineers are kind of it's kind of a new role, even though it's not really a new role. It's like a kind of a blending of maybe what used to be IT operations and then some other things kind of added in. So I wonder if it's actually been around long enough that we have kind of a stable of people who would qualify to be an SRE. And maybe we do, and it's just kind of how they, I don't know, rework their resume or something like that. But I'm not quite sure. But do you think that we're ever going to kind of get to that point where we do have enough SREs, or do you think that we're really just going to have to depend more and more on automation and other technologies to help the existing ranks do their jobs?
No. I'm an optimist by nature, so I'm definitely sure that we will get to that stage. And I think this is also because we see big advancements in the new systems that are being built. Right? For instance, for me, Kubernetes is also relatively new. I've been working with Kubernetes for the last 3 years, but I know that Kubernetes already brings in a lot of these concepts of resiliency out of the box, but on a layer that is underneath the application. So I think now we see what's possible through built-in automation, because Kubernetes does, for instance, a great job in having automated probes if the pods are healthy, and if not, it recycles them. And I think the same things we just need to learn and adapt to the next layer, which is your service, your code, your applications. And I think just this is what will encourage also more SREs and architects to take these concepts that have proven over the last years to work in platforms like Kubernetes to bring it to the next level. And I'm optimistic that we're getting there, especially because there's a lot of people that are providing a lot of great educational content. And I want to highlight here a lady that I met recently, Nana. She runs Tech World by Nana. She's actually out of Vienna, so close to my home. Mm-hmm. And also in the pandemic, like I think you started your channel during the pandemic and really grew. And she also has a YouTube channel where she's educating DevOps and SREs on the principles. And I think having people like her and others that are sharing best practices will definitely help making the existing SREs more efficient, but also encourage more people to just look into SRE and into the profession, and not being scared of automation, but seeing it as an opportunity.
Excellent. So what else came out of the report that really surprised you? Were there any other statistics that really kind of blew you away?
There's one that I almost take it personal. And it's around the adoption of SLOs, or the ability to define good SLOs. So SLOs are service level objectives. It's kind of like, some organizations call it KPIs, some call it SLAs, so service level agreements. Google defines them as SLO, service level objectives. And what came out of the report is that 99% of SREs said they really have challenges defining SLOs. And I think for me, that was a little bit of a surprise, actually a big surprise, because Google has been advocating for it, and they've shown what they are doing. Netflix, Uber, Facebook, they've all talked about how they are defining SLOs also at scale, and what are good SLOs. Frameworks have emerged over the years to define SLOs, but it still seems that the tools are organizations use are still not there to make it really efficient to define. And here's the key thing: the right SLOs, because it does nobody good to just define SLOs for the sake of defining SLOs.
Right. Well, you can't have 99.9% uptime and then, not have anything attached to it, right? I mean,
exactly. Yeah. And I think what I've learned, and this is what I think, looking at the report, because I've been fortunate enough to speak at some of the conferences that are focused on SRE practices, on SLOs in particular. What I've learned also in my recent work with some of our customers, you always need to align your SLOs to the top business goals, and which means you actually need to start with the business goal. What is the business goal? The business goal of a bank might be that they are bringing out a new mobile app, new mobile banking app, and they want to have a certain adoption of this app by a certain time, and they want to have a certain rating on the App Store, and they want to encourage people to interact with the app to make more transactions, and not only transfer money, but maybe also purchase stocks. So I think there's some top-level business KPIs: adoption, rating, certain transactions, and then you can break it down into what does this mean for the individual development team. What it means, I need to write as a mobile developer an app that doesn't crash all the time on supported devices. It also means for a developer for the backend system that the system needs to be reliable and stable even under heavy load. And people wake up in the morning and the first thing they do is they want to check how the stocks are doing. So I think it's important to educate people to start with the business objectives, business level objectives. Let's call it like that, for lack of a better word, and then break it down to service level objectives of the individual services that are then supporting that business level objective.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And I think, we are seeing a trend, so that organizations are really looking at how every part of their business impacts the business objective as a whole. So, taking that in an IT perspective as well, obviously, is going to help the organization, everybody in the organization, better understand how important their role is and what they do and how it impacts the business at the end of the day. So, value stream management, that's what that one is all about. But back to SREs and actually. That's actually a really good question. SREs and value stream management, do the two ever come together?
They should, because they should and they have to, because again, in the end, right, you're defining certain value streams. You try to make business and you define the value streams, and therefore we all know that the world runs on software. That means you have software that supports these value streams, and so you need to make sure that these value streams are available and they are reliable and they are resilient to certain change, and they provide the capabilities that the value stream defines. So yes, and this is, again, maybe this is a great lesson learned out of this discussion, right? Maybe I should also include value stream analysis more in my talk track and encourage others as well that teach and talk in front of SREs about this. I wonder how much it's in their head, because I would imagine SREs are just highly targeted, focused on just making sure that the systems are up and running and they have everything that they need to be able to work most effectively and to make sure that these systems are working most effectively. So it's an interesting proposition. Yeah, but still, right, to add on to what you just said, that's true. But the role of the, let's say, former IT ops that wanted to make sure that their servers are up and running and you can ping them and that they're not running out of CPU, this has changed. Because as an SRE, it's important that the services that support your business are actually up and running and that they're available and that they can be pinged and they work, right? And I think the ping, what I mentioned earlier, the network ping, so that some machine actually responds, I think is still obviously important and necessary. But what's more important now is that as an SRE, you also advocate and really become an advocate for the business and say, hey, so what are your top 5 business value streams? What are the top 5 features? And then the SRE should ask the question, do we have an SLO for this? Also, do we have a synthetic test for it? I think this is also something that I've learned over the years, especially over the last 2-3 years since I've been involved with SREs. The thing that used to be a ping on the network now becomes the end user validation if your features are still available to the end user, because this is the only thing that really matters in the end. So this is why I see a big emergence again from synthetic tests, also real user monitoring. These are things because in the end, it's the end user, what they see. If they see red, it doesn't matter if everything on your dashboard in the backend is green.
Yeah.
They have a problem, even you don't see it. And the reason why you don't see is because you still do these pings and you're not monitoring what the real end user is actually experiencing.
Really, really interesting the way that the role has evolved and kind of become so much more than to your point, just the IT operations folks of days gone by. But it'll be interesting to see if you guys do this report again next year, how things have changed over the last year or so. So I invite you back to have this conversation next year, and we'll take a look at some of the changes that have occurred.
I'll put a reminder in my calendar to ping you on that.
So will I. All right. Well, Andy, thank you so much for taking the time and talking with me today about this. Is the report freely available? If anybody is
you can just either on the website or just take your favorite search engine, Dynatrace, State of SRE Report 2022. I'm pretty sure you'll find it.
Awesome. All right. Great. Well, thanks again for your time. Do appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, please stick around. We've got lots more Techstrong TV coming up, so stay tuned.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond, CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and MediaOps CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps. ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
All right, we're here live back at RSA Conference, Moscone West. It's day 3, Wednesday, working through the afternoon. My next guest, I'm really happy to have him on. It's a company we really haven't interviewed before, and I want you to find out all about them. It's Grant Miller. Grant is the CEO of Replicated. right? We got it right,
That's
Grant?
it. Thank you for having me.
My pleasure. So Grant, I guess we got to start with the obvious question, which is, hey man, share what's Replicated about?
Yeah, sure. So we started Replicated about 7.5 years ago, and the whole vision of the company was to change the way that enterprise software was actually packaged and delivered. And so my co-founder and I had started a separate company previously. It was acquired by a publicly traded SaaS company called LivePerson. We ran a lot of the infrastructure projects there. And ultimately what we realized is that the way that sort of the underlying components, that the way that software is built was changing. And it was changing around containerization and ultimately like Kubernetes.
Sure.
And so what we realized is that instead of having to send data out to thousands of different software vendors and SaaS companies, that a modern way to do this would allow for software vendors to actually deliver their applications to where the data already resides. And so what we're talking about doing is basically shifting the model of kind of on-prem and SaaS delivery, blending those together so that you're actually getting the benefits of both in a way that any enterprise can actually deploy kind of a fully operationalized and reliable version of modern applications into infrastructure that they can control. So this could be like, a customer's air-gapped environment. This could be an end customer's VPC, so they could deploy it into their own cloud. It still could be part of the cloud, but it's going to be their cloud, their AWS account versus the vendor's AWS account. And what happens by doing this is we actually enable both the software vendor to sort of deliver more securely to all this variety of different environments, but we enable the enterprise end user to consume fewer SaaS applications and to actually operationalize these sort of modern on-prem applications in a much easier way. So instead of an IT admin who's maybe managing one or two different applications, they can leverage Kubernetes to actually operate hundreds, if not thousands of applications in that secure environment.
Got it. So just let me poke holes for a little bit.
Please.
I'm sure they're not real holes, but I want to make sure we're clear. So you already have let's say you have a little bit of on-prem, a little bit of cloud infrastructure, that's where your data is providing. Instead of using some third-party apps that are SaaS-driven, we're going to use the on-premise version of those third-party apps, but put them up in a kube stack, and all that entails, so that I can control it, whether it be on-prem, in the cloud, both, whatever, but I control it is the bottom line.
Yeah, basically. So what we think about is Kubernetes has become kind of the common substrate for enterprise.
It's compute.
Yeah, and so what happens now is you have these machine-readable manifests, right? Like a Kubernetes manifest or a Helm chart.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the operational knowledge of how to actually run that application is sort of described in those manifests.
Yep.
So unlike 10, 12, 20 years ago, where on-prem software was like a binary, right, a jar, a war, an OVA, you're actually delivering kind of a fully orchestrated, horizontally scalable and somewhat self-healing application. And you're delivering it to an environment that understands how to actually receive that instruction, receive those machine-readable manifests, and operate that application effectively, and actually update it effectively, and roll it out in a way that can scale and can handle the resiliency. And so that's really kind of, a lot of companies. So the thing I talk about is Replicated. We're not inventing Kubernetes. We're not inventing
Certainly
Helm.
not, right?
We're not. What we're doing is saying, look, most enterprise software is going to shift from being delivered as these sort of binaries and OVAs, and it's going to become Kubernetes applications. And our tooling just makes that so much easier for software vendors to actually do it. And we end up with a lot of incredible security companies, right? So folks like Swimlane or Cylance or we've got Forward Networks and all these great companies that are using our technology to underlying how they deliver their enterprise version. And on the DevOps side, it's companies like HashiCorp and CircleCI, all using our technology to kind of power the distribution of their enterprise versions.
So let me internalize it, make sure I spit it out right.
Please.
So what we're talking about Replicated doing is the very companies that are making those third-party apps, such as some of the ones you mentioned, are using Replicated to make their app portable, if we can use that word.
Sure.
Right, portable in the sense where I don't have to host it for you, you can host it yourself in your own coop. So so that's right.
Yeah,
right,
that's exactly it. So it's like those companies, commercial software vendors use Replicated's tooling to operationalize and scale the delivery of their Kubernetes application into hundreds, if not thousands, of end customer environments. And you need that because the end customers have differing sort of experiences with Kubernetes. So some might need you to actually package up Kubernetes underneath the hood and install it into a VM, and so we make that possible. Some might have an existing cluster and they want you to provide a UI around installing it. Some might prefer a Helm-based installation, and our tooling basically provides all the different ways of doing the installation, the updates, and integration. Think about it like, GitHub Enterprise, which we really looked at that as this great experience for installing an enterprise on-prem application, and we looked at all the tooling they had around support bundle collection, around configuration, and we said well, why don't we build kind of a common abstracted way for any software vendor to use this? And we launched a company 7.5 years ago, have continued to work with folks in dev tooling, operations tooling, security, AI, all using our stuff, because it turns out the on-prem software market is still about $500 billion a year.
Oh, absolutely.
And so there's still a ton of money.
We forget that.
Yeah,
right?
we forget that, right? Everyone thinks the future is all SaaS.
No, we've already been in SaaS. It's not the future, it's the now.
Yeah.
Look, I've been coming to RSA for 20 years. Yeah. There's a problem in security, right? As soon as we have a shiny new trinket, we forget all about, all of a sudden, those don't exist anymore. Oh, that's not it. It's 2 years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
But that 2 years old stuff, there's still a lot of it. So let me ask a question then. For a lot of software vendors, SaaS was a godsend for them.
Sure.
Especially open source guys, right? Open source, business models. Because now, look, you could use the software yourself on-prem. It's hard as hell. But it's open source and free. Go ahead, have at it. Or take our hosted version and we charge you, and at the end of the day, right? That's our business model. Does this negate that, or this is an extension of the hosted version that you host? Much like GitHub Enterprise, for instance.
Yeah, so you can talk about open source companies. I think we have a bunch of different open core companies that use our technology already, but a company that doesn't use us, but is a great example because they're publicly traded, would be GitLab as well, right? So GitLab, they have their open source, but 90% of their revenue comes from their enterprise edition.
Yep.
Right. More than 50% of GitHub's comes from their on-prem edition, and so what I think we're seeing is that the ability to run an application in somebody else's environment is getting easier because of Kubernetes, because you can package so much of that operational knowledge.
Yes.
And so you don't necessarily have to only offer a SaaS version. I think the world that most people talk about and imagine seems to always be kind of this either or, right? Black and white. And we think about it, the future as shades of gray with many different deployment options that need to exist across that spectrum. You could have fully SaaS hosted. You could have a SaaS product that delivers a data plane on-prem. You could have an entire control plane and data plane on-prem. You could have air-gapped environments. And being able to sort of address all of those different customer needs is super important for software vendors, because it turns out not everyone wants to run the same thing. Not everyone has this, not every end customer is going to trust the security posture from your vendor security questionnaire with their most trusted data, right? Particularly a lot of these AI companies are so data heavy and data hungry. You're trying to get, the crown jewels more or less. And instead,
well, it's not only the crown jewels. Trusting their data in a cloud is expensive as hell.
Sure.
Right? There's a company, they're probably exhibiting here, who their go-to-market is, we could store your data for you at a tenth of the cost that Splunk does and do that same sort of analysis. And they're very successful. They raised a lot of money.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the measure of success.
But sometimes it is.
Yeah, but they raised a lot of money on that ticket. I think the other thing you have going for you, though, too, is, look, Kubernetes is still fairly hard, right? If you're doing vanilla Kubernetes, it's hard. Which is why we have all the different distros and sort of UIs and stuff built on top that kind of makes it a little bit more palatable, a little bit more easier to use. So if you have an app that can't be SaaS for whatever reason, or you don't want it to be, something that'll make it easier to be portable in a Kube environment is It's a godsend.
Yeah, I mean, I think, for us, right, I mean, one of our vendors, right, HashiCorp or Circle CI, these are really talented, DevOps companies that understand Kubernetes in and out, but ultimately, they don't want to deliver the tooling that allows, their software to get installed.
They don't want to be Kubernetes supporters either.
Yeah, exactly, right? And so we do provide that tier 2 and 3 support. We have 24/7 follow the sun support for our end customers. Like, we just think the future, again, is these shades of gray, and customers deserve different, optionality on how they might want to deploy it, because not every security program is looking at, data security the exact same way. And so, we think the companies that win are the ones that actually honor those customer needs and don't try to, have some type of religion around it has to all be SaaS or it has to all be one way or the other. And so being flexible for customers, we think is just that's how you win.
You know what, so I'm older than you, obviously. I remember when SaaS, I am. When SaaS first started, there was a lot of pushback.
Sure.
I'll give you, for instance, a good friend of mine who unfortunately passed away last year was Philippe Courteau from Qualys.
Oh, sure.
And so I had one of the companies I co-founded had a vulnerability assessment management tool, 2005. And Philippe's out here pushing Qualys. It wasn't called cloud, but Qualys, not on-prem.
Yeah.
Right. And, I used to go, especially in the federal government, you talk about air gap. It's sold a lot to the government. I said, you're going to trust this guy to keep your vulnerability data somewhere, God knows where, instead of in your own hands? And the thing, the counter to that from SaaS vendors was, look, not everything should be SaaS all the time. Not everything should be on the premises all the time, but you should have the power of deciding how you want to deploy an app. I want it on-prem. I want it SaaS. Back then, those were your two choices.
Yeah.
Now you're saying, well, no, now you have more choices.
Yeah.
I could be partially SaaS and partially on-prem. I could pick and choose what parts of this I want to do.
And when you mix in the VPCs, that option, it kind of makes it even cloudier, right?
Absolutely.
What is
and especially when you're talking about microservice-based applications that you can really
distribute them on different parts, different places. That's the sort of data plane, control plane model that you see a lot of times.
All right, it took me 15 minutes, but I got it.
You got there, You got there. Thank you.
All right, let's talk about it, though. For people who want to get more information about Replicated and join in, how do they do this?
Yeah, I mean, just go to replicated.com. You can sign up for a free trial. You can reach out for a demo. Our team's there. We've got probably a bunch of different other content you can look at. We have a great podcast if you're interested in Kubernetes called the Kube List.
Okay, very cool.
We've got a great podcast called the Enterprise Ready Podcast if you want to listen to me talk to founders about how they built their software. Yeah, I mean, we try to be good community members. We spend a lot of time in the Kubernetes ecosystem.
Yeah.
It's our first time actually with a booth at RSA.
What's your opinion? Well,
man.
So this is my 20th something.
Yeah.
RSA. So 2019, 2020 was the last normal ones. They were 45,000. So this is only about half.
Yeah.
But you get an idea of crazy.
It's there's a lot out there. It's a real circus down there. So.
Oh yeah, it is. I went down the escalator. I looked around. As far as the eye could see were booths.
Yeah.
I put on my mask and I got the heck out. But yeah, that's pretty much what it looks like.
I mean,
it can almost be too big in some ways.
It's pretty big. I had to walk around down there for a while.
Yeah, it takes you some time.
I mean, but for me, every one of those vendors, I'm like, hey, I got to help them all.
This is what they call a target-rich environment.
It very much is. Everyone needs better ways to deliver their software.
Absolutely. Well, I think that could be in the multiverse.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one possible outcome is that software, whether it's hosted, deployed locally, various combinations thereof, becomes, an individual's choice.
That's very much our goal, right?
Yep.
Give the companies the choice to deploy the software how they want, where they want. Have a little more control, basically decide where the data is going to go, right?
Yeah,
that idea of sending data out to thousands of vendors becomes pretty risky. If you can bring the applications to your own environments, run them in a really automated way, we can make them more reliable, make them more secure. We think it's a really interesting model for the future.
I love it. Hey, Grant,
thanks
so much. Very much, man.
It was
a great conversation. We're going to take a break here from RSA. Well, we have some more interviews coming up today. We'll have more tomorrow. We're also taping a bunch at our other studio location over at the Marriott Marquis. So we'll be porting those out for next week. But we're gonna have a break. We'll be back in a moment. Cool.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Techstrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with Mark Lambert, who's the Vice President of Product at Armor Code. Mark, thank you so much for taking a few minutes and getting on Techstrong TV with me today. I do appreciate it.
Thank you. My pleasure. Pleasure as always.
Well, Mark, I know that you are going to be one of the speakers at the upcoming AppSecCon virtual event that is hosted by Armor Code and the Purple Book community. And so I'm interested in talking to you a little bit about the event, as well as what you're going to be presenting at the event, and which I understand to be the state of AppSecOps, some survey results, right?
That's correct. Yes. So yes, Charlene, we're currently running an industry survey around the current state of application security and focusing on how leaders in the industry are operationalizing application security to achieve, success, AppSec success within their teams.
Okay. Great. So is that, and you've got the survey results. I mean, is the survey done, or is it going to be done shortly before the event?
Sure, it'll actually be done shortly before the event. So we already have some preliminary results now. And then we'll actually be running the survey a little bit after the event as well, with the final report being published in June. So some of the interesting things that we're seeing is how leaders in the industry are focusing not just on tools and technology, but more on people and process. And that's how they get buy-in within their organizations and how they're able to truly scale the success across the organization rather than just within a particular siloed team, and building that true collaborative process and approach to security.
That's great. I think that is so important these days when we're talking about application security, to have that level of conversation and communication that's happening, because I think that helps more than anything break down the silos that currently exist between development teams and security teams. So having that communication as a bridge, as it were, I think is it's necessary. It's not just a good to have, but it's absolutely necessary for application security to be effective.
For sure. And as organizations are accelerating their releases, and, obviously, we all hear about things like Log4j and the issues there, and Spring4Shell, and, the next one that's probably already appeared before this recording even goes live. We have to respond quickly, and it's never become more important for application security to be at the forefront of that. We see the true leaders are not only aggregating that data so that they've got visibility, because you've got all these tools in your pipeline, you've got these tools in your infrastructure, but facilitating workflow and cross-team collaboration so you get buy-in from your peers as to the importance of things, but also buy-in with senior management as well is critical, so that they can really control the business risk of the accelerated release velocity and increased complexity of the attack surface area.
So I don't want to give out a lot of give away the milk, I guess, if you want to put it that way, before the actual event. So I just wanted to give folks a little flavor, if you will, of what you're going to be talking about. But let's take a little step back and talk about AppSecCon itself. It's happening. It's a virtual event. It's happening May 18th and 19th. Online, obviously, if it's virtual. But tell me a little bit about the event itself. We can perhaps refresh the audience's memory about how this came to be and what the Purple Book community is.
Yeah, actually, it's a great story as to how the community came together to define what the community needs. So the Purple Book community, which you can access at thepurplebook.club, came together to actually write the definitive guide to software security. And the book was actually really the brainchild of 30 different security leaders coming together, talking about culture, process, yes, the tools that you need, and the metrics you need to monitor as well, but the things that you need to be successful with a software security program. Now, that book will actually be published at, or be going live and fully published at AppSecCon, as you said, May 18th, May 19th. And really, as the team were building and writing this book, this community has grown. So it's grown beyond that initial group of 30 to now we have a little over 150 accepted members and a waiting list for folks that want to join. So, if this is something that's interesting to the audience, I would definitely invite you to go and check out thepurplebook.club. You'll see the book reference there. You'll be able to download the currently available chapters. You'll also see the ability to invite and join that community. We meet twice a month. There are actually in-person events as well, and we're setting up local chapters across the US. And then, coming out of that community, there was really, as we were collaborating and discussing about, what conference we go to and where we kind of share information with other security leaders, it was obvious that there wasn't an application security focused conference. And that was the brainchild of AppSecCon. So AppSecCon, as you said, it's a 2-day event. It's virtual. It's 2 half days, the 18th and 19th, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific. You're going to see the Purple Book leaders talking about the topics that they talk about inside of the Purple Book, but also topics beyond that as well. And obviously, as you said, that's actually where I'll be presenting the results of my findings from the survey.
That's great. And I love the fact that this is a conference that has grown out of a real need for a conference focused on application security, and that it's really being shepherded by some of the brightest minds in the industry right now when it comes to application security. So I'm really looking forward to a lot of these presentations. Every single one of them, I'm sure, is going to have a ton of takeaways and talking about the state of the market as well. And I'm sure things are going to change between now and then, because that's just the way things are. Things change regularly. So can't really talk about, what's going to be coming down the pike in a month or so. But there's certainly some great things that are going to be discussed at the event. We've got a great lineup. The agenda is, I just took a look at the agenda not just earlier today, actually, and I'm really, really impressed with the session topics and who's speaking. So I do encourage everybody to check it out. We're going to put a link to the event itself at the bottom of the screen, so you can go there and check it out yourself. But it is AppSecCon2022.com, I believe it is. Mark, anything else that you want to discuss? You want to bring out about the upcoming event that we haven't discussed yet?
Well, I think I just reinforced that, it is by security leaders for security leaders. So there's a lot of your peers that are going to be on there sharing their in the trenches experiences, which is what we all want to learn from, because we want to know what things work and what things don't. And we have some really interesting topics around things like zero-day events, which obviously we're always battling with. I think a lot of people are still dealing with Log4Shell. But then we're also going to be talking about things which is where the direction of the industry is going. So SBOMs, for example, becoming software supply chain, becoming more and more important. That's one of the topic areas as well. Some great panel discussions, some great team presentations. And it's going to be a great 2-day event. I'm really looking forward to it myself as well.
Excellent, as am I. But I do thank you now for taking a couple minutes and, as I said before, coming on Techstrong TV and talking to me a little bit about the event, what you have planned for your presentation, and the state of the market. It's good stuff. I do appreciate you taking the time.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Charlene. Pleasure as always.
Thank you. All right, everybody, please stick around. We've got lots more Techstrong TV coming up, so stay tuned.
Hey everyone, we're back here at RSA Conference with our continuing live streaming coverage from right from Broadcast Alley in Moscone West. We've had a great third day of RSA, lots of great conversations, great companies we've been able to introduce, meeting with old friends. My next guest is Karthik Krishnan. Karthik is the CEO of Concentric. Is it Concentric.ai or Concentric
It's Concentric
AI?
AI.
And what's the website?
www.concentric.ai.
So it is Concentric.ai too, but it's Concentric AI.
Because the .com domain is concentricai.com.
Ah, so you have the .com too. Good stuff. Good work. All right, Karthik, welcome first of all, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
This is the first time we're interviewing you and anyone from Concentric on Techstrong TV. So I think we should start with, if you don't mind, I'm sure there's people in our audience who don't know Concentric AI. So why don't we start with, what's Concentric AI about?
Yeah, at Concentric AI, we help enterprises discover, monitor, and protect their business critical data. Think sensitive data such as PII, PCI, business confidential, financial information, intellectual property, sitting across an enterprise environment between on-premises and cloud repositories like Office 365, Google Drive, and so on.
Absolutely. We're going to jump more into that in a moment, but you are the CEO. Share a little bit of your background maybe with our audience.
Sure. I've been in the security industry for close to 20 years now, from running security products at Juniper Networks, to data encryption at PGP Corporation through the acquisition of Symantec. And then before this was part of a behavioral analytics startup called Niara, which got acquired by HPE. And the genesis for Concentric was a conversation I had with a chief information security officer back in 2018, when he was asking me, hey, are you guys doing anything in data security? Because if I were to have a data security audit, I'm likely to get fined. I don't know where all my mission critical data is, much less where the risk is to my information. And interestingly, he was mentioning to me, I'm spending $3 on people for every dollar in tool, and yet I'm getting extremely underwhelming results. And
that because it's an expensive proposition, right? So let's talk a little bit about it though. There's mission critical data, but mission critical data covers a lot of sins, right? There's mission critical data in that the data is critical to the functioning of our company. It's the crown jewels, it's the IP of our company. Then there's other types of mission critical data that I tend to call it sensitive data, right? HIPAA data, PII data, PCI data, GDPR, whatever compliance mandate you want to be married to. But that data is also, and my experience is critical IP data, I think on the whole companies are a little bit more careful with that than they are with some of the sensitive data. And that sensitive data is the kind of stuff that when you fail an audit, you could get put out of business, right? Let alone fined or anything. It's enough to shut you down. Here's the other thing, and I'd be interested in your thoughts on it, is there's almost like a Moore's law here, where the bigger the company and the more data they have, the more likely they are not to have a really good handle on where this data is, where it resides, what its permissions are, etc. Is that so? For you, that's good because that makes for a lot of big customers. But is that the truth?
yeah, I think there's quite a bit of truth to that. What we see enterprises of a certain size, and I'm saying even if you get to about 1,000 employees, customers' consistent complaint is data volumes are growing exponentially. Data is also sprawled everywhere, both on premises and in the cloud. And as you provide end users with the ability to collaborate on data as they are creating, modifying, duplicating content, now a lot of the InfoSec teams tend to have much less of an idea of what's actually happening. And you are correct in that as the company scale grows, the environments get messier and messier.
Yeah.
And yet your data security and compliance requirements haven't changed. And so that's what's definitely a fundamental driver for companies like Concentric AI.
Absolutely. And there's another aspect that I don't know if people at home, if they think about it, it'll be obvious. Like even Techstrong, we're a small little company, under 50 people, but between data stored on OneDrive for those who are using Microsoft Office, we have a Gmail mail system where everyone I think gets 5 terabytes under our Google thing. So data stored in Google, data stored there, and that's just two. Then there's the HubSpot stuff, and we use a variety of third-party apps where we're putting data. A lot of it gets duplicated. So if I say, okay, I want to wipe out that list with those people's PII, I may wipe it out of, let's say, Google, right, my Google Drive, but damn, I created that list in Excel and there's a copy of it over in OneDrive. Or I did it on my Mac and I backed everything up, or on my pad, and I backed everything up to iCloud or Dropbox or whatever it is I'm using, right, for data duplication, backup, and stuff. Or I shared it with him and he had it on his phone or her, right? It's a rat's nest is what it is, right? How do you help with that?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And I think there's two parts to that. First of all, most enterprises don't even know. Like if you have 30 versions of a contract sitting in 5 different enterprise data stores, most customers don't even have a good idea of knowing where all of my sensitive data is and understanding that with context. And so the first thing we do is we nail data discovery. We use deep learning as a form of advanced natural language processing to give customers a view into all of their sensitive data with context. Everything from business critical data such as contracts and stock agreements, to financial data, to intellectual property, to PI, PCI. Now, once we have done that, we're also able to autonomously compare thematically similar documents to give customers views into where the risk might be. For example, here's a contract that has been shared outside the company when it should not have been.
Let's stop right here, though, because I want you to dig in here. How do you discover all this data? How do you ascertain,
we have a SaaS
sensitivity?
We have a SaaS platform,
right?
That very quickly can scan an Office 365 or a OneDrive or a Windows file server, and at that point, we're using deep learning models to develop a semantic understanding of the content, then giving customers thematic clusters. So we'll automatically, without the customers having to write a single rule, a single policy up front, we create these thematic clusters of data, tax filings, stock agreements, contracts, trading data, and so on. And then once we do that, we're mining that data for who has access, where it's located, who should have access to that data, to give customers a risk-oriented view into all of their sensitive data.
I got to ask a stupid question. When you're doing that, you're not bringing that data out of their data store to you. You're doing it on their data store.
So both options are possible. We have customers who are deploying us as a SaaS where we're analyzing the data. We don't duplicate their data store.
You don't duplicate it.
We create a mathematical representation for the data, so you can't reverse engineer the data by accessing our platform.
That's what I was asking. If you become part of the problem.
Yeah. But we can also deploy within their own premises if that's what they need.
Love it. Now, all right, so now we've identified the data, we've tagged, let's say, sensitive or critical data. Then what?
Then once we have discovered the data, we're also mining that for risk, such as inappropriate permissions, inaccurate entitlements. Let's say an employee group, a HR group has access to sensitive financial data within an asset management company. We're essentially helping mine for where there may be inappropriate or unauthorized access. And we give customers a risk-oriented view. For example, a tech company is using us to identify design data that employees are sharing with their own personal Gmail. Is an example of an insider risk issue. So we're not only identifying the design data, but we're also finding where scenarios and instances where employees are sharing that data with their own personal email, and then helping remediate those scenarios where we go in and disable those sort of inappropriate permissions or entitlements to ensure that employees can no longer share sensitive data with their own personal email, as an example.
Got it. Love it. So let's now, as a business perspective, talking to the audience, they're listening and they say, Karthik, this sounds great. How do I deploy it? What's it going to cost me? Right? What particulars? And don't give out anything you're not comfortable with.
Fair enough. So what we recommend to anybody who's interested in our product is to try it out within your own environment. It takes us 15 minutes to stand up our product. And within a few days, the customer can get a representative view into all of their data, all where we see risk within their own environment, without them having to do any work except for us to essentially get access provision to be able to scan and provide these insights. And once we do that, if the customer likes it, which almost all of our customers have, then they can essentially scale that to a production deployment.
And how's this priced?
It's priced as an annual subscription.
It's a subscription model.
Correct.
And based upon how much data you scan?
Based on the data that we monitor, in a sort of a tiered model where we have a discovery module, a risk monitoring module, and a remediation module that customers can choose to buy based off of the capabilities that they care about.
Love it. Sounds great. And it's concentric.ai as well as concentricai.com.
Correct.
And you can go check it out there. Let's talk a little bit about RSA for a little bit. What were your impressions so far?
Oh, first of all, it's great to be back.
Amen.
Our last show was RSA 2020, and so wonderful to be able to meet so many people, and so glad to see innovation alive and thriving. And year after year, it just feels like there's just a continuing set of security challenges that enterprises
They
are
get
continuing
more
to face. More complex, very thrilled and happy to be part of this community.
Absolutely. Karthik, I want to thank you for coming on today.
Thank you so much.
Best of luck with Concentric AI. Actually, we didn't mention, you guys also announced a funding round recently?
We did. We announced a $14.5 million funding round, led by Ballistic Ventures. Ballistic is a cybersecurity-focused VC fund, led by Techstrong, Barmac Mafta, Kevin Mandia, and Derek Smith. And City Ventures participated as well. And looking forward to leveraging the funding to accelerate our go-to-market and engineering efforts.
I love it. Check them out, Concentric AI. Look, we all have data we probably don't know about and wish we did. Karthik, thank you. Come back, keep us posted on this one.
Sounds good. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Hey, we're going to take a break here at RSA Conference. We're live. Things are heating up on the floor here. I guess it's almost keynote time. We'll be back in a moment.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond, CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and Media Ops CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts, this is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps.
Hey everyone, back here live at RSA. It's Wednesday, day 3 of RSA week. You know, it's got to be getting close to 4 o'clock because I see the crowd streaming in here to Moscone West. I think there's a 3:55 keynote down there, so more people. You know, Moscone West is definitely a little quieter than Moscone North and South where the expo is. It's a little crazy there. It's about 25,000 people here, they say, so. We'll see. Anyway, my guest for this segment is Ian Hutchinson. Ian is with Duplo Cloud, a DevOps as a service company. What are they doing at RSA, you ask? Well, we're going to jump into that right now. Hey, Ian, welcome.
Thanks for having me, Alan.
Good to have you here. So, look, we're probably uniquely situated to do this interview, being as we are DevOps.com and Security Boulevard. But let's, you know, not everyone out here has probably heard of Duplo Cloud. Why don't we start with that?
Yeah, Duplo Cloud was founded in 2018, Series A funded company that we announced about 4 months ago. DevOps as a service is what we do. Most of the organizations that use us lean to us for all things security and compliance in the context of cloud infrastructure. So these organizations are on AWS, Azure, and GCP.
Yep.
And the talent gap on the security side is something that we think a lot about. And we've taken a low-code, no-code approach to infrastructure and infrastructure provisioning to help ensure security and compliance.
Absolutely. I think the security gap is not just in the cloud, it's through and through, but that's a whole nother interview. So, you know, Ian, DevOps is a service. When I started DevOps.com in 2013, we published 2014. There were a lot of people that were trying to run DevOps as a service, because DevOps was hard. Much as people today run Kube as a service and stuff, because Kube is hard. One of the issues, though, is everybody wanted to jump on the bandwagon, and everyone was extending the definition of DevOps as a service to suit their own particular flavor of it, right? When you say DevOps as a service, what do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think about it, and the problem manifests itself at different layers. There's the networking layer, there's all of the cloud services that are growing every day. There's app provisioning with the advent of Kubernetes, serverless, so on and so forth. There's all the diagnostics tools that developers are using. There's CI/CD, and then there's security and compliance across the board. Mm-hmm. So when I think of DevOps as a service, I'm thinking about all the tasks that an individual, it may be a developer in an organization that is very sort of developer self-service oriented, where they're changing the environment that they're working in, where they're looking at those diagnostics, they're looking at those metrics. Sure. I'm thinking about all of the security controls, like half of the work tends to come down to security, which is sort of the counterpoint to self-service. At a lot of companies, it's either the developer is too constricted and can't do what they want for security and compliance reasons, which are valid, or the everything's open, which has a different problem.
A whole different set of problems. So let's examine this a little bit. So it sounds to me like in your DevOps as a service scenario, it's really helping a lot of devs with the, if we can say, the ops end of the house, right? And you know, in DevOps, quite frankly, there is a lot thrown on the dev, and they need help with the ops, and they God knows need help with the security. With my personal, and I've obviously been doing DevOps a long time. I'm doing security 25 years. My personal experience and thought process is, it's not that developers don't want to do security or that they don't want to. No one says I want to develop insecure code, right? They want.
Agreed.
The problem is they often don't understand the reasoning, the rhyme or reason to a lot of security, schemas, and then B, the tools they're given to use are not really geared to them. They're geared to security people who are doing that full time and have a whole different mindset, and that, nature abhors a vacuum, and that I think created those two kinds of things created the great opportunity for Duplo Cloud.
Yeah, and I think you're thinking about it the right way. I mean, even an individual that's been in security for 25 years will walk around the expo hall here at RSA and be surprised at you look at some of the vendors and you're like, okay, and that's different than this, how? There's just a lot of depth. Same goes in the cloud world.
Oh, yeah.
There's a ton of depth, whether you're AWS or GCP or on-prem.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, some organizations and the cloud partners specifically are looking to address the problem through education, which I think is an important part of the approach. But I think doing what we can for the developers is another area, because we can't count on them all to be security and infrastructure experts. So we got to make it easier for them.
Agreed. The real problem I have is, do you ever foresee a time where we will have enough security and infrastructure experts? I don't.
No, I don't. I don't. And
that's scary, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, I think when I look at like a typical engineering team or development team, where they have dedicated infrastructure specialists and dedicated security specialists, I think I get a little bit bummed at the ratio of resources that are focused and spending time on that. And it's not a win for anyone, because the whole DevOps movement, the developers were felt bottlenecked.
Yeah.
And I don't think the answer is isolation and talking about these roles in silos.
No.
I think the answer is leveling up everyone. And I mean, specifically on the infrastructure side, not looking at any of the application vulnerabilities, application security, specifically on infrastructure, right? There are only a finite number of ways of configuring and provisioning infrastructure. It is a solvable problem.
Well, look, when I first, again, 2013, DevOps to a lot of people back then meant Chef, Puppet, or Ansible, which was supposed to solve that.
They were the pioneers.
You had your golden ticket, right? Your golden lineup. And boom, every single instance I spun up was going to be exactly the same to my golden specification, right? It didn't work like that, as much as we thought it would.
I mean, containers, Kubernetes, the world has changed.
Well, but containers and Kubernetes killed Chef and Puppet and the Radio Star, but it still gave you that same ability to just, immutable infrastructure to spin up containers that were clones of the ones before. It shouldn't be that hard, but it is that hard, and it doesn't work the way I think a lot of people were hoping and thinking it would. The second piece of it is this, though, and this is someone who's a DevOps fan, right? I love DevOps, but the fact of the matter is, for a lot of organization, DevOps became put more on the developer's plate, right? And the developers already had a full plate. We've seen the rise of SRE, and these folks who are, doing more of the ops stuff, working with developers, trying to break down these silos and all of that stuff. But again, and I don't mean it in a bad way, but there's probably a minority of organizations that do that well.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think those that do it well, we talked about decentralizing the role. we talked about giving people what they need in order to be successful. I think fundamentally, the DevOps role goes away.
Well, some will tell you there was never such a thing as a DevOps role or DevOps engineer.
Yeah, I mean, you do a career search and find the 120,000 open roles.
Well, exactly.
You're sort of
then you say, "What do you mean it doesn't exist?" Go ahead.
I think the good companies have that role integrated with their developers, working with them day to day. The great companies have eliminated that role altogether, and are looking at automation in order to continue putting that in place. And I mean, Drupal Cloud fundamentally, when we have these conversations with mature companies that are advanced in this journey, it comes down to the security and compliance gap is the number one reason that, okay, we've automated all this, it's working. We're making deployments regularly, we've got rolling deploys, we can fix issues, so on and so forth. We've got our infrastructure as code, we've got our CI/CD, they're content. But then all of a sudden they're selling to a public sector entity, and they need to take a whole new look at how they've approached security and compliance. Right. And then we look to repeat it all, but with that level of security and compliance in place.
Now, the fact that you're even offering this and doing this as a business model means that you obviously have that security and compliance expertise in-house that you are providing to your customers. I got to imagine that in itself is a hard number to fill.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, Drupal Cloud was founded to solve the DevOps problem. We took a look at it, and then we started looking at the compliance standards, PCI, NIST, the frameworks and what they were asking for, and said, you know what, if we're going to automate this, let's automate it in a way that really makes sense based on the security and compliance frameworks. Mm-hmm. And then I think that gave us a level of focus and an area where we could start with an application-centric perspective and do this over and over and over again with different organizations in a low-code, no-code way.
Got it. We've hit on a bunch of different things here, but you know what we didn't hit on? For people who want to get information on Drupal Cloud, what's the web address?
Yeah, DrupalCloud.com.
So that's DUPLO?
Yeah. Cloud.
Reading it off your shirt, I'm cheating. I'm sorry.
You're checking me out.
No, it wasn't. I was just making sure I spelled it right.
Yeah, DrupalCloud.com. I mean, there's a platform demo that goes in depth. It talks about the no-code approach. It talks about the Terraform provider. There's a mapping to HIPAA, to PCI, control by control.
Cool.
There's, I mean, when you're working with developers, you try and make it as easy as possible on them, and it's an area we're continuing to get better at.
So I got to ask you a question.
Sure.
And as someone who's has many years in security and more than a couple now in DevOps, you seem like there's a little bit of a kindred spirit there where you started out all about DevOps, right? And providing DevOps as a service, and kind of was seduced by the dark side of security and compliance, recognizing that that's your customer's biggest area of need. And really the company is now sort of, rallied around that as that's the main thrust of it.
Yeah, I mean, your question in there is around like how do we think about
I mean, is that, when you look back on it, is that wasn't the plan all along, I got to guess?
I mean, fundamentally, we were focused on how dev teams operate. We were focused on our customers, right? Those early champions and advocates that we were working with. And when they were getting their first, big customers who were asking them all sorts of questions that they were having a tough time answering, they were looking to us to guide them. So the product fundamentally didn't change. It was just enabling the customers to enforce the policies, the controls that they needed to be where they are.
Got it.
And then helping them communicate it to their customers, because ultimately that was the biggest thing. And it's to the point now where if you ask, a CTO of one of our customers why they bought Drupal Cloud, they will say, security and compliance. Absolutely, they remember. If you ask a developer, they'll say, what's security and compliance? Right?
And that's a beautiful thing if that's it, because if you could not obscure it, but if you could bury it that deep where where it's just a tool that's helping them, they don't think of it as a security and compliance tool, you did a good job.
Yeah, and I think it frees up bandwidth to focus on application security, to focus on
Other
CI/CD, to
aspects.
focus on QA,
Sure.
to focus on, work's not going away.
No, and there's always too much of it, right?
Yeah.
Ian, thanks for joining us, man.
Appreciate
I
the
know
time,
you
Alan.
were worried about having enough content. We could have spoke for another hour if we want.
Absolutely, anytime.
Go check out Duflo Cloud. DevOps as a service, security and compliance. We're live at RSA. We're going to be right back. Goes quick.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Techstrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I am here now with Jack Naglieri, who is the CEO of Panther Labs. Jack, thank you so much for joining me today. Do appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Charlene. How are you?
I'm doing great, thanks. I wonder if you could introduce us to Panther Labs. What are you guys
Sure.
on about?
Yeah, so Panther is a cybersecurity company based out of San Francisco. We started back in 2018, and we were really founded by a group of security practitioners. And I think that's one of the things that makes us very unique in the space. I worked inside of Silicon Valley companies for many years and worked on security operations, security monitoring, and really found a couple of patterns that really worked for us and wanted to take those learnings, build a product that other people could use for detecting and preventing breaches. And here we are.
All right. So how do you guys, what's your, well, I don't want you to spill your secrets, but what's kind of sets you guys apart from from all the other cybersecurity companies that are out there?
Yeah, so the thing that we focus on is large scale security monitoring. And the thing that really made us different is our approach to our architecture. So Panther is a cloud native threat detection platform. And cloud native is a really important piece of that description because it denotes the way that we built our platform. We have to operate at a massive scale these days. Mm-hmm. Data has never been at a higher throughput than it is today, and especially with remote work being central in everyone's lives, with adoption of cloud and SaaS and all these other things, really spreading our attack surface out, and security has just become more complex over time. So what we realized was inside of these tech companies that we were working in that we needed to rebuild from the ground up for scale, for accessibility, for security, for speed, for all these different things that the incumbent platforms just weren't providing to us. So while I was at Airbnb, we built an open source project that was called Stream Alert, and Stream Alert was a cloud native SIEM effectively. So being able to analyze data as it streams, being able to put data that's structured into a data lake, and a lot of these more data forward, data engineering concepts we were bringing into security. And in a lot of ways, Panther took that same idea to the next level and really made it enterprise ready. So we're in the process of bringing security monitoring to this new data stack where things are modern in the cloud and automatically scalable to get the benefits of operating at high scale with a very small team and at a much lower cost.
Oh, that's makes a whole lot of sense. And it sounds like a great technology. You guys recently got some more funding. So
we did.
To 120 million, is that right?
That's correct. It's a lot of zeros.
Yeah, right. So you guys are unicorn status at this point, 1.4 billion. Is that right?
That's correct. Yep.
Awesome. You guys are killing it. That's really, really great news. And I imagine that this technology is going to be very well received, in the market, especially as more organizations adopt cloud native technologies. They understand the complexities of, securing that entire stack. So I wish you guys the best of luck. I think that's going to be very, very well received. I'm interested in having a conversation with you about a report that you guys recently put out called, I guess it's State of SIEM, ripe for disruption. What do you mean by that? What's going on with that?
The space is really not innovated in the last 10 years. So it really is ripe for disruption. And it's ripe for disruption because there's been so much pain felt by practitioners. Mm-hmm. And the report really reveals that, and listing that there's too many alerts, too many false positives. It's not enough context. It's difficult to scale. It's expensive. Like all of these pains that security teams have been feeling for 5-10 years, really since I've operated in the space as a practitioner. So it was just revealing those pains and talking about them and bringing them to light.
It's funny that you say, it's been 5 or 10 years or so that people have been feeling this pain. You would think that by now somebody would have come up with something better to alleviate all the issues that practitioners are having in the space. So why do you think, why do you think we persist with these technologies that frankly just aren't doing the job for companies?
There's a couple of reasons why I think we've persisted with it. And for one, I would say no one really came along with a different perspective was the first part. The second, the point linked to that is practitioners operate in a very different way than vendors typically. So when we're, as security people, trying to do our jobs, there's always this interesting relationship where we're like, oh, a vendor's just trying to sell us something that's a little bit different from how we would do it. Okay. And when we built Panther, we really wanted to take and democratize a lot of those concepts and techniques that we were doing inside of companies and build it into a product, and then give the benefits of that to other practitioners. And that's really what we've seen. We see these highly modern, is how we call them, modern security teams. That's the phrase we use.
Yeah.
So we see a lot of success with those teams because they're highly technical and they were building these tools themselves. So that's really the first piece, is that no one really came along with a different perspective. The second thing is no one really re-architected from the beginning. So there was a large wave of incumbents that kind of came up in the early 2010s, mm-hmm. and they were working, and they were okay at that time. But over time, as things started to increase in scale, their architectures became antiquated fairly fast, and we just couldn't really use them to the degree that we wanted. Mm-hmm. So we started limiting, and we started doing things that felt bad. Like we would have 30 days of retention, or we would limit some critical log source that we actually really wanted that we couldn't put in because it was expensive or slow or operationally intense, right? So it was just a lack of options. And what you saw inside the community was people were just building this themselves. And that's really what I was doing. I was the persona that would go and build these tools to operate at that scale. And we would just cobble together a bunch of different things in order to get to this world where we could elastically scale. We could do things like software engineering on security data. We could put it into a security data lake and we could run these like really large, complex analytics on the data. And that was really the input into why I started the company. So
that makes a lot of sense.
We're hoping to change that.
Yeah, well, yeah, I hope you guys do. And it's really interesting because we have seen so much movement in the cybersecurity space, just even in the last 2 years, with so many organizations completely changing their architecture. And, we've all had I'm almost afraid to say the word digital transformation anymore because it's been so overused and so hyped. But honestly, it really has become kind of the impetus or the catalyst for a lot of organizations to have to really think about their cybersecurity infrastructure and how they're going to protect their networks well beyond the corporate perimeter. So, it's interesting also that we are still kind of having the conversations about older security technologies that, to your point, simply just aren't working effectively anymore. But so many organizations are still so reliant on them. But let's focus on SIEM because it still seems to be one of the more prevalent security technologies out there. So when you guys set out to do this report, what specifically did you guys have in mind? Obviously understanding what the challenges are, but what's beyond that specifically? Were you guys looking to achieve with this report? And what were some of the findings that came out of the report that really surprised you?
The thing we're really looking to achieve is just getting the current sentiment of the market and really just revealing to the world, hey, this is actually a problem. When you're a vendor going out and you're selling something and you're trying to get people to believe in your vision, data helps people believe and it helps them trust you, right? So if we're saying like, hey, cost is a problem, you're like, well, it's not a problem for us. And it's like, well, we just surveyed the entire market and we see that most people think that cost is a problem. So it's like a way to sort of like give them a sense of what's coming. Because certain teams are earlier in their journey than others, and they may not see the problems that are kind of coming to them in the next couple of years. So this report can help them be prepared for that and help them understand that you may not have this issue today, but a lot of other people are. And that can really help them better prepare for their own journey. So I think just bringing it to light really just helps with a lot of these different side effects from people understanding our perspective, but also just giving them a sense of what could be coming to them in the future. Honestly, I don't think too much of it was surprising to me. I'm super biased because I've been doing this for so long. But I think just seeing the statistics of almost 50% of the people saying that they're overpaying, that's super interesting. And just understanding that, that's absolutely a pain that people are feeling more than just, a couple of use cases that we've seen. But, the unsatisfaction around capabilities, that's, to me, very obvious. I think a lot of people have been feeling that for a really long time. And then just the pain of not being able to pull all of the data that they need in to do their jobs. So I think, if anything, it just reaffirmed a lot of our existing feelings, and it just presented it in a way that allowed us to effectively train the rest of the market on like, hey, these are problems that everyone's actually feeling. So you don't have to feel too bad that you're feeling them too.
So do you think we're reaching kind of critical mass then when it comes to the changing attitudes towards cybersecurity, especially with these new, cloud native architectures and different environments that organizations are working in these days?
I think we're at a really interesting shift after the pandemic, because the pandemic forced and accelerated a change that was already happening, where people are migrating to cloud and SaaS. And the organizations that were very far behind probably felt a very intense step function when they were forced to have a remote workforce. So I think we're absolutely at the point where we need better tooling to cover this new expanded attack surface. We need increased capabilities. We need more scale. We need more structured data. We just need to build a solid foundation for us to sustain the act of security monitoring for the next 10 years.
Do you think that organizations that they recognize that they need to do this, or do you think that too many of them are still kind of using, yesterday's cybersecurity technology to protect these today's networks, if you will?
I think the report really reveals that people are ready for something new, and it reveals the pain that they're feeling. And really, we're trying to use this and really work backwards from it and say, like, how can we best support the industry and these practitioners in either democratizing new ways of doing things or just bringing in a fresh perspective, a fresh architecture that really solves their problems for them.
So, I wonder, early days of the pandemic, everybody was talking about getting their employees up to speed while working remotely, giving them all the technologies and tools that they needed to be able to do their jobs effectively, but not be in the office. And it's pretty much widely known that a lot of organizations just kind of let their cybersecurity policies just lapse over the time while they were getting their employees, up to speed, working remotely. Do you think that now we're in this kind of era of fixing all the mistakes that were made in the early days of the pandemic from a cybersecurity perspective?
Hey everyone, we're back here live streaming from Moscone West for the RSA conference. We're on what they call Broadcast Alley. There's 20-some thousand people here this year at RSA, and there's no end to the amount of sessions and keynotes and workshops and training and God knows parties. But let me tell you what really is, for me, special about RSA, and that's the people. We were here in 2020 at the end of, right at the beginning of COVID. Mm-hmm. We didn't even really understand, but people were getting sick. Last year, it was virtual only, and this year it's been postponed, but we're here now. And you forget the people-to-people connection of people you've met and know and friendships you've struck over the years in the industry. And so for me, coming here this year and seeing friends I haven't seen in 2 years and understanding, just because we weren't in suspended animation with COVID.
No, we were just stuck in.
We were stuck in our
the unlimited
houses,
Zoom loop.
Right, and Zoom. But life goes on, and things go on, and our families and our lives and life stories go on. Some folks we won't see again, unfortunately. But this guy right here is a friend, and I was happy to see him. You may or may not recognize him because this is the first time I've ever seen him not in a vendor shirt. He's wearing like a real shirt.
I'm like a civilian again.
You look like
I lost 100 pounds since I saw you last, and
so
I'm wearing
do you
civilian
not have
clothes.
Enough shirts that say?
No, actually, today was my day to go meet with people on the show floor, so I went incognito, which is why I'm like dressed like this. It's been a good event.
Absolutely. If you don't recognize, this is my friend Brian Reed. Brian, of course, is one of the driving forces, creative forces behind Now Secure.
Yeah.
And most of you may know Now Secure, but if you don't, Brian, give him a quick.
Sure. So, mobile application security company. We do. We have a full suite of security testing tools, training, pen testing services that people use, but we're mobile first and mobile only. So we were born when iOS and Android was born as a mobile forensics business. So we've been doing this for 13, 14 years. So if you think about age as a high growth startup, and you and I were talking about I think the last interview I had was with you 2 years ago at RSA.
Yeah.
And so it's great to be back again and see the
really
people
is
and the old
good.
friends.
It's good to see you, and we losing 100 pounds is a great thing. Sometimes we lose it in ways we don't want to, but that's okay. It's still good to lose.
COVID treated me not well.
Yeah, COVID's a tough one.
It's all good though.
Yep, I'm glad you're here and well. Things are growing though, and they continue to grow. And for you and the company, a crucial partnership with GitHub is really kind of shaping or reshaping.
Driving the business substantially. When we think about working together with DevOps.com, which is a great resource built up over the years, we moved from sort of security testing for security people and tools into security testing built into pipelines. So if you're building a mobile app, whether it's iOS or Android, we can automatically test that. And over the years, as we've been building our business, we've been working more and more with development companies, development tools, and developers. And late last year, we entered a partnership with GitHub, where we're within the GitHub Advanced Security environment, we're the only dynamic automated security testing platform that plugs in as a GitHub action into the repo. So for a developer now, on any push, on any pull, on any line of code they write, they get mobile app security scanning. Most of the world is focused on web and serverless and cloud. Well, we bring the mobile piece into that world, and that's been just growing like a rocket, right? So
absolutely,
enabling developers to write the code securely in the first place, scan it in the repo, check it on the pull request. All of that now is reducing friction and driving a lot more secure apps in the App Store.
So Brian, those 13 years, you and I know each other probably 4 or 5 years now, maybe more. And you mentioned when, DevOps.com and over the years and what we've seen. Well, I'll tell you, the mission has changed a little bit for you. Not for you personally, but for
for the company.
For the company. And not just for your company, but the whole, the whole mobile app world, right? Where, there was a time, I remember when I first did DevOps.com, mobile app development was a thing. It was a thing unto itself. Right? As you mentioned, there was Android and there was iOS, but it was clearly separate and apart from let's call it non-mobile.
Yeah, well, mainstream web.
Mainstream web.
Right.
Then we saw sort of the primacy of the mobile app. Like a lot of people who said, look, why do I need something that works on people's mobile devices, and just a mobile-friendly website doesn't cut it.
Right.
I need the mobile app. And we saw sort of the primacy or the golden age of this. And that fundamentally changed the way developers develop. They didn't develop mainstream app first and then port it to the mobile. A lot of stuff started being developed
mobile first.
And now that creates a different set of security and governance and compliance challenges.
Absolutely.
Than if you did it, it was kind of backwards a little
Build
bit.
web, then build mobile.
Right.
Yeah.
And you guys had to kind of adapt to that and
go through the cycle.
I think
it's been very interesting to watch what's happened. So, when I first got started with Now Secure many moons ago, mobile was often hanging off the side of IT. It was hanging off the side of development. It might have been hanging off the side of security. And oftentimes there are these fast-moving teams. What's interesting in a lot of big enterprise companies is the mobile team is actually the first DevOps team, because the rapid innovation cycle is necessarily on mobile. If you think about like a web browser, how often does HTML, CSS evolve as a spec? How often does Java get updated? OS is on mobile devices. Every year
day.
there's a big new push.
Right. Well,
and there's patches all the time. But iOS 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. Right? Now we're on 15, right? So almost every year there's an OS update, which creates new features, new devices, and so that refresh cycle is a lot faster. And so what we've seen now is that most organizations have a mobile presence in some way, shape, or form, whether it's mobile responsive or mobile native. Many of the companies we talk to, mobile is the spearhead for the customer. Customer has a mobile app in their hand, right? If you look at Starbucks has more money they're doing through a phone transaction than almost any other company, right? Some 20-30% of all Starbucks revenue is sourced on a mobile device. And so even the traditional brick and mortars now recognize that mobile is the best way to interface with the customer. Absolutely. But you have to protect the customer. And I'll give you an example. In the news on Monday this week, Tim Hortons, for you Canadian lovers. So I'm an old BlackBerry guy, so I have a soft spot for Tim Hortons in Canada. Tim Hortons got slapped and fined by the Canadian government because their mobile app was harvesting data on their users and continuously monitoring their whereabouts.
I read this story, actually, yes.
Train wreck, right?
Absolutely.
So that's where security and privacy overlap. They were violating privacy rules, and they had security vulnerabilities wrapped in it, and they got slapped by the government. And so Tim Hortons was trying to use mobile to better serve their customers, but they made serious mistakes in how developers implemented what they did, and so now they got slapped. And we've seen that over and over again over the years, is trying to find the right way to fast innovate on mobile, build security in as you go, right, and have great outcomes. And like working with GitHub has been fantastic, because now as the developers are writing the code, they're making sure it's secure in the repo that they're already working.
Well, that, that's almost that whole GitOps thing, right?
Yeah.
Where in some ways it's moving left, right? Where look, if I could get to that code while it's still in the repo, as we're putting it into that CI/CD pipeline, and get to it there, fix it there, test it, fix it there. It's a hell of a lot easier than doing it afterwards.
In prod. Yeah, I mean, you can imagine the fire drill going on at Tim Hortons right now.
Ah,
They
well, you
re-engineered
betcha.
their app, right? But
I would think
you look at the economic studies. So we've helped customers move from semi-annual releases, 3-month releases, to 2-week releases, to 1-week releases, and drive innovations. You've seen, like with COVID, everybody was stuck at home. So you saw the rise of the food delivery apps, and a lot of organizations that were brick and mortars that had to turn into mobile retailers.
Yep.
Right? So all of those things are impacting where the drive is. And what's great about it now is the technology between automation and integrations are there to enable a much more mature, security built-in, security first kind of approach.
Security first?
Mobile first, security first. Yeah. Interesting way to think about it.
That is.
Yeah.
As a security guy, I'm honored.
Yeah, well, that doesn't mean everybody thinks that way. I mean, if you're in a regulated
no,
market,
but hey, man,
if you're in a regulated market, you're going to think that way. But what's happening, and what's really interesting about some of our largest customers and our fastest moving customers, they both have one thing in common, which is security can't be the department of no. Security needs to become an enabler for the developer to get their work done. And that's, what you want to call it, shift left, or whatever the language you want to use. How does security and privacy now enable development to get their work done so they can meet the business needs and not step on a landmine like Tim Hortons did?
Absolutely.
So,
hey, Brian, let me ask you another question, though. Do you think we see a time when sort of we see the line blur between calling it mobile development versus calling it
development?
Yeah.
For a number of our customers, they're now mobile first, which is interesting. To a large extent, actually, the back end's always the same. So you have the whole world of APIs, API security, backend infrastructure, cloud, and then you're hanging mobile and web off the front. The interesting thing about it is a lot of this is really what's the user experience and what's omni-channel mean in terms of the transparent experience on a device, a laptop, a browser, a kiosk, kind of wherever you go. What is interesting is where the operating systems are going. So for example, if you have a TV at home, it's probably running Android. All those little apps on your TV, that's Android. And so you're kind of seeing this expansion with IoT of mobile-centric application-oriented scenarios on devices like your car dashboard with like CarPlay and Google Play in the dashboard on the TVs and everything else. And so you see Apple and Google, the Android team at Google, they're both enabling more kinds of experiences.
And we're seeing that. I mean, well, I don't want to get, my new cars, we have 2 new cars at home. Because we lease. It's not that I go out and just buy.
Hey, leasing is your friend. I've leased for years until my last car.
But they, both of them have both Android Play or whatever and Apple Play in it, and it amazes me how it's far superior to the phone. There's in some things, but there's really a lot of great integrations.
There can be. You got all the sensors in the TV, in the car, in the phone, right, and other devices like whether you're wearing an AirPod, and phone apps can take advantage of AirPod, and
it's also all gesture driven,
gesture and behavior driven. The old cars with the dial, you still reach in. Sometimes you're looking for the dial that you can turn up the fan or the radio.
We have the. I'll tell you offline.
I'm with you. I got one of those cars.
It's pretty cool, yeah.
So, but if I can around what Apple and Google are doing, one really big thing that is impacting all of us is that Apple and Google are both working on security and privacy more than they ever have before.
Absolutely.
So this is where we're going to deviate from the web world.
Yeah.
Right. So we've seen Apple go full bore on privacy. Right.
Yes, they have. They're making that a difference maker. For them.
They are, and so developers have had to adapt to that. In many instances, security teams are responsible for privacy.
But that was always, in my mind anyway, that was always one of the allure of mobile, is that it's done right, it could be more secure then
Yeah, the architecture of mobile is more secure than a PC, a laptop, or
no
some of the
doubt.
other devices. The thing about mobile application security is you can write a good app and a bad app. I can do that for web, I can do that for mobile, I can do it for
Yes, you
anything
can.
else. The nice thing about this device is it's harder for an attacker to do something to the device because of the nature of sandboxing and the way Apple designed it. The challenge, though, is this device is harvesting in the app a lot of data about me, and it's transmitted over the air. So can I intercept it on the carrier
I'm going
over
to tell you
Wi-Fi
something.
or
I was
all
on
those
an
other things?
international carrier going to Europe a couple weeks ago, and they gave you free Wi-Fi up to a gig. I said, a gigabit, that'll last me no problem.
1 hour later.
An hour later, I had
It's gone.
transmitted again. It's not like I was watching movies.
No, it happens.
It was just the
It's
normal
all the apps
course.
running in the background. It's
Hell
how
yeah,
Apple and
updating
Google
and- yeah.
sync with their cloud. But in the land of how this is all evolving, there's something really interesting that Android's got going on, and Apple with privacy to agree, is this whole idea of safety labeling.
Yeah.
Right. And so when we look at like recent White House cybersecurity orders after all the security breaches and supply chain, safety labeling is coming. And actually, Android is leading the pack on all these technology platforms, web, mobile, cloud,
Really?
or everything else. And so Google,
That's good to know.
yeah, I mean, for those who are Android developers, listening along today, if you haven't noticed, go look at the safety labeling program that's going on at Google. So what they're doing is through the App Defense Alliance, they brought this notion of safety labeling. And so it's basically now Google developers will
Almost like
attest
supply
to the
chain.
security and privacy like
Love it.
supply chain.
Now this is
of those
coming
apps.
though. It's not here.
So phase one is public. So Google's published on their blog, and they're now making it possible for Android developers when they submit the app to list what level of safety and privacy their app does as part of it. And that program is now just getting started. There's a few hundred developers who've already started the work, and it's going to grow
Right,
this
it'll
summer.
blossom.
And what's really cool about it is, so if I'm a developer, let's say I'm making an app, I don't know, it could be a financial app like a bank, it could be a gaming app, whatever that is. What's great about safety labels is if I have a safety label, then I can show my customers they can trust me. So now I have a feature that I can use to show why I'm better than the other guy. So I can imagine where the banks will be playing the one-upsmanship game of all of them wanting to have safety labels so you use their banking app. And you can imagine the same thing with retailers and e-tailers
and you can't blame them though, because security has become a difference maker. It's been shown that and I think Apple's the poster child for this right now. If you are going to lead with security and privacy, people like that. They take notice of it.
They are more and more, I think. And there's been the various things that have happened in the world over the last 5 years that have driven this whole privacy initiative. You have GDPR in Europe, CCPA in California. There's privacy laws or regs coming in many of the states, across the U.S. and other countries. Clear that Canadian Tim Hortons paying attention to it as well. So security and privacy are like this Venn diagram of overlap. And it's really kind of exciting to see Google kind of leading the way with, hey, we're going to bring this to Android. And because we do believe it's important that people should be able to trust
I got to
their
imagine
apps.
Apple won't be far behind.
Well, they've got privacy attestation in there too. So they were first with privacy, and Google will be first, Android will be first with safety labels.
Right.
And each of them are kind of moving us forward to realize that this is the number one device for most humans on the planet. And this thing is
And will
safe
continue
and
to be.
secure. Right? And people
Absolutely.
depend on the app experiences that they have on it.
People want to get more information on the company, where do they go?
Yeah, come to nowsecure.com, nowsecure.com.
Brian, it truly is a pleasure to see you.
Good to see you
man.
again, especially after 2 years away. It's good to do
Absolutely. I hope to see you again soon.
this. Absolutely.
Let's not wait till next RSA, which is next April 24th and 27th. The banner's right there.
Look at that. Starting the date already.
But there's other places, maybe Black Hat or something.
We will
in
probably
August.
cross paths at Black Hat. You can definitely find us there, and we'll be in Hacker Village too.
Very cool, man. Brian Reed here on, what are we on? Techstrong TV.
Techstrong TV. There you go. Right there on the board behind us. Thanks for having me.
Also on the board. Yes, we're going to take a break. We're at RSA. We're wrapping up our day 3 coverage. We'll be back in a minute. Bye-bye. Okay. Very